Chapter 11, Part 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After the Trial, Part 2. They finished their meal and then repaired to the big office room of the house. Several groups of men were there, and loud talk was going on outside. Shefford saw Withers talking to Bishop Kane and two other Mormons, both strangers to Shefford. The trader appeared to be speaking with unwonted force, emphasizing his words with energetic movements of his hands. "Reckon something's up," whispered Joe hoarsely. "It's been in the air all day." Withers must have been watching for Shefford. "Here's Shefford now," he said to the trio of Mormons as Joe and Shefford reached the group. "I want you to hear him speak for himself." "What's the matter?" asked Shefford. "Give me a hunch, and I'll put in my say-so," said Joe Lake. "Shefford, it's the matter of a good name more than a job," replied the trader. "A little while back I told the bishop I meant to put you on the pack job over to the valley, same as when you first came to me. Well, the bishop was pleased and said he might put something in your way. Just now I ran in here to find you not wanted. When I kicked, I got the straight hunch. Willetts has said things about you. One of them, one that sticks in my craw, was that you'd do anything, even pretend to be inclined toward Mormonism, just to be among those Mormon women over there. Willetts is your enemy, and he's worse than I thought. Now I want you to tell Bishop Kane why this missionary is bitter toward you." "Gentlemen, I knocked him down," replied Shefford simply. "What for?" inquired the bishop in surprise and curiosity. Shefford related the incident which had occurred at Red Lake and that now seemed again to come forward fatefully. "You insinuate he had evil intent toward the Indian girl?" queried Kane. "I insinuate nothing. I merely state what led to my acting as I did." "Principles of religion, sir?" "No, a man's principles." Withers interposed in his blunt way. "Bishop, did you ever see Glen Naspa?" "No." "She's the prettiest Navajo in the country. Willetts was after her, that's all." "My dear man, I can't believe that of a Christian missionary. We've known Willetts for years. He's a man of influence. He has money back of him. He's doing a good work. You hint of a love relation?" "No, I don't hint," replied Withers impatiently. "I know. It's not the first time I've known a missionary to do this sort of thing. Nor is it the first time for Willetts. Bishop Kane, I live among the Indians. I see a lot I never speak of. My work is to trade with the Indians, that's all. But I'll not have Willetts or any other damned hypocrite run down my friend here. John Shefford is the finest young man that ever came to me in the desert. And he's got to be put right before you all, or I'll not set foot in Stonebridge again. Willetts was after Glen Naspa. Shefford punched him, and later threw him out of the old Indian's hogan up on the mountain. That explains Willetts' enmity. He was after the girl." "What's more, gentlemen, he got her," added Shefford. "Glen Naspa has not been home for 6 months. I saw her at Blue Cañon. I would like to face this Willetts before you all." "Easy enough," replied Withers with a grim chuckle. "He's just outside." The trader went out. Joe Lake followed at his heels, and the 3 Mormons were next. Shefford brought up the rear and lingered in the door while his eye swept the crowd of men and Indians. His feeling was in direct contrast to his movements. He felt the throbbing of fierce anger, but it seemed a face came between him and his passion. A sweet and tragic face that would have had power to check him in a vastly more critical moment than this. And in an instant he had himself in hand, and strangely, suddenly, felt the strength that had come to him. Willetts stood in earnest colloquy with a short, squat Indian, the half-breed Shadd. They leaned against the hitching rail. Other Indians were there, and outlaws. It was a mixed group, rough and hard looking. "Hey, Willetts!" called the trader, and his loud, ringing voice, not pleasant, stilled the movement and sound. When Willetts turned, Shefford was halfway across the wide walk. The missionary not only saw him, but also Nas Ta Bega, who was striding forward. Joe Lake was ahead of the trader. The Mormons followed with decision, and they all confronted Willetts. He turned pale. Shadd had cautiously moved along the rail, nearer to his gang, and then they, with the others of the curious crowd, drew closer. "Willetts, here's Shefford. Now say it to his face," declared the trader. He was angry and evidently wanted the fact known, as well as the situation. Willetts had paled, but he showed boldness. For an instant Shefford studied the smooth face with its sloping lines, the dark, wine-colored eyes. "Willetts, I understand you've maligned me to Bishop Kane and others," began Shefford curtly. "I called you an atheist," returned the missionary harshly. "Yes, and more than that. And I told these men why you vented your spite on me." Willetts uttered a half laugh, an uneasy, contemptuous expression of scorn and repudiation. "The charges of such a man as you are can't hurt me," he said. The man did not show fear so much as disgust at the meeting. He seemed to be absorbed in thought, yet no serious consideration of the situation made itself manifest. Shefford felt puzzled. Perhaps there was no fire to strike from this man. The desert had certainly not made him flint. He had not toiled or suffered or fought. "But I can hurt you," thundered Shefford, with startling suddenness. "Here, look at this Indian. Do you know him? Glen Naspa's brother. Look at him. Let us see you face him while I accuse you. You made love to Glen Naspa, took her from her home." "Harping infidel," replied Willetts, hoarsely. "So that's your game. Well, Glen Naspa came to my school of her own accord, and she will say so." "Why will she? Because you blinded the simple Indian girl? Willetts, I'll waste little more time on you." And swift and light as a panther, Shefford leaped upon the man and, fastening powerful hands round the thick neck, bore him to his knees and bent back his head over the rail. There was a convulsive struggle, a hard flinging of arms, a straining wrestle, and then Willetts was in a dreadful position. Shefford held him in iron grasp. "You damned white-livered hypocrite! I'm liable to kill you," cried Shefford. "I watched you and Glen Naspa that day up on the mountain. I saw you embrace her. I saw that she loved you. Tell that, you liar. That'll be enough." The face of the missionary turned purple as Shefford forced his head back over the rail. "I'll kill you, man," repeated Shefford piercingly. "Do you want to go to your God unprepared? Say you made love to Glen Naspa. Tell that you persuaded her to leave her home. Quick!" Willetts raised a shaking hand, and then Shefford relaxed the paralyzing grip and let his head come forward. The half-strangled man gasped out a few incoherent words that his livid, guilty face made unnecessary. Shefford gave him a shove and he fell into the dust at the feet of the Navajo. "Gentlemen, I leave him to Nas Ta Bega," said Shefford, with a strange change from passion to calmness. Late that night, when the roistering visitors had gone or were deep in drunken slumber, a melancholy and strange procession filed out of Stonebridge. Joe Lake and his armed comrades were escorting the Mormon women back to the hidden valley. They were mounted on burros and mustangs, and in all that dark and somber line there was only one figure which shone white under the pale moon. At the starting, until the white-clad figure had appeared, Shefford's heart had seemed to be in his throat, and thereafter its beat was muffled and painful in his breast. Yet there was some sweet sadness in the knowledge that he could see her now, be near her, watch over her. By and by the overcast clouds drifted and the moon shone bright. The night was still. The great dark mountain loomed to the stars. The numberless waves of rounded rock that must be crossed and circled lay deep in shadow. There was only a steady pattering of light hoofs. Shefford's place was near the end of the line, and he kept well back, riding close to one woman and then another. No word was spoken. These sealed wives rode where their mounts were led or driven, as blind in their hoods as veiled Arab women in their palanquins, and their heads drooped wearily and their shoulders bent as if under a burden. It took an hour of steady riding to reach the ascent to the plateau, and here, with the beginning of rough and smooth and shadowed trail, the work of the escort began. The line lengthened out, and each man kept to the several women assigned to him. Shefford had three, and one of them was the girl he loved. She rode as if the world and time and life were naught to her. As soon as he dared trust his voice and his control, he meant to let her know the man whom perhaps she had not forgotten was there with her, a friend. 6 months. It had been a lifetime to him, surely eternity to her. Had she forgotten? He felt like a coward who had basely deserted her. Oh, had he only known! She rode a burro that was slow, continually blocking the passage for those behind, and eventually it became lame. Thus the other women forged ahead. Shefford dismounted and stopped her burro. It was a moment before she noted the halt, and twice in that time Shefford tried to speak and failed. What poignant pain, regret, love made his utterance fail. "Ride my horse," he finally said, and his voice was not like his own. Obediently and wearily she dismounted from the burro and got up on Nack yal. The stirrups were long for her, and he had to change them. His fingers were all thumbs as he fumbled with the buckles. Suddenly he became aware that there had been a subtle change in her. He knew it without looking up, and he seemed to be unable to go on with his task. If his life had depended upon keeping his head lowered, he could not have done it. The listlessness of her drooping form was no longer manifest. The peak of the dark hood pointed toward him. He knew then that she was gazing at him. Never so long as he lived would that moment be forgotten. They were alone. The others had gotten so far ahead that no sound came back. The stillness was so deep it could be felt. The moon shone with white, cold radiance, and the shining slopes of smooth stone waved away, crossed by shadows of pinyons. Then she leaned a little toward him. One swift hand flew up to tear the black hood back so that she could see. In its place flashed her white face, and her eyes were like the night. "You," she whispered. His blood came leaping to sting neck and cheek and temple. What dared he interpret from that single word? Could any other word have meant so much? "No one else," he replied, unsteadily. Her white hand flashed again to him, and he met it with his own. He felt himself standing cold and motionless in the moonlight. He saw her wonderful, with the deep, shadowy eyes and a silver sheen on her hair, and as he looked, she released her hand and lifted it, with the other, to her hood. He saw the shiny hair darken and disappear, and then the lovely face with its sad eyes and tragic lips. He drew Nack yal's bridle forward and led him up the moonlit trail. End of chapter 11, part 2. Chapter 12, Part 1 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Revelation, Part 1. The following afternoon, cowboys and horse wranglers, keen-eyed as Indians for tracks and trails, began to arrive in the quiet valley to which the Mormon women had been returned. Upon every cedar stump there were hobbled horses, packs, and rolled bedding and tarpaulins. Shefford and Joe Lake had pitched camp in the old site near the spring. The other men of Joe's escort went to the homes of the women, and that afternoon, as the curious visitors began to arrive, these homes became barred and dark and quiet, as if they had been closed and deserted for the winter. Not a woman showed herself. Shefford and Joe, by reason of the location of their camp and their alertness, met all the newcomers. The ride from Stonebridge was a long and hard one, calculated to wear off the effects of the whiskey imbibed by the adventure seekers. This fact alone saved the situation. Nevertheless, Joe expected trouble. Most of the visitors were decent, good-natured fellows, merely curious, and simple enough to believe that this really was what the Mormons had claimed, a village of free women. But there were those among them who were coarse, evil-minded, and dangerous. By supper time there were 24 or more of these men in the valley, camped along the west wall. Fires were lighted, smoke curled up over the cedars, gay songs disturbed the usual serenity of the place. Later, in the early twilight, the curious visitors, by twos and threes, walked about the village, peering at the dark cabins and jesting among themselves. Joe had informed Shefford that all the women had been put into a limited number of cabins, so that they could be protected. So far as Shefford saw or heard, there was no unpleasant incident in the village. However, as the sauntering visitors returned toward their camps, they loitered at the spring, and here developments threatened. In spite of the fact that the majority of these cowboys and their comrades were decent-minded and beginning to see the real relation of things, they were not disposed to be civil to Shefford. They were certainly not Mormons, and his position, apparently as a Gentile among these Mormons, was one open to criticism. They might have been jealous, too. At any rate, remarks were passed in his hearing, meant for his ears, that made it exceedingly trying for him not to resent. Moreover, Joe Lake's increasing impatience rendered the situation more difficult. Shefford welcomed the arrival of Nas Ta Bega. The Indian listened to the loud talk of several loungers around the campfire, and thereafter he was like Shefford's shadow, silent, somber, watchful. Nevertheless, it did not happen to be one of the friendly and sarcastic cowboys that precipitated the crisis. A horse wrangler named Hurley, a man of bad repute, as much outlaw as anything, took up the bantering. "Say, Shefford, what in hell's your job here anyway?" he queried, as he kicked the cedar branch into the campfire. The brightening blaze showed him swarthy, unshaven, a large-featured, ugly man. "I've been doing odd jobs for Withers," replied Shefford. "Expect to drive pack trains in here for a while." "You must stand strong with these Mormons. Must be a Mormon yourself." "No," replied Shefford briefly. "Well, I'm stuck on your job. Do you need a packer? I can throw a diamond hitch better than any fellow in this country." "I don't need help." "Maybe you'll take me over to see the ladies," he went on, with a coarse laugh. Shefford did not show that he had heard. Hurley waited, leering as he looked from the keen listeners to Shefford. "Want to have them all to yourself, huh?" he jeered. Shefford struck him, sending him tumbling heavily like a log. Hurley, cursing as he half rose, jerked his gun out. Nas Ta Bega, swift as light, kicked the gun out of his hand, and Joe Lake picked it up. Deliberately the Mormon cocked the weapon and stood over Hurley. "Get up," he ordered, and Shefford heard the ruthless Mormon in him then. Hurley rose slowly. Joe prodded him in the middle with the cocked gun. Shefford, startled, expected the gun to go off. So did the others, especially Hurley, who shrank in panic from the dark Mormon. "Rustle," said Joe, and gave the man a harder prod. Assuredly, the gun did not have a hair trigger. "Joe, maybe it's loaded," protested one of the cowboys. Hurley shrank back and turned to hurry away, with Joe close after him. They disappeared in the darkness. A constrained silence was maintained around the campfire for a while. Presently some of the men walked off and others began to converse. Everybody heard the sound of hoofs passing down the trail. The patter ceased, and in a few moments Lake returned. He still carried Hurley's gun. The crowd dispersed then. There was no indication of further trouble. However, Shefford and Joe and Nas Ta Bega divided the night in watches, so that someone would be wide awake. Early the next morning there was an exodus from the village of the better element among the visitors. "No fun hanging round here," one of them expressed it, and as good-naturedly as they had come they rode away. 6 or 7 of the desperado class remained behind, bent on mischief, and they were reinforced by more arrivals from Stonebridge. They avoided the camp by the spring, and when Shefford and Lake attempted to go to them they gave them a wide berth. This caused Joe to assert that they were up to some dirty work. All morning they lounged around under the cedars, keeping out of sight, and evidently the reinforcement from Stonebridge had brought liquor. When they gathered together at their camp, half drunk, all noisy, some wanting to swagger off into the village and others trying to hold them back, Joe Lake said grimly that somebody was going to get shot. Indeed, Shefford saw that there was every likelihood of bloodshed. "Reckon we'd better take to one of the cabins," said Joe. Thereupon the three repaired to the nearest cabin, and entering, kept watch from the windows. During a couple of hours, however, they did not see or hear anything of the ruffians. Then came a shot from over in the village, a single yell, and after that a scattering volley. The silence and suspense which followed were finally broken by hoofbeats. Nas Ta Bega called Joe and Shefford to the window he had been stationed at. From here they saw the unwelcome visitors ride down the trail to disappear in the cedars toward the outlet of the valley. Joe, who had numbered them, said all but one of them had gone. "Reckon he got it," added Joe. So indeed it turned out. One of the men, a well-known rustler named Harker, had been killed, by whom no one seemed to know. He had brazenly tried to force his way into one of the houses, and the act had cost him his life. Naturally, Shefford, never free from his civilized habit of thought, remarked apprehensively that he hoped this affair would not cause the poor women to be arrested again and haled before some rude court. "Law," grunted Joe, "there ain't any. The nearest sheriff is in Durango. That's Colorado. And he'd give us a medal for killing Harker. It was a good job, for it'll teach these rowdies a lesson." Next day the old order of life was resumed in the village, and the arrival of a heavily laden pack train under the guidance of Withers attested to the fact that the Mormons meant not only to continue to live in the valley, but also to build and plant and enlarge. This was good news to Shefford. At least the village could be made less lonely, and there was plenty of work to give him excuse for staying there. Furthermore, Withers brought a message from Bishop Kane to the effect that the young man was offered a place as a teacher in the school, in cooperation with the Mormon teachers. Shefford experienced no twinge of conscience when he accepted. It was the 4th evening after the never-to-be-forgotten moonlight ride to the valley that Shefford passed under the dark pinyon trees on his way to Fay Larkin's cottage. He paused in the gloom, and memory beset him. The 6 months were annihilated, and it was the night he had fled. But now all was silent. He seemed to be trying to drag himself back. A beginning must be made. Only how to meet her, what to say, what to conceal. He tapped on the door and she came out. After all, it was a meeting vastly different from what his feeling made him imagine it might have been. She was nervous, frightened, as were all the other women, for that matter. She was alone in the cottage. He made haste to reassure her about the improbability of any further trouble such as had befallen the last week. As he had always done on those former visits to her, He talked rapidly, using all his wit, and here his emotion made him eloquent. He avoided personalities, except to tell about his prospects of work in the village, and he sought above all to lead her mind from thought of herself and her condition. Before he left her, he had the gladness of knowing he had succeeded. When he said good night he felt the strange falsity of his position. He did not expect to be able to keep up the deception for long. That roused him, and half the night he lay awake thinking. Next day he was the life of the work and study and play in that village. Kindness and good will did not need inspiration, but it was keen, deep passion that made him a plotter for influence and friendship. Was there a woman in the village whom he might trust in case he needed one? And his instinct guided him to her whom he had liked well, Ruth Jones, she had called herself at the trial, and when Shefford used the name she laughed mockingly. Ruth was not very religious, and sometimes she was bitter and hard. She wanted life, and here she was a prisoner in a lonely valley. She welcomed Shefford's visits. He imagined that she had slightly changed, and whether it was the added 6 months with its trouble and pain or a growing revolt, he could not tell. After a time he divined that the inevitable retrogression had set in. She had not enough faith to uphold the burden she had accepted, nor the courage to cast it off. She was ready to love him. That did not frighten Shefford, and if she did love him, he was not so sure it would not be an anchor for her. He saw her danger, and then he became what he had never really been in all the days of his ministry, the real helper. Unselfishly, for her sake, he found power to influence her, and selfishly, for the sake of Fay Larkin, he began slowly to win her to a possible need. The days passed swiftly. Mormons came and went, though in the open day, as laborers, new cabins went up, and a store and other improvements. Some part of every evening Shefford spent with Fay, and these visits were no longer unknown to the village. Women gossiped in a friendly way about Shefford, but with jealous tongues about the girl. Joe Lake told Shefford the run of the village talk. Anything concerning the Sago Lily the droll Mormon took to heart. He had been hard hit, and he admitted it. Sometimes he went with Shefford to call upon her, but he talked little and never remained long. Shefford had anticipated antagonism on the part of Joe. However, he did not find it. Shefford really lived through the busy day for that hour with Fay in the twilight, and every evening seemed the same. He would find her in the dark, alone, silent, brooding, hopeless. Her mood did not puzzle him, but how to keep her from plunging deeper into despair baffled him. He exhausted all his power trying to do for her what he had been able to do for Ruth. Yet he failed. Something had blunted her. The shadow of that baneful trial hovered over her, and he came to sense a strange terror in her. It was mostly always present. Was she thinking of Jane Withersteen and Lassiter, left dead or imprisoned in the valley from which she had been brought so mysteriously? Shefford wearied his brain revolving these questions. The fate of her friends and the cross she bore, of these was tragedy born. But the terror that Shefford divined came of waiting for the visit of the Mormon whose face she had never seen. Shefford prayed that he might never meet this man. Finally he grew desperate. When he first arrived at the girl's home she would speak. She showed gladness, relief, and then straightway she dropped back into the shadow of her gloom. When he got up to go, then there was a wistfulness, an unspoken need, an unconscious reliance in her reluctant good night. Then the hour came when he reached his limit. He must begin his revelation. "You never ask me anything, let alone about myself," he said. "I'd like to hear," she replied timidly. Do I strike you as an unhappy man? No, indeed. Well, how do I strike you?" This was an entirely new tack he had veered to. "Very good and kind to us women," she said. "I don't know about that. If I am so, it doesn't bring me happiness. Do you remember what I told you once about my being a preacher, disgrace, ruin, and all that, and my rainbow chasing dream out here after a lost girl?" "I remember all you said," she replied, very low. "Listen." His voice was a little husky, but behind it there seemed a tide of resistless utterance. "Loss of faith and name did not send me to this wilderness. But I had love, love for that lost girl, Fay Larkin. I dreamed about her till I loved her. I dreamed that I would find her, my treasure, at the foot of a rainbow. Dreams. When you told me she was dead, I accepted that. There was truth in your voice. I respected your reticence. But something died in me then. I lost myself, the best of me, the good that might have uplifted me. I went away, down upon the barren desert, and there I rode and slept and grew into another and a harder man. Yet, strange to say, I never forgot her, though my dreams were done. As I toiled and suffered and changed, I loved her. If not her, the thought of her more and more. Now I have come back to these walled valleys, to the smell of pinyon, to the flowers in the nooks, to the wind on the heights, to the silence and loneliness and beauty. And here the dreams come back, and she is with me always. Her spirit is all that keeps me kind and good, as you say I am. But I suffer. I long for her alive. If I love her dead, how could I love her living? Always I torture myself with the vain dream that she might not be dead. I have never been anything but a dreamer, and here I go about my work by day and lie awake at night with that lost girl in my mind. I love her. Does that seem strange to you? But it would not if you understood. Think. I had lost faith, hope. I set myself a great work to find Fay Larkin. And by the fire and the iron and the blood that I felt it would cost to save her, some faith must come to me again. My work is undone. I've never saved her. But listen, how strange it is to feel now, as I let myself go, that just loving her and the living here in the wilderness that holds her somewhere have brought me hope again. Some faith must come too. It was through her that I met this Indian, Nas Ta Bega. He has saved my life, taught me much. What would I ever have learned of the naked and vast earth, of the sublimity of the wild uplands, of the storm and night and sun, if I had not followed a gleam she inspired? In my hunt for a lost girl, perhaps I wandered into a place where I shall find a God and my salvation. Do you marvel that I love Fay Larkin, that she is not dead to me? Do you marvel that I love her when I know, were she alive, chained in a cañon, or bound, or lost in any way, my destiny would lead me to her, and she should be saved? Shefford ended, overcome with emotion. In the dusk he could not see the girl's face, but the white form that had drooped so listlessly seemed now charged by some vitalizing current. He knew he had spoken irrationally. Still, he held it no dishonor to have told her he loved her as one dead. If she took that love to the secret heart of living Fay Larkin, then perhaps a spirit might light in her darkened soul. He had no thought yet that Fay Larkin might ever belong to him. He divined the crime. He had seen her agony. And this avowal of his was only one step toward her deliverance. Softly she rose, retreated into the shadow. "Forgive me if I disturb you, distress you," he said. "I wanted to tell you. She was somebody known to you. I am not happy. And are you happy? Let her memory be a bond between us. Good night." "Good night." Faint as the faintest whisper breathed her reply, and though it came from a child forced into womanhood, it whispered of girlhood not dead, of sweet incredulity, of amazed tumult, of a wondering, frantic desire to run and hide, of the bewilderment incident to a first hint of love. Shefford walked away into the darkness. The whisper filled his soul. Had a word of love ever been spoken to that girl? Never. Not the love which had been on his lips. Fay Larkin's lonely life spoke clearly in her whisper. End of chapter 12, part 1. Chapter 12, part 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Revelation, part 2. Next morning, as the sun gilded the looming peaks and shafts of gold slanted into the valley, she came swiftly down the path to the spring. Shefford paused in his task of chopping wood. Joe Lake, on his knees, with his big hands in a pan of dough, lifted his head to stare. She had left off the somber black hood, and although that made a vast difference in her, still it was not enough to account for what struck both men. "Good morning," she called brightly. They both answered, but not spontaneously. She stopped at the spring and with one sweep of her strong arm filled the bucket and lifted it. Then she started back down the path and, pausing opposite the camp, set the bucket down. "Joe, do you still pride yourself on your sourdough?" she asked. "Reckon I do," replied Joe with a grin. "I've heard your boasts, but never tasted your bread," she went on. "I'll ask you to eat with us some day." "Don't forget," she replied. And then shyly she looked at Shefford. She was like the fresh dawn, and the gold of the sun shone on her head. "Have you chopped all that wood so early?" she asked. "Sure," replied Shefford, laughing. "I have to get up early to keep Joe from doing all the camp chores." She smiled, and then to Shefford she seemed to gleam, to be radiant. "It'd be a lovely morning to climb way high." "Why, yes, it would," replied Shefford awkwardly. "I wish I didn't have my work." "Joe, will you climb with me some day?" "I should smile I will," declared Joe. "But I can run right up the walls." "I reckon. Mary, it wouldn't surprise me to see you fly." "Do you mean I'm like a cañon swallow or an angel?" Then, as Joe stared speechlessly, she said good by and, taking up the bucket, went on with her swift, graceful step. "She's perked up," said the Mormon, staring after her. "Never heard her say more than yes or no till now." "She did seem bright," replied Shefford. He was stunned. What had happened to her? Today this girl had not been Mary, the sealed wife, or the Sago Lily, alien among Mormon women. Then it flashed upon him. She was Fay Larkin. She who had regarded herself as dead had come back to life. In one short night what had transformed her? What had taken place in her heart? Shefford dared not accept nor allow lodgment in his mind a thrilling idea that he had made her forget her misery. "Shefford, did you ever see her like that?" asked Joe. "Never." "Haven't you something to do with it?" "Maybe I have. I hope so." "Reckon you've seen how she's faded since the trial." "No," replied Shefford swiftly. "But I've not seen her face in daylight since then." "Well, take my hunch," said Joe, soberly. "She's begun to fade like the cañon lily when it's broken. And she's going to die unless " "Why, man!" ejaculated Shefford. "Didn't you see " "Sure I see," interrupted the Mormon. "I see a lot you don't. She's so white you can look through her. She's grown thin all in a week. She doesn't eat. Oh, I know, because I've made it my business to find out. It's no news to the women, but they'd like to see her die, and she will die unless " "My God!" exclaimed Shefford, huskily. I never noticed. I never thought. Joe, hasn't she any friends?" "Sure. You and Ruth and me. Maybe Nas Ta Bega, too. He watches her a good deal." "We can do so little when she needs so much." "Nobody can help her unless it's you," went on the Mormon. "That's plain talk. She seemed different this morning. Why, she was alive. She talked. She smiled. Shefford, if you cheer her up I'll go to hell for you." The big Mormon, on his knees, with his hands in a pan of dough and his shirt all covered with flour, presented an incongruous figure of a man actuated by pathos and passion. Yet the contrast made his emotion all the simpler and stronger. Shefford grew closer to Joe in that moment. "Why do you think I can cheer her up, help her?" queried Shefford. "I don't know. But she's different with you. It's not that you're a Gentile, though, for all the women are crazy about you. You talk to her. You have power over her. Shefford, I feel that. She's only a kid." "Who is she, Joe? Where did she come from?" asked Shefford, very low, with his eyes cast down. "I don't know. I can't find out. Nobody knows. It's a mystery to all the younger Mormons, anyway." Shefford burned to ask questions about the Mormon whose sealed wife the girl was, but he respected Joe too much to take advantage of him in a poignant moment like this. Besides, it was only jealousy that made him burn to know the Mormon's identity, and jealousy had become a creeping, insidious, growing fire. He would be wise not to add fuel to it. He rejected many things before he thought of one that he could voice to his friend. "Joe, it's only her body that belongs to her soul is lost to." "John Shefford, let that go. My mind's tired. I've been taught so and so, and I'm not bright. But, after all, men are much alike. The thing with you and me is this: we don't want to see her grave." Love spoke there. The Mormon had seized upon the single elemental point that concerned him and his friend in their relation to this unfortunate girl. His simple, powerful statement united them. It gave the lie to his hint of denseness. It stripped the truth naked. It was such a wonderful, thought-provoking statement that Shefford needed time to ponder how deep the Mormon was. To what limit would he go? Did he mean that here, between two men who loved the same girl, class, duty, honor, creed were nothing if they stood in the way of her deliverance and her life? "Joe Lake, you Mormons are impossible," said Shefford, deliberately. "You don't want to see her grave. So long as she lives, remains on the earth, white and gold like the flower you call her, that's enough for you. It's her body you think of, and that's the great and horrible error in your religion. But death of soul is infinitely worse than death of body. I have been thinking of her soul. So here we stand, you and I, you to save her life, I to save her soul. What will you do?" "Why, John, I'd turn Gentile," he said, with terrible softness. It was a softness that scorned Shefford for asking, and likewise it flung defiance at his creed and into the face of hell. Shefford felt the sting and the exaltation. "And I'd be a Mormon," he said. "All right, we understand each other. Reckon there won't be any call for such extremes. I haven't an idea what you mean, what can be done. But I say go slow, so we won't all find graves. First cheer her up somehow. Make her want to live. But go slow, John, and don't be with her late." That night Shefford found her waiting for him in the moonlight, a girl who was as transparent as crystal clear water, who had left off the somber gloom with the black hood, who tremulously embraced happiness without knowing it, who was one moment timid and wild like a half-frightened fawn, and the next exquisitely half-conscious of what it meant to be thought dead, but to be alive, to be awakening, wondering, palpitating, and to be loved. Shefford lived the hour as a dream and went back to the quiet darkness under the cedars to lie wide-eyed, trying to recall all she had said, for she had talked as if utterance had long been dammed behind a barrier of silence. There followed other hours like that one, indescribable hours, so sweet they stung, and in which, keeping pace with his love, was the nobler stride of a spirit that more every day lightened her burden. The thing he had to do sooner or later was to tell her he knew she was Fay Larkin, not dead, but alive, and that, not love nor religion, but sacrifice, nailed her down to her martyrdom. Many and many a time he had tried to force himself to tell her, only to fail. He hated to risk ending this sweet, strange, thoughtless, girlish mood of hers. It might not be soon won back, perhaps never. How could he tell her what chains bound her? And so, as he vacillated between Joe's cautious advice to go slow and his own pity, the days and weeks slipped by. One haunting fear kept him sleepless half the night and sick even in his dreams, and it was that the Mormon whose sealed wife she was might come, surely would come, some night. Shefford could bear it, but what would the visit do to Fay Larkin? Shefford instinctively feared the awakening in the girl of womanhood, of deeper insight, of a spiritual realization of what she was, of a physical dawn. He might have spared himself needless torture. One day Joe Lake eyed him with penetrating glance. "Reckon you don't have to sleep right on that Stonebridge trail," said the Mormon significantly. Shefford felt the blood burn his neck and face. He had pulled his tarpaulin closer to the trail, and his motive was an open page to the keen Mormon. "Why?" asked Shefford. "There won't be any Mormons riding in here soon, by night, to visit the women," replied Joe bluntly. "Haven't you figured there might be government spies watching the trails?" "No, I haven't." "Well, take a hunch, then," added the Mormon gruffly, and Shefford divined, as well as if he had been told, that warning word had gone to Stonebridge, gone despite the fact that Nas Ta Bega had reported every trail free of watchers. There was no sign of any spies, cowboys, outlaws, or Indians in the vicinity of the valley. A passionate gratitude to the Mormon overcame Shefford, and the unreasonableness of it, the nature of it, perturbed him greatly. But something hammered into his brain. If he loved one of these sealed wives, how could he help being jealous? The result of Joe's hint was that Shefford put off the hour of revelation, lived in his dream, helped the girl grow farther and farther away from her trouble, until that inevitable hour arrived when he was driven by accumulated emotion as much as the exigency of the case. He had not often walked with her beyond the dark shade of the pinyons round the cottage, but this night, when he knew he must tell her, he led her away down the path through the cedar grove to the west end of the valley, where it was wild and lonely and sad and silent. The moon was full, and the great peaks were crowned as with snow. A coyote uttered his cutting cry. There were a few melancholy notes from a night bird of the stone walls. The air was clear and cold, with a tang of frost in it. Shefford gazed about him at the vast, uplifted, insulating walls, and that feeling of his, which was more than a sense, told him how walls like these, and the silence and shadow and mystery, had been nearly all of Fay Larkin's life. He felt them all in her. He stopped out in the open near the line where dark shadow of the wall met the silver moonlight on the grass, and here, by a huge flat stone where he had come often alone and sometimes with Ruth, he faced Fay Larkin in the spirit to tell her gently that he knew her, and sternly to force her secret from her. "Am I your friend?" he began. "Ah, my only friend," she said. "Do you trust me, believe I mean well by you, want to help you?" "Yes, indeed." Well, then, let me speak of you. You know one topic we've never touched upon. You." She was silent, and looked wonderingly, a little fearfully, at him, as if vague, disturbing thoughts were entering the fringe of her mind. "Our friendship is a strange one, is it not?" he went on. "How do I know? I never had any other friendship. What do you mean by strange?" "Well, I'm a young man. You're a married woman. We are together a good deal, and like to be." "Why is that strange?" she asked. Suddenly Shefford realized that there was nothing strange in what was natural. A remnant of sophistication clung to him, and that had spoken. He needed to speak to her in a way which in her simplicity she would understand. "Never mind strange. Say that I am interested in you, and, as you're not happy, I want to help you. And say that your neighbors are curious and oppose my idea. Why do they?" "They're jealous and want you themselves," she replied, with sweet directness. "They've said things I don't understand. But I felt they hated in me what would be all right in themselves." Here to simplicity she added truth and wisdom, as an Indian might have expressed them. Shame was unknown to her, and she had as yet only vague perceptions of love and passion. Shefford began to realize the quickness of her mind, that she was indeed awakening. "They are jealous, were jealous, before I ever came here. That's only human nature. I was trying to get to a point. Your neighbors are curious. They oppose me. They hate you. It's all bound up in the fact of your difference from them, your youth, beauty, that you're not a Mormon, that you nearly betrayed their secret at the trial in Stonebridge." "Please, please don't speak of that," she faltered. "But I must," he replied swiftly. "That trial was a torture to you. It revealed so much to me. I know you are a sealed wife. I know there has been a crime. I know you've sacrificed yourself. I know that love and religion have nothing to do with what you are. Now, is not all that true?" "I must not tell," she whispered. "But I shall make you tell," he replied, and his voice rang. "Oh no, you cannot," she said. "I can, with just one word." Her eyes were great, starry, shadowy gulfs, dark in the white beauty of her face. She was calm now. She had strength. She invited him to speak the word, and the wistful, tremulous quiver of her lips was for his earnest thought of her. "Wait a little," said Shefford, unsteadily. "I'll come to that presently. Tell me this. Have you ever thought of being free?" "Free?" she echoed, and there was singular depth and richness in her voice. That was the first spark of fire he had struck from her. "Long ago, the minute I was unwatched. I'd have leaped from a wall had I dared. Oh, I wasn't afraid. I'd love to die that way. But I never dared." "Why?" queried Shefford, piercingly. She was silent then. "Suppose I offered to give you freedom that meant life?" "I couldn't take it." "Why?" "Oh, my friend, don't ask me any more." "I know. I can see. You want to tell me. You need to tell me." "But I daren't." "Won't you trust me?" "I do. I do." "Then tell me." "No, no, oh, no." The moment had come. How sad, tragic, yet glorious for him! It would be like a magic touch upon this lovely, cold, white ghost of Fay Larkin, transforming her into a living, breathing girl. He held his love as a thing aloof and, as such, intangible because of the living death she believed she lived. It had no warmth and intimacy for them. What might it not become with a lightning flash of revelation? He dreaded, yet he was driven to speak. He waited, swallowing hard, fighting the tumultuous storm of emotion, and his eyes dimmed. "What did I come to this country for?" he asked, suddenly, in ringing, powerful voice. "To find a girl," she whispered. "I found her." She began to shake. He saw a white hand go to her breast. "Where is Surprise Valley? How were you taken from Jane Withersteen and Lassiter? I know they're alive, but where?" She seemed to turn to stone. "Fay Larkin, I know you!" he cried, brokenly. She slipped off the stone to her knees, swayed forward blindly, with her hands reaching out, her head falling back to let the moon fall full upon the beautiful, snow-white, tragically convulsed face. End of chapter 12, part 2. Chapter 13, part 1 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Surprise Valley, part 1. Oh, I remember so well. Even now I dream of it sometimes. I hear the roll and crash of falling rock like thunder. We rode and rode. Then the horses fell. Uncle Jim took me in his arms and started up the cliff. Mother Jane climbed close after us. They kept looking back. Down there in the gray valley came the Mormons. I see the first one now. He rode a white horse. That was Tull. Oh, I remember so well. And I was 5 or 6 years old. We climbed up and up into the dark cañon and wound in and out. Then there was the narrow white trail, straight up, with little cut steps and the great red ruined walls. I looked down over Uncle Jim's shoulder. I saw Mother Jane dragging herself up. Uncle Jim's blood spotted the trail. He reached a flat place at the top and fell with me. Mother Jane crawled up to us. Then she cried out and pointed. Tull was way below, climbing the trail. His men came behind him. Uncle Jim went to a great, tall rock and leaned against it. There was a bloody hole in his hand. He pushed the rock. It rolled down, banging the loose walls. They crashed and crashed. Then all was terrible thunder and red smoke. I couldn't hear. I couldn't see. Uncle Jim carried me down and down, out of the dark and dust, into a beautiful valley, all red and gold, with a wonderful arch of stone over the entrance. I don't remember well what happened then, for what seemed a long, long time. I could feel how the place looked, but not so clear as it is now in my dreams. I seemed to see myself with the dogs, and with Mother Jane, learning my letters, marking with red stone on the walls. But I remember now how I felt when I first understood we were shut in forever, shut in Surprise Valley where Venters had lived so long. I was glad. The Mormons would never get me. I was 7 or 8 years old then. From that time all is clear in my mind. Venters had left supplies and tools and grain and cattle and burros, so we had a good start to begin life there. He had killed off the wildcats and kept the coyotes out, so the rabbits and quail multiplied till there were thousands of them. We raised corn and fruit and stored what we didn't use. Mother Jane taught me to read and write with the soft red stone that marked well on the walls. The years passed. We kept track of time pretty well. Uncle Jim's hair turned white, and Mother Jane grew gray. Every day was like the one before. Mother Jane cried sometimes, and Uncle Jim was sad because they could never be able to get me out of the valley. It was long before they stopped looking and listening for someone. Venters would come back, Uncle Jim always said, but Mother Jane did not think so. I loved Surprise Valley. I wanted to stay there always. I remembered Cottonwoods, how the children there hated me, and I didn't want to go back. The only unhappy time I ever had in the valley were when Ring and Whitey, my dogs, grew old and died. I roamed the valley. I climbed to every nook upon the mossy ledges. I learned to run up the steep cliffs. I could almost stick on the straight walls. Mother Jane called me a wild girl. We had put away the clothes we wore when we got there, to save them, and we made clothes of skins. I always laughed when I thought of my little dress, how I grew out of it. I think Uncle Jim and Mother Jane talked less as the years went by. And after I learned all she could teach me, we didn't talk much. I used to scream into the caves just to hear my voice, and the echoes would frighten me. The older I grew, the more I was alone. I was always running round the valley. I would climb to a high place and sit there for hours, doing nothing. I just watched and listened. I used to stay in the cliff dwellers' caves and wonder about them. I loved to be out in the wind, and my happiest time was in the summer storms with the thunder echoes under the walls. At evening it was such a quiet place. After the night bird's cry, no sound. The quiet made me sad, but I loved it. I loved to watch the stars as I lay awake. So it was beautiful and happy for me there till 2 years or more ago there was a bad storm, and one of the great walls caved. The walls were always weathering, slipping. Many and many a time have I heard the rumble of an avalanche, but most of them were in other cañon. This slide in the valley made it possible, Uncle Jim said, for men to get down into the valley, but we could not climb out unless helped from above. Uncle Jim never rested well after that, but it never worried me. One day, over a year ago, while I was across the valley, I heard strange shouts and then screams. I ran to our camp. I came upon men with ropes and guns. Uncle Jim was tied, and a rope was round his neck. Mother Jane was lying on the ground. I thought she was dead until I heard her moan. I was not afraid. I screamed and flew at Uncle Jim to tear the ropes off him. The men held me back. They called me a pretty cat. Then they talked together, and some were for hanging Lassiter. That was the first time I ever knew any name for him but Uncle Jim. And some were for leaving him in the valley. Finally they decided to hang him. But Mother Jane pleaded so, and I screamed and fought so that they left off. Then they went away, and we saw them climb out of the valley. Uncle Jim said they were Mormons, and some among them had been born in cottonwoods. I was not told why they had such a terrible hate for him. He said they would come back and kill him. Uncle Jim had no guns to fight with. We watched and watched. In 5 days they did come back with more men, and some of them wore black masks. They came to our cave with ropes and guns. One was tall. He had a cruel voice. The others ran to obey him. I could see white hair and sharp eyes behind the mask. The men caught me and brought me before him. He said Lassiter had killed many Mormons. He said Lassiter had killed his father and should be hanged. But Lassiter would be let live, and Mother Jane could stay with him, both prisoners there in the valley. If I would marry the Mormon, I must marry him, accept the Mormon faith, and bring up my children as Mormons. If I refused, they would hang Lassiter, leave the heretic Jane Withersteen alone in the valley, and take me and break me to their rule. I agreed, but Mother Jane absolutely forbade me to marry him. Then the Mormons took me away. It nearly killed me to leave Uncle Jim and Mother Jane. I was carried and lifted out of the valley and rode a long way on a horse. They brought me here, to the cabin where I live, and I have never been away, except that time to Stonebridge. Only little by little did I learn my position. Bishop Kane was kind but stern, because I could not be quick to learn the faith. I am not a sealed wife, but they're trying to make me one. The master Mormon, he visited me often at night till lately. He threatened me. He never told me a name except St. George. I don't know him, except his voice. I never saw his face in the light. Fay Larkin ended her story. Toward its close, Shefford had grown involuntarily restless, and when her last tragic whisper ceased all his body seemed shaken with the terrible violence of his joy. He strode to and fro in the dark shadow of the stone. The receding blood left him cold, with a pricking, sickening sensation over his body, but there seemed to be an overwhelming tide accumulating deep in his breast, a tide of passion and pain. He dominated the passion, but the ache remained, and he returned to the quiet figure on the stone. "Fay Larkin!" he exclaimed, with a deep breath of relief that the secret was disclosed. "So you're not a wife. You're free. Thank heaven! But I felt it was sacrifice. I knew there had been a crime. For crime it is. You child, you can't understand what crime. Oh, I almost wish you and Jane and Lassiter had never been found. But that's wrong of me. 1 year of agony that shall not ruin your life. Fay, I will take you away." "Where?" she whispered. "Away from this Mormon country to the east," he replied, and he spoke of what he had known, of travel, of cities, of people, of happiness possible for a young girl who had spent all her life hidden between the narrow walls of a silent, lonely valley. He spoke swiftly and eloquently till he lost his breath. There was an instant of flashing wonder and joy on her white face, and then the radiance paled, the glow died. Her soul was the darker for that one strange, leaping glimpse of a glory not for such as she. "I must stay here," she said, shudderingly. "Fay, how strange to say Fay aloud to you! Fay, do you know the way to Surprise Valley?" "I don't know where it is, but I could go straight to it," she replied. "Take me there. Show me your beautiful valley. Let me see where you ran and climbed and spent so many lonely years." "Ah, how I'd love to, but I dare not. And why should you want me to take you? We can run and climb here." "I want to. I mean to save Jane Withersteen and Lassiter," he declared. She uttered a little cry of pain. "Save them?" "Yes, save them. Get them out of the valley. Take them out of the country, far away, where they and you " "But I can't go," she wailed. "I'm afraid. I'm bound. It can't be broken. If I dared if I tried to go they would catch me. They would hang Uncle Jim and leave Mother Jane alone there to starve." "Fay, Lassiter and Jane both will starve. At least they will die there if we do not save them. You have been terribly wronged. You're a slave. You're not a wife." "They said I'd be burned in hell if I don't marry him. Mother Jane never taught me about God. I don't know. But he said God was there. I dare not break it." "Fay, you have been deceived by old men. Let them have their creed, but you mustn't accept it." "John, what is God to you?" "Dear child, I am not sure of that myself," he replied, huskily. "When all this trouble is behind us, surely I can help you to understand, and you can help me. The fact that you are alive, that Lassiter and Jane are alive, that I shall save you all, that lifts me up. I tell you, Fay Larkin will be my salvation." "Your words trouble me. Oh, I shall be torn one way and another. But, John, I daren't run away. I will not tell you where to find Lassiter and Mother Jane." "I shall find them. I have the Indian. He found you for me. Nas Ta Bega will find Surprise Valley." "Nas Ta Bega? Oh, I remember. There was an Indian with the Mormons who found us, but he was a Piute." "Nas Ta Bega never told me how he learned about you. That he learned was enough. And, Fay, he will find Surprise Valley. He will save Uncle Jim and Mother Jane." Fay's hands clasped Shefford's in strong, trembling pressure. The tears streamed down her white cheeks. A tragic and eloquent joy convulsed her face. "Oh, my friend, save them. But I can't go. Let them keep me. Let him kill me." "Him? Fay, he shall not harm you," replied Shefford in passionate earnestness. She caught the hand he had struck out with. "You talk you look like Uncle Jim when he spoke of the Mormons," she said. "Then I used to be afraid of him. He was so different. John, you must not do anything about me. Let me be. It's too late. He and his men, they would hang you. And I couldn't bear that. I've enough to bear without losing my friend. Say you won't watch and wait for him." Shefford had to promise her. Like an Indian, she gave expression to primitive feeling, for it certainly never occurred to her that, whatever Shefford might do, he was not the kind of man to wait in hiding for an enemy. Fay had faltered through her last speech and was now weak and nervous and frightened. Shefford took her back to the cabin. "Fay, don't be distressed," he said. "I won't do anything right away. You can trust me. I won't be rash. I'll consult you before I make a move. I haven't any idea what I could do, anyway. You must bear up. Why, it looks as if you're sorry I found you." "Oh, I'm glad," she whispered. "Then if you're glad, you mustn't break down this way again. Suppose some of the women happen to run into us." "I won't again. It's only you. You surprised me. I used to think how I'd like you to know I wasn't really dead. But now it's different. It hurts me here. Yet I'm glad, if my being alive makes you a little happier." Shefford felt that he had to go then. He could not trust himself any further. "Good night, Fay," he said. "Good night, John," she whispered. "I promise to be good to morrow." She was crying softly when he left her. Twice he turned to see the dim, white, slender form against the gloom of the cabin. Then he went on under the pinyons, blindly down the path, with his heart as heavy as lead. That night, as he rolled in his blanket and stretched wearily, he felt that he would never be able to sleep. The wind in the cedars made him shiver. The great stars seemed relentless, passionless, white eyes, mocking his little destiny and his pain. The huge shadow of the mountain resembled the shadow of the insurmountable barrier between Fay and him. Her pitiful, childish promise to be good was in his mind when he went to her home on the next night. He wondered how she would be, and he realized a desperate need of self-control. But that night Fay Larkin was a different girl. In the dark, before she spoke, he felt a difference that afforded him surprise and relief. He greeted her as usual, and then it seemed, though not at all clearly, that he was listening to a girl strangely and unconsciously glad to see him, who spoke with deeper note in her voice, who talked where always she had listened, whose sadness was there under an eagerness, a subdued gaiety as new to her, as sweet as it was bewildering. And he responded with emotion, so that the hour passed swiftly, and he found himself back in camp, in a kind of dream, unable to remember much of what she had said, sure of only this strange sweetness suddenly come to her. Upon the following night, however, he discovered what had wrought this singular change in Fay Larkin. She loved him, and she did not know it. How passionately sweet and sad and painful was that realization for Shefford. The hour spent with her then was only a moment. He walked under the stars that night, and they shed a glorious light upon him. He tried to think, to plan, but the sweetness of remembered word or look made mental effort almost impossible. He got as far as the thought that he would do well to drift, to wait till she learned she loved him, and then, perhaps, she could be persuaded to let him take her and Lassiter and Jane away together. And from that night he went at his work and the part he played in the village with a zeal and a cunning that left him free to seek Fay when he chose. End of chapter 13, part 1. Chapter 13, part 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Surprise Valley, part 2. Sometimes in the afternoon, always for a while in the evening, he was with her. They climbed the walls and sat upon a lonely height to look afar. They walked under the stars and the cedars and the shadows of the great cliffs. She had a beautiful mind. Listening to her, he imagined he saw down into beautiful Surprise Valley, with all its weird shadows, its colored walls and painted caves, its golden shafts of morning light and the red haze at sunset. And he felt the silence that must have been there, and the singing of the wind in the cliffs, and the sweetness and fragrance of the flowers, and the wildness of it all. Love had worked a marvelous transformation in this girl who had lived her life in a cañon. The burden upon her did not weigh heavily. She could not have an unhappy thought. She spoke of the village, of her Mormon companions, of daily happenings, of Stonebridge, of many things in a matter-of-fact way that showed how little they occupied her mind. She even spoke of sealed wives in a kind of dreamy abstraction. Something had possession of her, something as strong as the nature which had developed her, and in its power she in her simplicity was utterly unconscious, a watching and feeling girl. A strange, witching, radiant beauty lurked in her smile, and Shefford heard her laugh in his dreams. The weeks slipped by. The Black Mountain took on a white cap of snow. In the early morning there was ice in the crevices on the heights and frost in the valley. In the sheltered cañon where sunshine seemed to linger, it was warm and pleasant, so that the winter did not kill the flowers. Shefford waited so long for Fay's awakening that he believed it would never come, and believing, he had not the heart to force it upon her. Then there was a growing fear with him. What would Fay Larkin do when she awakened to the truth? Fay was indeed like that white and fragile lily which bloomed in the silent, lonely cañon. But the same nature that had created it had created her. Would she droop as the lily would in a furnace blast? More than that, he feared a sudden flashing into life of strength, power, passion, hate. She did not hate yet, because she did not yet realize love. She was utterly innocent of any wrong having been done her. More and more he began to fear, and a foreboding grew upon him. He made up his mind to broach the subject of Surprise Valley and of escaping with Lassiter and Jane. Still, every time he was with Fay, the girl and her beauty and her love were so wonderful that he put off the ordeal till the next night. As time flew by, he excused his vacillation on the score that winter was not a good time to try to cross the desert. There was no grass for the mustangs, except in well-known valleys, and these he must shun. Spring would soon come. So the days passed, and he loved Fay more all the time, desperately living out to its limits the sweetness of every moment with her, and paying for his bliss in the increasing trouble that beset him when once away from her charm. One starry night about 10 o'clock he went, as was his custom, to drink at the spring. Upon his return to the cedars, Nas Ta Bega, who slept under the same tree with him, had arisen with his blanket hanging half off his shoulder. "Listen," said the Indian. Shefford took one glance at the dark, somber face with its inscrutable eyes, now so strange and piercing, and then, with a kind of cold excitement, he faced the way the Indian looked and listened. But he heard only the soft moan of the night wind in the cedars. Nas Ta Bega kept the rigidity of his position for a moment, and then he relaxed and stood at ease. Shefford knew The Indian had made a certainty of what must have been a doubtful sound. And Shefford leaned his ear to the wind and strained his hearing. Then the soft night breeze brought a faint patter, the slow trot of horses on a hard trail. Someone was coming into the village at a late hour. Shefford thought of Joe Lake, but Joe lay right behind him, asleep in his blankets. It could not be Withers, for the trader was in Durango at that time. Shefford thought of Willetts and Shadd. "Who's coming?" he asked low of the Indian. Nas Ta Bega pointed down the trail without speaking. Shefford peered through the white dim haze of starlight, and presently he made out moving figures, horses with riders, a string of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he counted up to 11. 11 horsemen riding into the village. He was amazed and suddenly keenly anxious. This visit might be one of Shadd's raids. "Shadd's gang?" he whispered. "No, Bi Nai," replied Nas Ta Bega, and he drew Shefford farther into the shade of the cedars. His voice, his action, the way he kept a hand on Shefford's shoulder, all this told much to the young man. Mormons come on a night visit? Shefford realized it with a shock. Then swift as a lightning flash he was rent by another shock, one that brought cold moisture to his brow and to his heart a flame of hell. He was shaking when he sank down to find the support of a log. Like a shadow the Indian silently moved away. Shefford watched the 11 horses pass the camp, go down the road, to disappear in the village. They vanished, and the soft clip-clops of hoofs died away. There was nothing left to prove he had not dreamed. Nothing to prove it except this sudden, terrible demoralization of his physical and spiritual being. While he peered out into the valley toward the black patch of cedars and pinyons that hid the cabins, moments and moments passed, and in them he was gripped with cold and fire. Was the Mormon who had abducted Fay, the man with the cruel voice, was he among those 11 horsemen? He might not have been. What a torturing hope! But vain, vain, for inevitably he must be among them. He was there in the cabin already. He had dismounted, tied his horse, and knocked on her door. Did he need to knock? No, he would go in. He would call her in that cruel voice. And then... Shefford pulled a blanket from his bed and covered his cold and trembling body. He had sunk down off the log, was leaning back upon it. The stars were pale, far off, and the valley seemed unreal. He found himself listening, listening with sick and terrible earnestness, trying to hear against the thrum and beat of his heart, straining to catch a sound in all that cold, star-blanched, silent valley. But he could hear no sound. It was as if death held the valley in its perfect silence. How he hated that silence! There ought to have been a million horrible, bellowing demons making the night hideous. Did the stars serenely look down upon the lonely cabin of these exiles? Was there no thunderbolt to drop down from that dark and looming mountain upon the silent cabin where tragedy had entered? In all the world, under the sea, in the abysmal caves, in the vast spaces of air, there was no such terrible silence as this. A scream, a long cry, a moan, these were natural to a woman. And why did not one of these sealed wives, why did not Fay Larkin damn this everlasting acquiescent silence? Perhaps she would fly out of her cabin, come running along the path. Shefford peered into the bright patches of starlight and into the shadows of the cedars, but he saw no moving form in the open, no dim white shape against the gloom, and he heard no sound, not even a whisper of wind in the branches overhead. Nas Ta Bega returned to the shade of the cedars, and lying down on his blankets, covered himself and went to sleep. The fact seemed to bring bitter reality to Shefford. Nothing was going to happen. The valley was to be the same this night as any other night. Shefford accepted the truth. He experienced a kind of self-pity. The night he had thought so much about, prepared for, and had forgotten, had now arrived. Then he threw another blanket round him, and cold, dark, grim, he faced that lonely vigil, meaning to sit there, wide-eyed, to endure and to wait. Jealousy and pain, following his frenzy, abided with him long hours, and when they passed he divined that selfishness passed with them. What he suffered then was for Fay Larkin and for her sisters in misfortune. He grew big enough to pity these fanatics. The fiery racing tide of blood that had made of him only an animal had cooled with thought of others. Still, he feared the stultifying thing which must have been hate. What a tempest had raged within him! This blood of his, that had received a stronger strain from his desert life, might in a single moment flood out reason and intellect and make him a vengeful man. So in those starlit hours that dragged interminably, he looked deep into his heart and tried to fortify himself against the dark and evil moment to come. Midnight, and the valley seemed a tomb. Did he alone keep wakeful? The sky was a darker blue. The stars burned a whiter fire. The peaks stood looming and vast, tranquil sentinels of that valley. And the wind rose to sigh, to breathe, to mourn through the cedars. It was a sad music. The Indian lay prone, dark face to the stars. Joe Lake lay prone, sleeping as quietly, with his dark face exposed to the starlight. The gentle movement of the cedar branches changed the shape of the bright patches on the grass where shadow and light met. The walls of the valley waved upward, dark below and growing paler, to shine faintly at the rounded rims. And there was a tiny, silvery tinkle of running water over stones. Here was a little nook of the vast world. Here were tranquility, beauty, music, loneliness, life. Shefford wondered, did he alone keep watchful? Did he feel that he could see dark, wide eyes peering into the gloom? And it came to him after a time that he was not alone in his vigil, nor was Fay Larkin alone in her agony. There was someone else in the valley, a great and breathing and watchful spirit. It entered into Shefford's soul, and he trembled. What had come to him? And he answered only added pain and new love and a strange strength from the firmament and the peaks and the silence and the shadows. The bright belt with its 3 radiant stars sank behind the western wall, and there was a paler gloom upon the valley. Then a few lights twinkled in the darkness that enveloped the cabins. A woman's laugh strangely broke the silence, profaning it, giving the lie to that somber yoke which seemed to consist of the very shadows. The voices of men were heard, and then the slow clip-clop of trotting horses on the hard trail. Shefford saw the Mormons file out into the paling starlight, ride down the valley, and vanish in the gray gloom. He was aware that the Indians sat up to watch the procession ride by, and that Joe turned over as if disturbed. One by one the stars went out. The valley became a place of gray shadows. In the east a light glowed. Shefford sat there, haggard and worn, watching the coming of the dawn, the kindling of the light, and had the power been his, the dawn would never have broken and the rose and gold never have tipped the lofty peaks. Shefford attended to his camp chores as usual. Several times he was aware of Joe's close scrutiny, and finally, without looking at him, Shefford told of the visit of the Mormons. A violent expulsion of breath was Joe's answer, and it might have been a curse. Straightway Joe ceased his cheery whistling and became as somber as the Indian. The camp was silent. The men did not look at one another. While they sat at breakfast, Shefford's back was turned toward the village. He had not looked in that direction since dawn. "Ugh!" suddenly exclaimed Nas Ta Bega. Joe Lake muttered low and deep, and this time there was no mistake about the nature of his speech. Shefford did not have the courage to turn to see what had caused these exclamations. He knew since today had dawned that there was calamity in the air. "Shefford, I reckon if I know women there's a little hell coming to you," said the Mormon, significantly. Shefford wheeled as if a powerful force had turned him on a pivot. He saw Fay Larkin. She seemed to be almost running. She was unhooded, and her bright hair streamed down. Her swift, lithe action was without its usual grace. She looked wild, and she almost fell crossing the stepping stones of the brook. Joe hurried to meet her, took hold of her arm, and spoke, but she did not seem to hear him. She drew him along with her, up the little bench under the cedars, straight toward Shefford. Her face held a white, mute agony, as if in the hour of strife it had hardened into marble. But her eyes were dark purple fire, windows of an extraordinary intense and vital life. In one night the girl had become a woman. But the blight Shefford had dreaded to see, the withering of the exquisite soul and spirit and purity he had considered inevitable, just as inevitable as the death of something similar in the flower she resembled when it was broken and defiled, nothing of this was manifest in her. Straight and swiftly she came to him back in the shade of the cedars and took hold of his hands. "Last night he came," she said. "Yes, Fay, I know," replied Shefford, haltingly. He was tremblingly conscious of amaze at her, of something wonderful in her. She did not heed Joe, who stepped aside a little. She did not see Nas Ta Bega, who sat motionless on a log, apparently oblivious to her presence. "You knew he came?" "Yes, Fay. I was awake when they rode in. I watched them. I sat up all the night. I saw them ride away." "If you knew when he came, why didn't you run to me to get to me before he did?" Her question was unanswerable. It had the force of a blow. It stunned him. Its sharp, frank directness sprang from a simplicity and a strength that had not been nurtured in the life he had lived. So far men had wandered from truth and nature. "I came to you as soon as I was able," she went on. "I must have fainted. I just had to drag myself around. And now I can tell you." He was powerless to reply, as if she had put another unanswerable question. What did she mean to tell him? What might she not tell him? She loosed her hands from his and lifted them to his shoulders, and that was the first conscious action of feeling, of intimacy, which she had ever shown. It quite robbed Shefford of strength, and in spite of his sorrow there was an indefinable thrill in her touch. He looked at her, saw the white and gold beauty that was hers yesterday and seemed changed today. And he recognized Fay Larkin in a woman he did not know. "Listen. He came." "Fay, don't tell me," interrupted Shefford. "I will tell you," she said. Did the instinct of love teach her how to mitigate his pain? Shefford felt that, as he felt the newborn strength in her. "Listen," she went on. "He came when I was undressing for bed. I heard the horse. He knocked on the door. Something terrible happened to me then. I felt sick and my head wasn't clear. I remember next his being in the room. The lamp was out. I couldn't see very well. He thought I was sick and he gave me a drink and he let the air blow in on me through the window. I remember I lay back in the chair and I thought and I listened. When would you come? I didn't feel that you could leave me there alone with him. For his coming was different this time. That pain like a blade in my side, when it came, I was not the same. I loved you. I understood then. I belonged to you. I couldn't let him touch me. I had never been his wife. When I realized this, that he was there, that you might suffer for it, I cried right out. He thought I was sick. He worked over me. He gave me medicine. And then he prayed. I saw him in the dark on his knees praying for me. That seemed strange. Yet he was kind, so kind that I begged him to let me go. I was not a Mormon. I couldn't marry him. I begged him to let me go. Then he thought I had been deceiving him. He fell into a fury. He talked for a long time. He called upon God to visit my sins upon me. He tried to make me pray, but I wouldn't. And then I fought him. I'd have screamed for you had he not smothered me. I got weak, and you never came. I know I thought you would come, but you didn't. Then I gave out, and after some time I must have fainted." "Fay, for heaven's sake, how could I come to you?" burst out Shefford, hoarse and white with remorse, passion, pain. "If I'm any man's wife it's yours. It's a thing you feel, isn't it? I know that now, but I want to know what to do." "Fay!" he cried, huskily. "I'm sick of it all. If it weren't for you I'd climb the wall and throw myself off. That would be easy for me. I'd love to die that way. All my life I've been high up on the walls. To fall would be nothing." "Oh, you mustn't talk like that." "Do you love me?" she asked, with a low and deathless sweetness. "Love you? With all my heart. Nothing can change that." "Do you want me as you used to want the Fay Larkin lost in Surprise Valley? Do you love me that way? I understand things better than before, but still not all. I am Fay Larkin. I think I must have dreamed of you all my life. I was glad when you came here. I've been happy lately. I forgot till last night. Maybe it needed that to make me see I loved you all this time. And I fought him like a wildcat. Tell me the truth. I feel I'm yours. Is that true? If I'm not, I'll not live another hour. Something holds me up. I am the same. Do you want me?" "Yes, Fay Larkin, I want you," replied Shefford, steadily, with his grip on her arms. "Then take me away. I don't want to live here another hour." "Fay, I'll take you. But it can't be done at once. We must plan. I need help. There are Lassiter and Jane to get out of Surprise Valley. Give me time, dear. Give me time. It'll be a hard job, and we must plan so we can positively get away. Give me time, Fay." "Suppose he comes back?" she queried, with a singular depth of voice. "We'll have to risk that," replied Shefford, miserably. "But he won't come soon." "He said he would," she flashed. Shefford seemed to freeze inwardly with her words. Love had made her a woman, and now the woman in her was speaking. She saw the truth as he could not see it, and the truth was nature. She had been hidden all her life from the world, from knowledge as he had it. Yet when love betrayed her womanhood to her, she acquired all its subtlety. "If I wait and he does come, will you keep him from me?" she asked. "How can I? I'm staking all on the chance of his not coming soon. But, Fay, if he does come and I don't give up our secret, how on earth can I keep you from him?" demanded Shefford. "If you love me you will do it," she said, as simply as if she were fate. "But how?" cried Shefford, almost beside himself. "You are a man. Any man would save the woman who loves him from a beast. How would Lassiter do it?" "Lassiter?" "You can kill him." It was there, deep and full in her voice, the strength of the elemental forces that had surrounded her, primitive passion and hate and love, as they were in woman in the beginning. "My God!" Shefford cried aloud, with his spirit, when all that was red in him sprang again into a flame of hell. That was what had been wrong with him last night. He could kill this stealthy night rider, and now, face to face with Fay, who had never been so beautiful and wonderful as in this hour when she made love the only and the sacred thing of life, and now he had it in him to kill. Yet murder, Even to kill a brute, that was not for John Shefford, not the way for him to save a woman. Reason and wisdom still fought the passion in him. If he could but cling to them, have them with him in the dark and contending hour. She leaned against him now, exhausted, her soul in her eyes, and they saw only him. Shefford was all but powerless to resist the longing to take her into his arms, to hold her to his heart, to let himself go. Did not her love give her to him? Shefford gazed helplessly at the stricken Joe Lake, at the somber Indian, as if from them he expected help. "I know him now," said Fay, breaking the silence with startling suddenness. "What?" "I've seen him in the light. I flashed a candle in his face. I saw him. I know him now. He was there at Stonebridge with us, and I never knew him. But I know him now. His name is—" "For God's sake, don't tell me who he is," implored Shefford. Ignorance was Shefford's safeguard against himself. To make a name of this heretofore intangible man, to give him an identity apart from the crowd, to be able to recognize him, that for Shefford would be fatal. "Fay, tell me no more," he said, brokenly. "I love you and I will give you my life. Trust me. I swear I'll save you." "Will you take me away soon?" "Yes." She appeared satisfied with that, and dropped her hands and moved back from him. A light flitted over her white face, and her eyes grew dark and humid, losing their fire in changing, shadowing thought of submission, of trust, of hope. "I can lead you to Surprise Valley," she said. "I feel the way. It's there." And she pointed to the west. "Fay, we'll go soon. I must plan. I'll see you tonight. Then we'll talk. Run home now, before some of the women see you here." She said good bye and started away under the cedars, out into the open where her hair shone like gold in the sunlight, and she took the stepping stones with her old free grace and strode down the path swift and lithe as an Indian. Once she turned to wave a hand. Shefford watched her with a torture of pride, love, hope, and fear contending within him. End of chapter 13, part 2. Chapter 14 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Navajo. That morning a Piute rode into the valley. Shefford recognized him as the brave who had been in love with Glen Naspa. The moment Nas Ta Bega saw his visitor, he made a singular motion with his hands, a motion that somehow to Shefford suggested despair, and then he waited, somber and statuesque, for the messenger to come to him. It was the Piute who did all the talking, and that was brief. Then the Navajo stood motionless, with his hands crossed over his breast. Shefford drew near and waited. "Bi Nai," said the Navajo, "Nas Ta Bega said his sister would come home some day. Glen Naspa is in the hogan of her grandfather." He spoke in his usual slow, guttural voice, and he might have been bronze for all the emotion he expressed. Yet Shefford instinctively felt the despair that had been hinted to him, and he put his hand on the Indian's shoulder. "If I am the Navajo's brother, then I am brother to Glen Naspa," he said. "I will go with you to the hogan of Hosteen Doetin." Nas Ta Bega went away into the valley for the horses. Shefford hurried to the village, made his excuses at the school, and then called to explain to Fay that trouble of some kind had come to the Indian. Soon afterward he was riding Nack Yal on the rough and winding trail up through the broken country of cliffs and cañon to the great league-long sage and cedar slope of the mountain. It was weeks since he had ridden the mustang. Nack Yal was fat and lazy. He loved his master, but he did not like the climb, and so fell far behind the lean and wiry pony that carried Nas Ta Bega. The sage levels were as purple as the haze of the distance, and there was a bitter sweet tang on the strong, cool wind. The sun was gold behind the dark line of fringe on the mountain top. A flock of sheep swept down one of the sage levels, looking like a narrow stream of white and black and brown. It was always amazing for Shefford to see how swiftly these Navajo sheep grazed along. Wild mustangs plunged out of the cedar clumps and stood upon the ridges, whistling defiance or curiosity, and their manes and tails waved in the wind. Shefford mounted slowly to the cedar bench in the midst of which were hidden the few hogans, and he halted at the edge to dismount and take a look at the downward sleeping world of color, of wide space, at the wild desert upland from which there unrolled its magnificent panorama. Then he passed on into the cedars. How strange to hear the lambs bleating again! Lambing time had come early. But still spring was there in the new green of grass, in the bright upland flower. He led his mustang out of the cedars into the cleared circle. It was full of colts and lambs, and there were the shepherd dogs and a few old rams and ewes. But the circle was a quiet place this day. There were no Indians in sight. Shefford loosened the saddle girths on Nack yal, and leaving him to graze, went toward the hogan of Hosteen Doetin. A blanket was hung across the door. Shefford heard a low chanting. He waited beside the door till the covering was pulled in. Then he entered. Hosteen Doetin met him, clasped his hand. The old Navajo could not speak. His fine face was working in grief. Tears streamed from his dim old eyes and rolled down his wrinkled cheeks. His sorrow was no different from a white man's sorrow. Beyond him Shefford saw Nas Ta Bega standing with folded arms, somehow terrible in his somber impassiveness. At his feet crouched the old woman, Hosteen Doetin's wife, and beside her, prone and quiet, half covered with a blanket, lay Glen Naspa. She was dead. To Shefford she seemed older than when he had last seen her. And she was beautiful, calm, cold, dark, with only bitter lips to give the lie to peace. There was a story in those lips. At her side, half hidden under the fold of a blanket, lay a tiny bundle. Its human shape startled Shefford. Then he did not need to be told the tragedy. When he looked again at Glen Naspa's face, he seemed to understand all that had made her older, to feel the pain that had lined and set her lips. She was dead, and she was the last of Nas Ta Bega's family. In the old grandfather's agony, in the wild chants of the stricken grandmother, in the brother's stern and terrible calmness, Shefford felt more than the death of a loved one. The shadow of ruin, of doom, of death hovered over the girl and her family and her tribe and her race. There was no consolation to offer these relatives of Glen Naspa. Shefford took one more fascinated gaze at her dark, eloquent, prophetic face, at the tragic, tiny shape by her side, and then, with bowed head, he left the hogan. Outside, he paced to and fro with an aching heart for Nas Ta Bega, with something of the white man's burden of crime toward the Indian weighing upon his soul. Old Hosteen Doetin came to him with shaking hands and words memorable of the time Glen Naspa left his hogan. "Me no savvy Jesus Christ. Me hungry. Me no eat Jesus Christ." That seemed to be all of his trouble that he could express to Shefford. He could not understand the religion of the missionary, this Jesus Christ who had called his granddaughter away. And the great fear of an old Indian was not death, but hunger. Shefford remembered a custom of the Navajos, a thing barbarous looked at with a white man's mind. If an old Indian failed on a long march, he was enclosed by a wall of stones, given plenty to eat and drink, and left there to die in the desert. Not death did he fear, but hunger. Old Hosteen Doetin expected to starve now that the young and strong squaw of his family was gone. Shefford spoke in his halting Navajo and assured the old Indian that Nas Ta Bega would never let him starve. At sunset, Shefford stood with Nas Ta Bega facing the west. The Indian was magnificent in repose. He watched the sun go down upon the day that had seen the burial of the last of his family. He resembled an impassive destiny upon which no shocks fell. He had the light of that flaring golden sky in his face, the majesty of the mountain in his mien, the silence of the great gulf below on his lips. This educated Navajo, who had reverted to the life of his ancestors, found in the wildness and loneliness of his environment a strength no white teaching could ever have given him. Shefford sensed in him a measureless grief, an impenetrable gloom, a tragic acceptance of the meaning of Glen Naspa's ruin and death, the vanishing of his race from the earth. Death had written the law of such bitter truth round Glen Naspa's lips, and the same truth was here in the grandeur and gloom of the Navajo. "Bi Nai," he said, with the beautiful sonorous roll of his voice, "Glen Naspa is in her grave, and there are no paths to the place of her sleep. Glen Naspa is gone." "Gone? Where? Nas Ta Bega, remember I lost my own faith, and I have not yet learned yours. The Navajo has one mother, the earth. Her body has gone to the earth, and it will become dust. But her spirit is in the air. It shall whisper to me from the wind. I shall hear it on the running waters. It will hide in the morning music of a mockingbird and in the lonely night cry of the cañon hawk. Her blood will go to make the red of the Indian flowers, and her soul will rest at midnight in the lily that opens only to the moon. She will wait in the shadow for me, and live in the great mountain that is my home, and forever step behind me on the trail." "You will kill Willetts?" demanded Shefford. "The Navajo will not seek the missionary." "But if you meet him you'll kill him?" "Bi Nai, would Nas Ta Bega kill after it's too late? What good could come? The Navajo is above revenge." "If he crosses my trail I think I couldn't help but kill him," muttered Shefford, in a passion that wrung the threat from him. The Indian put his arm around the white man's shoulders. "Bi Nai, long ago I made you my brother, and now you make me your brother. Is it not so? Glen Naspa's spirit calls for wisdom, not revenge. Willetts must be a bad man, but we'll let him live. Life will punish him. Who knows if he was all to blame? Glen Naspa was only one pretty Indian girl. There are many white men in the desert. She loved a white man when she was a baby. The thing was a curse. Listen, Bi Nai, and the Navajo will talk. Many years ago the Spanish padres, the first white men, came into the land of the Indian. Their search was for gold. But they were not wicked men. They did not steal and kill. They taught the Indian many useful things. They brought him horses, but when they went away they left him unsatisfied with his life and his God. Then came the pioneers. They crossed the great river and took the pasture lands and the hunting grounds of the Indian. They drove him backward, and the Indian grew sullen. He began to fight. The white man's government made treaties with the Indian, and these were broken. Then war came, fierce and bloody war. The Indian was driven to the waste places. The stream of pioneers, like a march of ants, spread on into the desert. Every valley where grass grew, every river, became a place for farms and towns. Cattle choked the water holes where the buffalo and deer had once gone to drink. The forests in the hills were cut and the springs dried up, and the pioneers followed to the edge of the desert. Then came the prospectors, mad like the padres for the gleam of gold. The day was not long enough for them to dig in the creeks and the cañon. They worked in the night, and they brought weapons and rum to the Indian, to buy from him the secret of the places where the shining gold lay hidden. Then came the traders, and they traded with the Indian. They gave him little for much, and that little changed his life. He learned a taste for the sweet foods of the white man. Because he could trade for a sack of flour, he worked less in the field, and the very fiber of his bones softened. Then came the missionaries. They were proselytizers for converts to their religion. The missionaries are good men. There may be a bad missionary like Willetts, the same as there are bad men in other callings, or bad Indians. They say Shadd is a half-breed, but the Piutes can tell you he is a full-blood, and he, like me, was sent to the white man's school. In the beginning, the missionaries did well for the Indian. They taught him cleaner ways of living, better farming, useful work with tools, many good things. But the wrong to the Indian was the undermining of his faith. It was not humanity that sent the missionary to the Indian. Humanity would have helped the Indian in his ignorance of sickness and work, and left him his God. For to trouble the Indian about his God worked at the roots of his nature. The beauty of the Indian's life is his love of the open, of all that is nature, of silence, freedom, wildness. It is a beauty of mind and soul. The Indian would have been content to watch and feel. To a white man he might be dirty and lazy, content to dream life away without trouble or what the white man calls evolution. The Indian might seem cruel because he leaves his old father out in the desert to die. But the old man wants to die that way, alone with his spirits and the sunset. And the white man's medicine keeps his old father alive days and days after he ought to be dead. Which is more cruel? The Navajos used to fight with other tribes, and then they were stronger men than they are today. But leaving religion, greed, and war out of the question, contact with the white man would alone have ruined the Indian. The Indian and the white man cannot mix. The Indian brave learns the habits of the white man, acquires his diseases, and has not the mind or body to withstand them. The Indian girl learns to love the white man, and that is death of her Indian soul, if not of life. So the red man is passing. Tribes once powerful have died in the life of Nas Ta Bega. The curse of the white man is already heavy upon my race in the south. Here in the north, in the wildest corner of the desert, chased here by the great soldier Carson, the Navajo has made his last stand. Bi Nai, you have seen the shadow in the hogan of Hosteen Doetin. Glen Naspa has gone to her grave, and no sisters, no children, will make paths to the place of her sleep. Nas Ta Bega will never have a wife, a child. He sees the end. It is the sunset of the Navajo. Bi Nai, the Navajo is dying, dying, dying. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Part 1 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wild Justice, Part 1. A crescent moon hung above the lofty peaks over the valley, and a train of white stars ran along the bold rim of the western wall. A few young frogs peeped plaintively. The night was cool, yet had a touch of balmy spring, and a sweeter fragrance, as if the cedar and pinyons had freshened in the warm sun of that day. Shefford and Fay were walking in the aisles of moonlight and the patches of shade as Nas Ta Bega More than ever a shadow of his white brother followed them silently. "Fay, it's growing late. Feel the dew," said Shefford. "Come, I must take you back." "But the time's so short. I have said nothing that I wanted to say," she replied. "Say it quickly, then, as we go. After all, it's only... Will you take me away soon?" "Yes, very soon. The Indian and I have talked, but we've made no plan yet. There are only three ways to get out of this country: by Stonebridge, by Kayenta and Durango, and by Red Lake. We must choose one. All are dangerous. We must lose time finding Surprise Valley. I hoped the Indian could find it. Then we'd bring Lassiter and Jane here and hide them near till the dark, then take you and go. That would give us a night's start. But you must help us to Surprise Valley." "I can go right to it, blindfolded or in the dark. Oh, John, hurry. I dread the wait. He might come again." "Joe says they won't come very soon." "Is it far where we're going out of the country?" "10 days' hard riding." "Oh, that night ride to and from Stonebridge nearly killed me. But I could walk very far and climb forever." "Fay, we'll get out of the country if I have to carry you." When they arrived at the cabin Fay turned on the porch step and, with her face nearer a level with his, white and sweet in the moonlight, with her eyes shining and unfathomable, she was more than beautiful. "You've never been inside my house," she said. "Come in. I've something for you." "But it's late," he remonstrated. "I suppose you've got me a cake or pie, something to eat. You women all think Joe and I have to be fed." "No, you'd never guess. Come in," she said, and the rare smile on her face was something Shefford would have gone far to see. "Well, then, for a minute." He crossed the porch, the threshold, and entered her home. Her dim, white shape moved in the darkness, and he followed into a room where the moon shone through the open window, giving soft, mellow, shadowy light. He discerned objects, but not clearly, for his senses seemed absorbed in the strange warmth and intimacy of being for the first time with her in her home. "No, it's not good to eat," she said, and her laugh was happy. "Here." Suddenly she abruptly ceased speaking. Shefford saw her plainly, and the slender form had stiffened, alert and strained. She was listening. "What was that?" she whispered. "I didn't hear anything," he whispered back. He stepped softly nearer the open window and listened. Clip clop, clip clop, clip clop. Hard hoofs on the hard path outside. A strong and rippling thrill went over Shefford. In the soft light her eyes seemed unnaturally large and black and fearful. Clip clop, clip clop. The horse stopped outside. Then followed a metallic click of spur against stirrup, thud of boots on hard ground, heavy footsteps upon the porch. A swift, cold contraction of throat, of breast, convulsed Shefford. His only thought was that he could not think. "Oh, Mary!" A voice liberated both Shefford's muscles and mind. A voice of strange, vibrant power. Authority of religion and cruelty of will. These Mormon attributes constituted that power. And Shefford suffered a transformation which must have been ordered by demons. The sudden flame seemed to curl and twine and shoot along his veins with blasting force. A rancorous and terrible cry leaped to his lips. "Oh, Mary!" Then came a heavy tread across the threshold of the outer room. Shefford dared not look at Fay, yet dimly, from the corner of his eye, he saw her, a pale shadow, turned to stone with her arms out. If he looked, if he made sure of that, he was lost. When had he drawn his gun? It was there, a dark and glinting thing in his hand. He must fly, not through cowardice and fear, but because in one more moment he would kill a man. Swift as a thought he dove through the open window, and, leaping up, he ran under the dark pinyons toward the camp. Joe Lake had been out late himself. He sat by the fire, smoking his pipe. He must have seen or heard Shefford coming, for he rose with unwonted alacrity, and he kicked the smoldering logs into a flickering blaze. Shefford, realizing his deliverance, came panting, staggering into the light. The Mormon uttered an exclamation. Then he spoke, anxiously, but what he said was not clear in Shefford's thick and throbbing ears. He dropped his pipe, a sign of perturbation, and he stared. But Shefford, without a word, lunged swiftly away into the shadow of the cedars. He found relief in action. He began a steep ascent of the east wall, a dangerous slant that he had never dared even in daylight, and he climbed it without a slip. Danger, steep walls, perilous heights, night, and black cañon the same, these he never thought of. But something drove him to desperate effort that the hours might seem short. The red sun was tipping the eastern wall when he returned to camp, and he was neither calm nor sure of himself nor ready for sleep or food. Only he had put the night behind him. The Indian showed no surprise, but Joe Lake's jaw dropped and his eyes rolled. Moreover, Joe bore a singular aspect, the exact nature of which did not at once dawn upon Shefford. "By God, you've got nerve, or you're crazy!" he ejaculated hoarsely. Then it was Shefford's turn to stare. The Mormon was haggard, grieved, frightened, and utterly amazed. He appeared to be trying to make certain of Shefford's being there in the flesh, and then to find reason for it. "I've no nerve, and I am crazy," replied Shefford. "But, Joe, what do you mean? Why do you look at me like that?" "I reckon if I get your horse that'll square us. Did you come back for him? You'd better hit the trail quick." "It's you now who's crazy," burst out Shefford. "Wish to God I was," replied Joe. It was then Shefford realized catastrophe, and cold fear gnawed at his vitals, so that he was sick. "Joe, what has happened?" he asked, with the blood thick in his heart. "Hadn't you better tell me?" demanded the Mormon, and a red wave blotted out the haggard shade of his face. "You talk like a fool," said Shefford sharply, and he strode right up to Joe. "See here, Shefford, we been pards. You're making it hard for me. Reckon you ain't square." Shefford shot out a long arm, and his hand clutched the Mormon's burly shoulder. "Why am I not square? What do you mean?" Joe swallowed hard and gave himself a shake. Then he eyed his comrade steadily. "I was afraid you'd kill him. I reckon I can't blame you. I'll help you get away, and I'm a Mormon. Do you take the hunch? But don't deny you killed him." "Killed whom?" gasped Shefford. "Her husband." Shefford seemed stricken by a slow, paralyzing horror. The Mormon's changing face grew huge and indistinct and awful in his sight. He was clutched and shaken in Joe's rude hands, yet scarcely he felt them. Joe seemed to be bellowing at him, but the voice was far off. Then Shefford began to see, to hear through some cold and terrible deadness that had come between him and everything. "So you killed him?" hoarsely supplicated the Mormon. Shefford had not yet control of speech. Something in his gaze appeared to drive Joe frantic. "Damn you, tell me quick. Say you killed him. If you want to know my stand, why, I'm glad. Shefford, don't look so stony. For her sake, say you killed him." Shefford stood with a face as gray and still as stone. With a groan, the Mormon drew away from him and sank upon a log. He bowed his head. His broad shoulders heaved. Husky sounds came from him. Then, with a violent wrench, he plunged to his feet and shook himself like a huge, savage dog. "Reckon it's no time to weaken," he said, huskily, and with the words a dark, hard, somber bitterness came to his face. "Where is she?" whispered Shefford. "Shut up in the schoolhouse," he replied. "Did she did she?" "She neither denied nor confessed." "Have you seen her?" "Yes." "How did she look?" "Cool and quiet as the Indian there. Game as hell. She always had stuff in her." "Oh, Joe, it's unbelievable!" cried Shefford. "That lovely, innocent girl! She couldn't she couldn't!" "She fixed him. Don't think of that. It's too late. We ought to have saved her." "God, she begged me to hurry to take her away." "Think what we can do now to save her," cut in the Mormon. Shefford sustained a vivifying shock. "To save her?" he echoed. "Think, man." "Joe, I can hit the trail and let you tell them I killed him," burst out Shefford in panting excitement. "Reckon I can." "So help me God, I'll do it." The Mormon turned a dark and austere glance upon Shefford. "You mustn't leave her. She killed him for your sake. You must fight for her now. Save her. Take her away." "But the law." "Law!" scoffed Joe. "In these wilds men get killed and there's no law." "But if she's taken back to Stonebridge those iron-jawed old Mormons will make law enough to Shefford, the thing is get her away. Once out of the country she's safe. Mormons keep their secrets." "I'll take her, Joe. Will you help me?" Shefford, even in his agitation, felt the Mormon's silence to be a consent that need not have been asked, and Shefford had a passionate gratefulness toward his comrade. That stultifying and blinding prejudice which had always seemed to remove a Mormon outside the pale of certain virtue suffered final eclipse, and Joe Lake stood out as a man, strange and crude, but with a heart and a soul. "Joe, tell me what to do," said Shefford, with a simplicity that meant he needed only to be directed. "Pull yourself together. Get your nerve back," replied Joe. "Reckon you'd better show yourself over there. No one saw you come in this morning. Your absence from camp isn't known. It's better you seem curious and shocked like the rest of us. Come on, we'll go over, and afterward we'll get the Indian and plan." They left camp and, crossing the brook, took the shaded path toward the village. Hope of saving Fay, the need of all his strength and nerve and cunning to effect that end, gave Shefford the supreme courage to overcome his horror and fear. On that short walk under the pinyons to Fay's cabin he had suffered many changes of emotion, but never anything like this change which made him fierce and strong to fight, deep and crafty to plan, hard as iron to endure. The village appeared very quiet, though groups of women stood at the doors of cabins. If they talked, it was very low. Henninger and Smith, two of the three Mormon men living in the village, were standing before the closed door of the schoolhouse. A tigerish feeling thrilled Shefford when he saw them on guard there. Shefford purposely avoided looking at Fay's cabin as long as he could keep from it. When he had to look, he saw several hooded, whispering women in the yard, and Beal, the other Mormon man, standing in the cabin door. Upon the porch lay the long shape of a man covered with blankets. Shefford experienced a horrible curiosity. "Say, Beal, I fetched Shefford over," said Lake. "He's pretty much cut up." Beal wagged a solemn head, but said nothing. His mind seemed absent or steeped in gloom, and he looked up as one silently praying. Joe Lake strode upon the little porch, and reaching down, he stripped the blanket from the shrouded form. Shefford saw a sharp, cold, ghastly face. "Waggoner," he whispered. "Yes," replied Lake. Waggoner. Shefford remembered the strange power in his face, and now that life had gone, that power was stripped of all disguise. Death, in Shefford's years of ministry, had lain under his gaze many times and in a multiplicity of aspects, but never before had he seen it stamped so strangely. Shefford did not need to be told that here was a man who believed he had conversed with God on earth, who believed he had a divine right to rule women, who had a will that would not yield itself to death utterly. Waggoner, then, was the devil who had come masked to Surprise Valley, had forced a martyrdom upon Fay Larkin. And this was the Mormon who had made Fay Larkin a murderess. Shefford had hated him living, and now he hated him dead. Death here was robbed of all nobility, of pathos, of majesty. It was only retribution, wild justice. But alas, that it had to be meted out by a white-souled girl whose innocence was as great as the unconscious savagery which she had assimilated from her lonely and wild environment. Shefford laid a despairing curse upon his own head, and a terrible remorse knocked at his heart. He had left her alone, this girl in whom love had made the great change. Like a coward he had left her alone. That curse he had visited upon himself because he had been the spirit and motive of this wild justice, and his should have been the deed. Joe Lake touched Shefford's arm and pointed at the haft of a knife protruding from Waggoner's breast. It was a wooden haft. Shefford had seen it before somewhere. Then he was struck with what perhaps Joe meant him to see. A singular impression the haft gave of one sweeping, accurate, powerful stroke. A strong arm had driven that blade home. The haft was sunk deep. There was a little depression in the cloth. No blood showed, and the weapon looked as if it could not be pulled out. Shefford's thought went fatally and irresistibly to Fay Larkin's strong arm. He saw her flash that white arm and lift the heavy bucket from the spring with an ease he wondered at. He felt the strong clasp of her hand as she had given it to him in a flying leap across a crevice upon the walls. Yes, her fine hand and the round, strong arm possessed the strength to have given that blade its singular directness and force. The marvel was not in the physical action. It hid inscrutably in the mystery of deadly passion rising out of a gentle and sad heart. Joe Lake drew up the blanket and shut from Shefford's fascinated gaze that spare form, that accusing knife, that face of strange, cruel power. "Anybody been sent for?" asked Lake of Beal. "Yes, an Indian boy went for the Piute. We'll send him to Stonebridge," replied the Mormon. "How soon do you expect anyone here from Stonebridge?" "Tomorrow, maybe by noon. Meantime, what's to be done with this?" "Elder Smith thinks the body should stay right here where it fell till they come from Stonebridge." "Waggoner was found here, then?" "Right here." "Who found him?" "Mother Smith. She came over early, and the sight made her scream. The women all came running. Mother Smith had to be put to bed." "Who found Mary?" "See here, Joe, I told you all I knowed once before," replied the Mormon testily. "I've forgotten, was sort of bewildered. Tell me again. Who found her?" "The women folks. She laid right inside the door in a dead faint. She hadn't undressed. There was blood on her hands and a cut or scratch. The women fetched her to, but she wouldn't talk. Then Elder Smith came and took her. They've got her locked up." Then Joe led Shefford away from the cabin, farther on into the village. When they were halted by the somber, grieving women, it was Joe who did the talking. They passed the schoolhouse, and here Shefford quickened his step. He could scarcely bear the feeling that rushed over him, and the Mormon gripped his arm as if he understood. "Shefford, which one of these younger women do you reckon your best friend? Ruth?" asked Lake earnestly. "Ruth, by all means. Just lately I haven't seen her often, but we've been close friends. I think she'd do much for me." "Maybe there'll be a chance to find out. Maybe we'll need Ruth. Let's have a word with her. I haven't seen her out among the women." They stopped at the door of Ruth's cabin. It was closed. When Joe knocked, there came a sound of footsteps inside. A hand drew aside the window blind, and presently the door opened. Ruth stood there, dressed in somber hue. She was a pretty, slender, blue-eyed, brown-haired young woman. Shefford imagined from her pallor and the set look of shock upon her face that the tragedy had affected her more powerfully than it had the other women. When he remembered that she had been more friendly with Fay Larkin than any other neighbor, he made sure he was right in his conjecture. "Come in," was Ruth's greeting. "No, we just wanted to say a word. I noticed you've not been out. Do you know all about it?" She gave them a strange glance. "Any of the women folk been in?" asked Joe. "Hester ran over. She told me through the window. Then I barred my door to keep the other women out." "What for?" asked Joe, curiously. "Please come in," she said in reply. They entered. She closed the door after them. The change that came over her then was the loosening of restraint. "Joe, what will they do with Mary?" she queried tensely. The Mormon studied her with dark, speculative eyes. "Hang her," he replied in brutal harshness. "Oh, Mother of Saints!" she cried, and her hands went up. "You're sorry for Mary, then?" asked Joe, bluntly. "My heart is breaking for her." "Well, so's Shefford's," said the Mormon, huskily. "And mine's kind of damn shaky." Ruth glided to Shefford with a woman's swift softness. "You've been my good, my best friend. You were hers, too. Oh, I know. Can't you do something for her?" "I hope to God I can," replied Shefford. Then the three stood looking from one to the other, in a strong and subtly realizing moment drawn together. "Ruth," whispered Joe, hoarsely, and then he glanced fearfully around at the window and door as if listeners were there. It was certain that his dark face had paled. He tried to whisper more, only to fail. Shefford divined the weight of Mormonism that burdened Joe Lake then. Joe was faithful to a love for Fay Larkin, noble in his friendship to Shefford, desperate in a bitter strait with his own manliness. But the power of that creed by which he had been raised struck his lips mute. For to speak on meant to be false to that creed. Already in his heart he had decided, yet he could not voice the thing. "Ruth," Shefford took up the Mormon's unfinished whisper. "If we plan to save her, if we need you, will you help?" Ruth turned white, but an instant and splendid fire shone in her eyes. "Try me," she whispered back. "I'll change places with her so you can get her away. They can't do much to me." Shefford wrung her hands. Joe licked his lips and found his voice. "We'll come back later." Then he led the way out, and Shefford followed. They were silent all the way back to camp. Nas Ta Bega sat in repose where they had left him, a thoughtful, somber figure. Shefford went directly to the Indian, and Joe tarried at the camp fire, where he raked out some red embers and put one upon the bowl of his pipe. He puffed clouds of white smoke, then found a seat beside the others. "Shefford, go ahead. Talk. It'll take a deal of talk. I'll listen. Then I'll talk. It'll be Nas Ta Bega who makes the plan out of it all." Shefford launched himself so swiftly that he scarcely talked coherently. But he made clear the points that he must save Fay, get her away from the village, let her lead him to Surprise Valley, rescue Lassiter and Jane Withersteen, and take them all out of the country. Joe Lake dubiously shook his head. Manifestly, the Surprise Valley part of the situation presented a new and serious obstacle. It changed the whole thing. To try to take the three out by way of Kayenta and Durango was not to be thought of, for reasons he briefly stated. The Red Lake trail was the only one left, and if that were taken, The chances were against Shefford. It was 5 days over sand to Red Lake. Impossible to hide a trail. And even with a day's start Shefford could not escape the hard riding men who would come from Stonebridge. Besides, after reaching Red Lake, they were days and days of desert travel needful to avoid places like Blue Cañon, Tuba, Moencopie, and the Indian villages. "We'll have to risk all that," declared Shefford, desperately. "It's a fool risk," retorted Joe. "Listen. By tomorrow noon all of Stonebridge, more or less, will be riding in here. You've got to get away tonight with the girl or never. And tomorrow you've got to find that Lassiter and the woman in Surprise Valley. This valley must be back deep in the cañon country. Well, you've got to come out this way again. No trail through here would be safe. Why, you'd put all your heads in a rope. You mustn't come through this way. It'll have to be tried across country, off trails, and that means hell, day and night travel, no camp, no feed for horses, maybe no water. Then you'll have the best trackers in Utah like hounds on your trail." When the Mormon ceased his forceful speech there was a silence fraught with hopeless meaning. He bowed his head in gloom. Shefford, growing sick again to his marrow, fought a cold, hateful sense of despair. Bi Nai, in his extremity, he called to the Indian. "The Navajo has heard," replied Nas Ta Bega, strangely speaking in his own language. With a long, slow heave of breast, Shefford felt his despair leave him. In the Indian lay his salvation. He knew it. Joe Lake caught the subtle spirit of the moment and looked up eagerly. End of chapter 15, part 1. Chapter 15, part 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wild Justice, part 2. Nas Ta Bega stretched an arm toward the east and spoke in Navajo, but Shefford, owing to the hurry and excitement of his mind, could not translate. Joe listened, gave a violent start, leaped up with all his big frame quivering, and then fired question after question at the Indian. When the Navajo had replied to all, Joe drew himself up as if facing an irrevocable decision which would wring his very soul. What did he cast off in that moment? What did he grapple with? Shefford had no means to tell, except by the instinct which baffled him. But whether the Mormon's trial was one of spiritual rending or the natural physical fear of a perilous, virtually impossible venture, the fact was he was magnificent in his acceptance of it. He turned to Shefford, white, cold, yet glowing. "Nas Ta Bega believes he can take you down a cañon to the big river, the Colorado. He knows the head of this cañon. Nonnezoshe Boco, it's called. Cañon of the Rainbow Bridge. He has never been down it. Only 2 or 3 living Indians had ever seen the great stone bridge, but all have heard of it. They worship it as a god. There's water runs down this cañon, and water runs to the river. Nas Ta Bega thinks he can take you down to the river." "Go on," cried Shefford breathlessly, as Joe paused. "The Indian plans this way. God, it's great! If only I can do my end. He plans to take mustangs to day and wait with them for you to night or to morrow till you come with the girl. You'll go get Lassiter and the woman out of Surprise Valley. Then you'll strike east for Nonnezoshe Boco. If possible, you must take a pack of grub. You may be days going down and waiting for me at the mouth of the cañon, at the river." "Joe, where will you be?" "I'll ride like hell for Kayenta, get another horse there, and ride like hell for the San Juan River. There's a big flat boat at the Durango crossing. I'll go down the San Juan in that, into the big river. I'll drift down by day, tie up by night, and watch for you at the mouth of every cañon till I come to Nonnezoshe. Shefford could not believe the evidence of his ears. He knew the treacherous San Juan River. He had heard of the great, sweeping, terrible Red Colorado and its roaring rapids. "Oh, it seems impossible," he gasped. "You'll just lose your life for nothing." "The Indian will turn the trick, I tell you. Take my hunch. It's nothing for me to drift down a swift river. I worked a ferry boat once." Shefford, to whom flying straws would have seemed stable, caught the inflection of defiance and daring and hope of the Mormon's spirit. "What then, after you meet us at the mouth of the Nonnezoshe Boco?" he queried. "We'll all drift down to Lee's Ferry. That's at the head of Marble Cañon. We'll get out on the south side of the river, thus avoiding any Mormons at the ferry. Nas Ta Bega knows the country. It's open desert on the other side of these plateaus. He can get horses from Navajos. Then you'll strike south for Willow Springs." "Willow Springs? That's Presbrey's trading post," said Shefford. "Never met him. But he'll see you safe out of the Painted Desert. The thing that worries me most is how not to miss you all at the mouth of Nonnezoshe. You must have sharp eyes. But I forget the Indian. A bird couldn't pass him. And suppose Nonnezoshe Boco has a steep-walled, narrow mouth opening into rapids. Whoa! Well, the Indian will figure that, too. Now let's put our heads together and plan how to turn this end of the trick here. Getting the girl." After a short colloquy, it was arranged that Shefford would go to Ruth and talk to her of the aid she had promised. Joe averred that this aid could be best given by Ruth going in her somber gown and hood to the schoolhouse, and there, while Joe and Shefford engaged the guard outside, she would change apparel and places with Fay and let her come forth. "What will they do to Ruth?" demanded Shefford. "We can't accept her sacrifice if she's to suffer or to be punished." "Reckon Ruth has a strong hunch that she can get away with it. Did you notice how strange she said that? Well, they can't do much to her. The bishop may damn her soul, but Ruth—" Here Lake hesitated and broke off. Not improbably he had meant to say that of all the Mormon women in the valley, Ruth was the least likely to suffer from punishment inflicted upon her soul. "Anyway, it's our only chance," went on Joe. "Unless we kill a couple of men, Ruth will gladly take what comes to help you." "All right, I consent," replied Shefford with emotion. "And now, after she comes out, the supposed Ruth, what then?" "You can be natural like. Go with her back to Ruth's cabin, then stroll off into the cedars, then climb the west wall. Meanwhile, Nas Ta Bega will ride off with a pack of grub and Nack yal and several other mustangs. He'll wait for you, or you'll wait for him, as the case may be, at some appointed place. When you're gone, I'll jump my horse and hit the trail for Kayenta and the San Juan." "Very well, that's settled," said Shefford soberly. "I'll go at once to see Ruth. You and Nas Ta Bega decide on where I'm to meet him." "Reckon you'd do just as well to walk round and come up to Ruth's from the other side, instead of going through the village," suggested Joe. Shefford approached Ruth's cabin in a roundabout way. Nevertheless, she saw him coming before he got there, and, opening the door, stood pale, composed, and quietly bade him enter. Briefly, in low and earnest voice, Shefford acquainted her with the plan. "You love her so much," she said, wistfully, wonderingly. "Indeed I do. Is it too much to ask of you to do this thing?" he asked. "Do it?" she queried, with a flash of spirit. "Of course I'll do it." "Ruth, I can't thank you. I can't. I've only a faint idea what you're risking. That distresses me. I'm afraid of what may happen to you." She gave him another of the strange glances. "I don't risk so much as you think," she said, significantly. "Why?" She came close to him, and her hands clasped his arms, and she looked up at him, her eyes darkening and her face growing paler. "Will you swear to keep my secret?" she asked, very low. "Yes, I swear." "I was one of Waggoner's sealed wives." "God Almighty!" broke out Shefford, utterly overwhelmed. "Yes. That's why I say I don't risk so much. I will make up a story to tell the bishop and everybody. I'll tell that Waggoner was jealous, that he was brutal to Mary, that I believed she was goaded to her mad deed, that I thought she ought to be free. They'll be terrible, but what can they do to me? My husband is dead, and if I have to go to hell to keep from marrying another married Mormon, I'll go." In that low, passionate utterance Shefford read the death blow to the old Mormon polygamous creed. In the uplift of his spirit, in the joy at this revelation, he almost forgot the stern matter at hand. Ruth and Joe Lake belonged to a younger generation of Mormons. Their nobility in this instance was in part a revolt at the conditions of their lives. Doubt was knocking at Joe Lake's heart. A conviction had come to this young sealed wife. Bitter and hopeless while she had been fettered, strong and mounting now that she was free. In a flash of inspiration Shefford saw the old order changing. The Mormon creed might survive, but that part of it which was an affront to nature, a horrible yoke on women's necks, was doomed. It could not live. It could never have survived more than a generation or two of religious fanatics. Shefford had marked a different force and religious fervor in the younger Mormons, and now he understood them. "Ruth, you talk wildly," he said, "but I understand. I see. You are free, and you're going to stay free. It stuns me to think of that man of many wives. What did you feel when you were told he was dead?" "I dare not think of that. It makes me wicked. And he was good to me. Listen. Last night about midnight he came to my window and woke me. I got up and let him in. He was in a terrible state. I thought he was crazy. He walked the floor and called on his saints and prayed. When I wanted to light a lamp he wouldn't let me. He was afraid I'd see his face. But I saw well enough in the moonlight, and I knew something had happened. So I soothed and coaxed him. He had been a man as close-mouthed as a stone. Yet then I got him to talk. He had gone to Mary's, and upon entering thought he heard some one with her. She didn't answer him at first. When he found her in her bedroom she was like a ghost. He accused her. Her silence made him furious. Then he berated her, brought down the wrath of God upon her, threatened her with damnation. All of which she never seemed to hear. But when he tried to touch her, she flew at him like a she-panther. That's what he called her. She said she'd kill him, and she drove him out of her house. He was all weak and unstrung, and I believe scared, too, when he came to me. She must have been a fury. Those quiet, gentle women are furies when they're once roused. Well, I was hours up with him, and finally he got over it. He didn't pray any more. He paced the room. It was just daybreak when he said the wrath of God had come to him. I tried to keep him from going back to Mary, but he went. An hour later the woman ran to tell me he had been found dead at Mary's door. "Ruth, she was mad, driven. She didn't know what she was doing," said Shefford brokenly. "She was always a strange girl, more like an Indian than any one I ever knew. We called her the Sago Lily. I gave her the name. She was so sweet, lovely, white and gold, like those flowers. And to think, oh, it's horrible for her. You must save her. If you get her away there never will be anything come of it. The Mormons will hush it up." "Ruth, time is flying," rejoined Shefford hurriedly. "I must go back to Joe. You be ready for us when we come. Wear something loose, easily thrown off, and don't forget the long hood." "I'll be ready and watching," she said. "The sooner the better, I say." He left her and returned toward camp in the same circling route by which he had come. The Indian had disappeared, and so had his mustang. This significant fact augmented Shefford's hurried, thrilling excitement. But one glance at Joe's face changed all that to a sudden numbness, a sinking of his heart. "What is it?" he queried. "Look there!" exclaimed the Mormon. Shefford's quick eye caught sight of horses and men down the valley. He saw several Indians and 3 or 4 white men. They were making camp. "Who are they?" demanded Shefford. "Shadd and some of his gang. Reckon that Piute told the news. By to morrow the valley will be full as a horse wrangler's corral. Lucky Nas Ta Bega got away before that gang rode in. Now things won't look as queer as they might have looked. The Indian took a pack of grub, 6 mustangs, and my guns. Then there was your rifle in your saddle sheath. So you'll be well heeled in case you come to close quarters. Reckon you can look for a running fight. For now, as soon as your flight is discovered, Shadd will hit your trail. He's in with the Mormons. You know him and what you have to deal with. But the advantage will be all yours. You can ambush the trail." "We're in for it, and the sooner we're off the better," replied Shefford grimly. "Reckon that's gospel. Well, come on." The Mormon strode off, and Shefford, catching up with him, kept at his side. Shefford's mind was full, but Joe's dark and gloomy face did not invite communication. They entered the pinyon grove and passed the cabin where the tragedy had been enacted. A tarpaulin had been stretched across the front porch. Beal was not in sight, nor were any of the women. "I forgot," said Shefford suddenly. "Where am I to meet the Indian?" "Climb the west wall, back of camp," replied Joe. "Nas Ta Bega took the Stonebridge trail. But he'll leave that, climb the rocks, then hide the outfit and come back to watch for you. Reckon he'll see you when you top the wall." They passed on into the heart of the village. Joe tarried at the window of a cabin and passed a few remarks to a woman there, and then he inquired for Mother Smith at her house. When they left here the Mormon gave Shefford a nudge. Then they separated, Joe going toward the schoolhouse, while Shefford bent his steps in the direction of Ruth's home. Her door opened before he had a chance to knock. He entered. Ruth, white and resolute, greeted him with a wistful smile. "All ready?" she asked. "Yes. Are you?" he replied, low-voiced. "I've only to put on my hood. I think luck favors you. Hester was here, and she said Elder Smith told someone that Mary hadn't been offered anything to eat yet, so I'm taking her a little. It'll be a good excuse for me to get in the schoolhouse to see her. I can throw off this dress, and she could put it on in a minute. Then the hood. I mustn't forget to hide her golden hair. You know how it flies. But this is a big hood. Well, I'm ready now, and this is our last time together." "Ruth, what can I say? How can I thank you?" "I don't want any thanks. It'll be something to think of always, to make me happy. Only I'd like to feel you cared a little." The wistful smile was there, a tremor on the sad lips, and a shadow of soul hunger in her eyes. Shefford did not misunderstand her. She did not mean love, although it was a yearning for real love that she mutely expressed. "Care? I shall care all my life," he said, with strong feeling. "I shall never forget you." "It's not likely I'll forget you. Good bye, John." Shefford took her in his arms and held her close. "Ruth, good bye," he said, huskily. Then he released her. She adjusted the hood, and, taking up a little tray which held food covered with a napkin, she turned to the door. He opened it, and they went out. They did not speak another word. It was not a long walk from Ruth's house to the schoolhouse, yet if it were being measured by Shefford's emotion, the distance would have been unending. The sacrifice offered by Ruth and Joe would have been noble under any circumstances, had they been Gentiles or persons with no particular religion. But considering that they were Mormons, that Ruth had been a sealed wife, that Joe had been brought up under the strange, secret, and binding creed, their action was no less than tremendous in its import. Shefford took it to mean vastly more than loyalty to him and pity for Fay Larkin. As Ruth and Joe had arisen to this height, so perhaps would other young Mormons have arisen. It needed only the situation, the climax, to focus these long insulated, slow developing, and inquiring minds upon the truth that one wife, one mother of children, for one man at one time was a law of nature, love, and righteousness. Shefford felt as if he were marching with the whole younger generation of Mormons, as if somehow he had been a humble instrument in the working out of their destiny, in the awakening that was to eliminate from their religion the only thing which kept it from being as good for man and perhaps as true as any other religion. And then suddenly he turned the corner of the schoolhouse to encounter Joe talking with the Mormon Henniger. Elder Smith was not present. "Why, hello, Ruth," greeted Joe. "You fetched Mary some dinner. Now that's good of you." "May I go in?" asked Ruth. "Reckon so," replied Henniger, scratching his head. He appeared to be tractable and probably was good-natured under pleasant conditions. "She ought to have something to eat, and nobody appears to have remembered that. We're so set up." He unbarred the huge, clumsy door and allowed Ruth to pass in. "Joe, you can go in if you want," he said, "but hurry out before Elder Smith comes back from his dinner." Joe mumbled something, gave a husky cough, and then went in. Shefford experienced great difficulty in presenting to this mild Mormon a natural and unagitated front. When all his internal structure seemed to be in a state of turmoil, he did not see how it was possible to keep the fact from showing in his face. So he turned away and took aimless steps here and there. "'Pears like we're having rain," observed Henniger. "It's right warm, and them clouds are unseasonable." "Yes," replied Shefford. "Hope so. A little rain would be good for the grass." "Joe tells me Shadd rode in, and some of his fellows." "So I see. About 8 in the party." Shefford was gritting his teeth and preparing to endure the ordeal of controlling his mind and expression when the door opened and Joe stalked out. He had his sombrero pulled down so that it hid the upper half of his face. His lips were a shade off healthy color. He stood there with his back to the door. "Say, what Mary needs is quiet, to be left alone," he said. "Ruth says if she rests, sleeps a little, she won't get fever. Henniger, don't let anybody disturb her till night." "All right, Joe," replied the Mormon. "And I take it good of Ruth and you to concern yourself." A slight tap on the inside of the door sent Shefford's pulses to throbbing. Joe opened it with a strong and vigorous sweep that meant more than the mere action. "Ruth, reckon you didn't stay long," he said, and his voice rang clear. "Sure you feel sick and weak. Why, seeing her flustered even me." A slender, dark-garbed woman wearing a long black hood stepped uncertainly out. She appeared to be Ruth. Shefford's heart stood still because she looked so like Ruth. But she did not step steadily. She seemed dazed. She did not raise the hooded head. "Go home," said Joe, and his voice rang a little louder. "Take her home, Shefford. Or better, walk her round some. She's faintish. And see here, Henniger." Shefford led the girl away with a hand in apparent carelessness on her arm. After a few rods she walked with a freer step and then a swifter. He found it necessary to make the hold on her arm a real one so as to keep her from walking too fast. No one, however, appeared to observe them. When they passed Ruth's house, then, Shefford began to lose his fear that this was not Fay Larkin. He was far from being calm or clear-sighted. He thought he recognized that free step. Nevertheless, he could not make sure. When they passed under the trees, crossed the brook, and turned down along the west wall, then doubt ceased in Shefford's mind. He knew this was not Ruth. Still, so strange was his agitation, so keen his suspense, that he needed confirmation of ear, of eye. He wanted to hear her voice, to see her face. Yet, just as strangely, there was a twist of feeling, a reluctance, a sadness that kept off the moment. They reached the low, slow, swelling slant of wall and started to ascend. How impossible not to recognize Fay Larkin now in that swift grace and skill on the steep wall. Still, though he knew her, he perversely clung to the unreality of the moment. But when a long braid of dead gold hair tumbled from under the hood, then his heart leaped. That identified Fay Larkin. He had freed her. He was taking her away. Then a sadness embittered his joy. As always before, she distanced him in the ascent to the top. She went on without looking back. But Shefford had an irresistible desire to look again, and the last time, at this valley where he had suffered and loved so much. End of chapter 15, part 2. Chapter 16 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Surprise Valley. From the summit of the wall the plateau waved away in red and yellow ridges, with here and there little valleys green with cedar and pinyon. Upon one of these ridges, silhouetted against the sky, appeared the stalking figure of the Indian. He had espied the fugitives. He disappeared in a niche and presently came again into view round a corner of cliff. Here he waited, and soon Shefford and Fay joined him. "Bi Nai, it is well?" he said. Shefford eagerly asked for the horses, and Nas Ta Bega silently pointed down the niche, which was evidently an opening into one of the shallow cañon. Then he led the way, walking swiftly. It was Shefford and not Fay who had difficulty in keeping close to him. This speed caused Shefford to become more alive to the business instead of the feeling of the flight. The Indian entered a crack between low cliffs, a very narrow cañon full of rocks and clumps of cedar, and in half an hour or less he came to where the mustangs were halted among some cedars. 3 of the mustangs, including Nack yal, were saddled. 1 bore a small pack, and the remaining 2 had blankets strapped on their backs. "Fay, can you ride in that long skirt?" asked Shefford. How strange it seemed that his first words to her were practical when all his impassioned thought had been only mute. But the instant he spoke he experienced a relief, a relaxation. "I'll take it off," replied Fay, just as practically, and in a twinkling she slipped out of both waist and skirt. She had worn them over the short white flannel dress with which Shefford had grown familiar. As Nack yal appeared to be the safest mustang for her to ride, Shefford helped her upon him, and then attended to the stirrups. When he had adjusted them to the proper length, he drew the bridle over Nack yal's head and, upon handing it to her, found himself suddenly looking into her face. She had taken off the hood, too. The instant their eyes met, he realized that she was strangely afraid to meet his glance, as he was to meet hers. That seemed natural, but her face was flushed, and there were unmistakable signs upon it of growing excitement, of mounting happiness. Save for that fugitive glance, she would have been the Fay Larkin of yesterday. How had he expected her to look he did not know, but it was not like this, and never had he felt her strange quality of simplicity so powerfully. "Have you ever been here through this little cañon?" he asked. "Oh, yes, lots of times." "You'll be able to lead us to Surprise Valley, you think?" "I know it. I shall see Uncle Jim and Mother Jane before sunset." "I hope you do," he replied a little shakily. "Perhaps we'd better not tell them of the about what happened last night." Her beautiful, grave, and troubled glance returned to meet his, and he received a shock that he considered was amaze. After a more swift consideration, he believed he was amazed because that look, instead of betraying fear or gloom or any haunting shadow of darkness, betrayed apprehension for him, grave, sweet, troubled love for him. She was not thinking of herself at all, of what he might think of her, of a possible gulf between them, of a vast and terrible change in the relation of soul to soul. He experienced a profound gladness. Though he could not understand her, he was happy that the horror of Wagner's death had escaped her. He loved her. He meant to give his life to her, and right then and there he accepted the burden of her deed and meant to bear it without ever letting her know of the shadow between them. "Fay, we'll forget what's behind us," he said. "Now to find Surprise Valley. Lead on. Nack yaw's gentle. Pull him the way you want to go. We'll follow." Shefford mounted the other saddled mustang and they set off, Fay in advance. Presently they rode out of this cañon up to level cedar patched solid rock, and here Fay turned straight west. Evidently she had been over the ground before. The heights to which he had climbed with her were up to the left, great slopes and looming promontories, and the course she chose was as level and easy as any he could have picked out in that direction. When a mile or more of this up and down travel had been traversed, Fay halted and appeared to be at fault. The plateau was losing its rounded, smooth, wavy characteristics, and to the west grew bolder, more rugged, more cut up in low crags and buttes. After a long sweeping glance, Fay headed straight for this rougher country. Thereafter, from time to time, she repeated this action. "Fay, how do you know you're going in the right direction?" asked Shefford anxiously. "I never forget any ground I've been over. I keep my eyes close ahead. All that seems strange to me is the wrong way. What I've seen before must be the right way, because I saw it when they brought me from Surprise Valley." Shefford had to acknowledge that she was following an Indian's instinct for ground he had once covered. Still, Shefford began to worry, and finally dropped back to question Nas Ta Bega. "Bi Nai, she has the eye of a Navajo," replied the Indian. "Look, iron shod horses have passed here. See the marks in the stone." Shefford, indeed, made out faint cut tracks that would have escaped his own sight. They had been made long ago, but they were unmistakable. "She's following the trail by memory. She must remember the stones, trees, sage, cactus," said Shefford in surprise. "Pictures in her mind," replied the Indian. Thereafter, the farther she progressed, the less at fault she appeared and the faster she traveled. She made several miles an hour, and about the middle of the afternoon entered upon the more broken region of the plateau. View became restricted. Low walls and ruined cliffs of red rock with cedars at their base, and gullies growing into cañon, and cañon opening up into larger ones. These were passed and crossed and climbed, and rimmed in travel that grew more difficult as the going became wilder. There was a steady ascent, up and up all the time, though not steep, until another level, green with cedar and pinyon, was reached. It reminded Shefford of the forest near the mouth of the Sagi. It was so dense he could not see far ahead of Fay, and often he lost sight of her entirely. Presently he rode out of the forest into a strip of purple sage. It ended abruptly, and above that abrupt line, seemingly far away, rose a long red wall. Instantly he recognized that to be the opposite wall of a cañon which as yet he could not see. Fay was acting strangely, and he hurried forward. She slipped off Nack yal and fell, sprang up, and ran wildly to stand upon a promontory, her arms uplifted, her hair a mass of moving gold in the wind, her attitude one of wild and eloquent significance. Shefford ran too, and as he ran, the red walls in his eager sight seemed to enlarge downward, deeper and deeper, and then it merged into a strip of green. Suddenly beneath him yawned a red walled gulf, a deceiving gulf seen through transparent haze, a softly shining green and white valley, strange, wild, beautiful, like the picture in his memory. "Surprise Valley!" he cried in wondering recognition. Fay Larkin waved her arms as if they were wings to carry her swiftly downward, and her plaintive cry fitted the wildness of her manner and the lonely height where she leaned. Shefford drew her back from the rim. "Fay, we are here," he said. "I recognize the valley. I miss only one thing the arch of stone." His words seemed to recall her to reality. "The arch that fell when the wall slipped in the great avalanche. See, there is the place. We can get down there. Oh, let us hurry." The Indian reached the rim and his falcon gaze swept the valley. "Ugh!" he exclaimed. He too recognized the valley that he had vainly sought for half a year. "Bring the lassos," said Shefford. With Fay leading, they followed the rim toward the head of the valley. Here the wall had caved in, and there was a slope of jumbled rock 1,000 feet wide and more than that in depth. It was easy to descend because there were so many rocks waist high that afforded a handhold. Shefford marked, however, that Fay never took advantage of these. More than once he paused to watch her. Swiftly she went down. She stepped from rock to rock. Lightly she crossed cracks and pits. She ran along the sharp and broken edge of a long ledge. She poised on a pointed stone, and, sure-footed as a mountain sheep, she sprang to another that had scarce surface for foothold. Her moccasins flashed, seemed to hold wondrously on any angle, and when a rock tipped or slipped with her, she leaped to a surer stand. Shefford watched her performance, so swift, agile, so perfectly balanced, showing such wonderful accord between eye and foot, and then when his gaze swept down upon that wild valley where she had roamed alone for 12 years, he marveled no more. The farther down he got, the greater became the size of rocks, until he found himself amid huge pieces of cliff as large as houses. He lost sight of Fay entirely, and he anxiously threaded a narrow, winding, descending way between the broken masses. Finally he came out upon flat rock again. Fay stood on another rim, looking down. He saw that the slide had moved far out into the valley, and the lower part of it consisted of great sections of wall. In fact, the base of the great wall had just moved out with the avalanche, and this much of it held its vertical position. Looking upward, Shefford was astounded and thrilled to see how far he had descended, how the walls leaned like a great, wide, curving, continuous rim of mountain. "Here, here!" called Fay. "Here's where they got down, where they brought me up. Here are the sticks they used. They stuck 'em in this crack, down to that ledge." Shefford ran to her side and looked down. There was a narrow split in this section of wall, and it was perhaps 60 feet in depth. The floor of rock below led out in a ledge, with a sheer drop to the valley level. As Shefford gazed, pondering on a way to descend lower, the Indian reached his side. He had no sooner looked than he proceeded to act. Selecting one of the sticks, which were strong pieces of cedar, well hewn and trimmed, he jammed it between the walls of the crack till it stuck fast. Then, sitting astride this one, he jammed in another some 3 feet below. When he got down upon that one, it was necessary for Shefford to drop him a third stick. In a comparatively short time the Indian reached the ledge below. Then he called for the lassos. Shefford threw them down. His next move was an attempt to assist Fay, but she slipped out of his grasp and descended the ladder with a swiftness that made him hold his breath. Still, when his turn came, her spirit so governed him that he went down as swiftly and even leaped sheer the last 10 feet. Nas Ta Bega and Fay were leaning over the ledge. "Here's the place," she said excitedly. "Let me down on the rope." It took two 30-foot lassos tied together to reach the floor of the valley. Shefford folded his vest, put it round Fay, and slipped the loop of the lasso under her arms. Then he and Nas Ta Bega lowered her to the grass below. Fay, throwing off the loop, bounded away like a wild creature, uttering the strangest cries he had ever heard, and she disappeared along the wall. "I'll go down," said Shefford to the Indian. "You stay here to help pull us up." Hand over hand Shefford descended, and when his feet touched the grass he experienced a shock of the most singular exaltation. "In Surprise Valley," he breathed softly. The dream that had come to him with his friend's story, the years of waiting, wondering, and then the long, fruitless, hopeless search in the desert uplands. These were in his mind as he turned along the wall where Fay had disappeared. He faced a wide terrace, green with grass and moss and starry with strange white flowers and dark foliage, spear-pointed spruce trees. Below the terrace sloped a bench covered with thick copse, and this merged into a forest of dwarf oaks, and beyond that was a beautiful strip of white aspens, their leaves quivering in the stillness. The air was close, sweet, warm, fragrant, and remarkably dry. It reminded him of the air he had smelled in dry caves under cliffs. He reached a point from where he saw a meadow dotted with red and white spotted cattle and little black burros. There were many of them, and he remembered with a start the agony of toil and peril Venters had endured, bringing the progenitors of this stock into the valley. What a strange, wild, beautiful story it all was! But a story connected with this valley could not have been otherwise. Beyond the meadow, on the other side of the valley, extended the forest, and that ended in the rising bench of thicket which gave place to green slope and mossy terrace of sharp-tipped spruces. And all this led the eye irresistibly up to the red wall where a vast, dark, wonderful cavern yawned, with its rust-colored streaks of stain on the wall. And the queer little houses of the cliff dwellers, with their black, vacant, silent windows, speaking so weirdly of the unknown past. Shefford passed a place where the ground had been cultivated, but not as recently as the last 6 months. There was a scant shock of corn and many meager standing stalks. He became aware of a low, whining hum and a fragrance overpowering in its sweetness. And there, round another corner of wall, he came upon an orchard all pink and white in blossoms and melodious with the buzz and hum of innumerable bees. He crossed a little stream that had been dammed, went along a pond, down beside an irrigation ditch that furnished water to orchard and vineyard, and from there he strode into a beautiful cove between two jutting corners of red wall. It was level and green, and the spruces stood gracefully everywhere. Beyond their dark trunks he saw caves in the wall. Suddenly the fragrance of blossoms was overwhelmed by the stronger fragrance of smoke from a wood fire. Swiftly he strode under the spruces. Quail fluttered before him as tame as chickens. Big gray rabbits scarcely moved out of his way. The branches above him were full of mockingbirds, and then there before him stood 3 figures. Fay Larkin was held close to the side of a magnificent woman, barbarously clad in garments made of skins and pieces of blanket. Her face worked in noble emotion. Shefford seemed to see the ghost of that fair beauty Venters had said was Jane Withersteen's. Her hair was gray. Near her stood a lean, stoop-shouldered man whose long hair was perfectly white. His gaunt face was bare of beard. It had strange, sloping, sad lines, and he was staring with mild, surprised eyes. The moment held Shefford mute till sight of Fay Larkin's tear-wet face broke the spell. He leaped forward, and his strong hands reached for the woman and the man. "Jane Withersteen, Lassiter, I have found you." "Oh, sir, who are you?" she cried, with rich and deep and quivering voice. "This child came running, screaming. She could not speak. We thought she had gone mad and escaped to come back to us." "I am John Shefford," he replied, swiftly. "I am a friend of Bern Venters, of his wife, Bess. I learned your story. I came west. I searched a year. I found Fay, and we've come to take you away." "You found Fay? But that masked Mormon who forced her to sacrifice herself to save us. What of him? It's not been so many long years. I remember what my father was, and Dyer and Tull, and all those cruel churchmen." "Waggoner is dead," replied Shefford. "Dead? She is free. Oh, what? How did he die?" "He was killed." "Who did it?" "That's no matter," replied Shefford, stonily, and he met her gaze with steady eyes. "He's out of the way. Fay was never his wife. Fay's free. We've come to take you out of the country. We must hurry. We'll be tracked, pursued. But we've horses and an Indian guide. We'll get away. I think it better to leave here at once. There's no telling how soon we'll be hunted. Get what things you want to take with you." "Oh, yes, Mother Jane, let us hurry," cried Fay. "I'm so full I can't talk. My heart hurts so." Jane Withersteen's face shone with an exceedingly radiant light, and a glory blended with a terrible fear in her eyes. "Fay, my little Fay." Lassiter had stood there with his mild, clear blue eyes upon Shefford. "I'm sure glad to see you all," he drawled, and extended his hand as if the meeting were casual. "What'd you say your name was?" Shefford repeated it as he met the proffered hand. "How's Bern and Bess?" Lassiter inquired. "They were well, prosperous, happy when I last saw them. They had a baby." "Now ain't that fine? Jane, did you hear? Bess had a baby. And Jane, didn't I always say Bern would come back to get us out? Sure it's just the same." How cool, easy, slow, and mild this Lassiter seemed. Had the man grown old, Shefford wondered? The past to him manifestly was only yesterday, and the dangers of the present was as nothing. Looking in Lassiter's face, Shefford was baffled. If he had not remembered the greatness of this old gunman, he might have believed that the lonely years in the valley had unbalanced his mind. In an hour like this, coolness seemed inexplicable, assuredly would have been impossible in an ordinary man. Yet what hid behind that drawling coolness? What was the meaning of those long, sloping, shadowy lines of face? What spirit lay in the deep, mild, clear eyes? Shefford experienced a sudden check to what had been his first growing impression of a drifting, broken old man. "Lassiter, pack what little you can carry. Mustn't be much. And we'll get out of here," said Shefford. "I shore will. Reckon I ain't going to need a pack train. We saved the clothes we wore in here. Jane never thought it no use. But I figured we might need 'em some day. They won't be stylish, but I reckon they'll do better'n these skins. And there's an old coat that was Venters's." The mild, dreamy look became intensified in Lassiter's eyes. "Did Venters have any horses when you knowed him?" he asked. "He had a farm full of horses," replied Shefford with a smile. "And there were two blacks, the grandest horses I ever saw, Black Star and Night. You remember, Lassiter?" "Sure. I was wondering if you got the blacks out. They must be growing old by now. Grand horses they was. But Jane had another horse, a big devil of a sorrel. His name was Wrangle. Did Venters ever tell you about him? And that race with Jerry Card?" "100 times," replied Shefford. "Wrangle run the blacks off their legs. But Jane never would believe that. And I couldn't change her all these years. Reckon maybe we'll get to see them blacks." "Indeed I hope I believe you will," replied Shefford, feelingly. "Shore won't that be fine? Jane, did you hear? Black Star and Night are living, and we'll get to see them." But Jane Withersteen only clasped Fay in her arms and looked at Lassiter with wet and glistening eyes. Shefford told them to hurry and come to the cliff where the ascent from the valley was to be made. He thought best to leave them alone to make their preparations and bid farewell to the cavern home they had known for so long. Then he strode back along the wall, loitering here to gaze into a cave, and there to study crude red paintings in the nooks. And sometimes he halted thoughtfully and did not see anything. At last he rounded a corner of cliff to espy Nas Ta Bega sitting upon the ledge, reposeful and watchful as usual. Shefford told the Indian they would be climbing out soon, and then he sat down to wait and let his gaze rove over the valley. He might have sat there a long while, so sad and reflective and wondering was his thought, but it seemed a very short time till Fay came in sight with her free, swift grace, and Lassiter and Jane some distance behind. Jane carried a small bundle, and Lassiter had a sack over his shoulder that appeared no inconsiderable burden. "Them beans is sure heavy," he drawled as he deposited the sack upon the ground. Shefford curiously took hold of the sack and was amazed to find that a second and hard muscular effort was required to lift it. "Beans?" he queried. "Sure," replied Lassiter. "That's the heaviest sack of beans I ever saw. Why, it's not possible it can be. Lassiter, we've a long, rough trail. We've got to pack light." "Well, I ain't going to leave this sack here behind. Reckon I've been all of 12 years in filling it," he declared, mildly. Shefford could only stare at him. "Fay may need them beans," went on Lassiter. "Why?" "Because they're gold." "Gold!" ejaculated Shefford. "Sure, and they represent some work. 12 years of digging and washing." Shefford laughed constrainedly. "Well, Lassiter, that alters the case considerably. A sack of gold nuggets or grains or beans, as you call them, certainly must not be left behind. Come now, we'll tackle this climbing job." He called up to the Indian and, grasping the rope, began to walk up the first slant, and then by dint of hand over hand effort and climbing with knees and feet, he succeeded, with Nas Ta Bega's help, in making the ledge. Then he let down the rope to haul up the sack and bundle. That done, he directed Fay to fasten the noose round her as he had fixed it before. When she complied, he called to her to hold herself out from the wall while he and Nas Ta Bega hauled her up. "Hold the rope tight," replied Fay. "I'll walk up." And to Shefford's amaze and admiration she virtually walked up that almost perpendicular wall by slipping her hands along the rope and stepping as she pulled herself up. There, if never before, he saw the fruit of her years of experience on steep slopes. Only such experience could have made the feat possible. Jane had to be hauled up, and the task was a painful one for her. Lassiter's turn came then, and he showed more strength and agility than Shefford had supposed him capable of. From the ledge they turned their attention to the narrow crack with its ladder of sticks. Fay had already ascended and now hung over the rim, her white face and golden hair framed vividly in the narrow stream of blue sky above. "Mother Jane, Uncle Jim, you're so slow," she called. "Wal, Fay, we haven't been second cousins to a cañon squirrel all these years," replied Lassiter. This upper half of the climb bid fair to be as difficult for Jane, if not so painful, as the lower. It was necessary for the Indian to go up and drop the rope, which was looped around her, and then, With him pulling from above and Shefford assisting Jane as she climbed, she was finally gotten up without mishap. When Lassiter reached the level they rested a little while and then faced the great slide of jumbled rocks. Fay led the way, light, supple, tireless, and Shefford never ceased looking at her. At last they surmounted the long slope and, winding along the rim, reached the point where Fay had led out of the cedars. Nas Ta Bega, then, was the one to whom Shefford looked for every decision or action of the immediate future. The Indian said he had seen a pool of water in a rocky hole. That day was spent, that here was a little grass for the mustangs, and it would be well to camp right here. So while Nas Ta Bega attended to the mustangs, Shefford set about such preparations for camp and supper as their light pack afforded. The question of beds was easily answered, for the mats of soft needles under pinyon and cedar would be comfortable places to sleep. When Shefford felt free again, the sun was setting. Lassiter and Jane were walking under the trees. The Indian had returned to camp, but Fay was missing. Shefford imagined he knew where to find her, and upon going to the edge of the forest he saw her sitting on the promontory. He approached her, drawn in spite of a feeling that perhaps he ought to stay away. "Fay, would you rather be alone?" he asked. His voice startled her. "I want you," she replied, and held out her hand. Taking it in his own, he sat beside her. The red sun was at their backs. Surprise Valley lay hazy, dusky, shadowy beneath them. The opposite wall seemed fired by crimson flame, save far down at its base, which the sun no longer touched. And the dark lines of red slowly rose, encroaching upon the bright crimson. Changing, transparent yet dusky veils seemed to float between the walls. Long red rays, where the sun shone through notch or crack in the rim, split the darker spaces. Deep down at the floor the forests darkened. The strip of aspen paled. The meadow turned gray. And all under the shelves and in the great caverns a purple gloom deepened. Then the sun set, and swiftly twilight was there below while day lingered above. On the opposite wall the fire died and the stone grew cold. A cañon night hawk voiced his lonely, weird, and melancholy cry, and it seemed to pierce and mark the silence. A pale star peering out of a sky that had begun to turn blue marked the end of twilight, and all the purple shadows moved and hovered and changed till softly and mysteriously they embraced black night. Beautiful, wild, strange, silent Surprise Valley. Shefford saw it before and beneath him, a dark abyss now, the abode of loneliness. He imagined faintly what was in Fay Larkin's heart. For the last time she had seen the sun set there and night come with its dead silence and sweet mystery and phantom shadows, its velvety blue sky and white trains of stars. He who had dreamed and longed and searched found that the hour had become incalculable for him in its import. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17, Part 1 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Trail to Nonnezoshe, Part 1. When Shefford awoke next morning and sat up on his bed of pinyon boughs, the dawn had broken cold, with a ruddy gold brightness under the trees. Nas Ta Bega and Lassiter were busy around a campfire. The mustangs were haltered near by. Jane Withersteen combed out her long, tangled tresses with a crude wooden comb, and Fay Larkin was not in sight. As she had been missing from the group at sunset, so she was now at sunrise. Shefford went out to take his last look at Surprise Valley. On the evening before, the valley had been a place of dusky red veils and purple shadows, and now it was pink-walled, clear and rosy and green and white, with wonderful shafts of gold slanting down from the notched eastern rim. Fay stood on the promontory, and Shefford did not break the spell of her silent farewell to her wild home. A strange emotion abided with him, and he knew he would always, all his life, regret leaving Surprise Valley. Then the Indian called. "Come, Fay," said Shefford gently. And she turned away with dark, haunted eyes and a white, still face. The somber Indian gave a silent gesture for Shefford to make haste. While they had breakfast, the mustangs were saddled and packed, and soon all was in readiness for the flight. Fay was given Nack yal, Jane the saddled horse Shefford had ridden, and Lassiter the Indian's roan. Shefford and Nas Ta Bega were to ride the blanketed mustangs, and the sixth and last one bore the pack. Nas Ta Bega set off, leading his horse, the others of the party lined in behind, with Shefford at the rear. Nas Ta Bega led at a brisk trot, and sometimes, on level stretches of ground, at an easy canter, and Shefford had a grim realization of what this flight was going to be for these three fugitives, now so unaccustomed to riding. Jane and Lassiter, however, needed no watching, and they showed they had never forgotten how to manage a horse. The Indian back trailed yesterday's path for an hour, then headed west to the left, and entered a low pass. All parts of this plateau country looked alike, and Shefford was at some pains to tell the difference of this strange ground from that which he had been over. In another hour they got out of the rugged, broken rock to the wind-worn and smooth, shallow cañon. Shefford calculated that they were coming to the end of the plateau. The low walls slanted lower. The cañon made a turn. Nas Ta Bega disappeared, and then the others of the party. When Shefford turned the corner of wall, he saw a short strip of bare, rocky ground with only sky beyond. The Indian and his followers had halted in a group. Shefford rode to them, halted himself, and in one sweeping glance realized the meaning of their silent gaze. But immediately Nas Ta Bega started down, and the mustangs, without word or touch, followed him. Shefford, however, lingered on the promontory. His gaze seemed impelled and held by things afar, the great yellow and purple corrugated world of distance, now on a level with his eyes. He was drawn by the beauty and the grandeur of that scene, and transfixed by the realization that he had dared to venture to find a way through this vast, wild, and upflung fastness. He kept looking afar, sweeping the three-quartered circle of horizon till his judgment of distance was confounded and his sense of proportion dwarfed one moment and magnified the next. Then he withdrew his fascinated gaze to adopt the Indian's method of studying unlimited spaces in the desert, to look with slow, contracted eyes from near to far. His companions had begun to zigzag down a long slope, bare of rock, with yellow gravel patches showing between the scant strips of green, and here and there a scrub cedar. Half a mile down the slope merged into green level, but close, keen gaze made out this level to be a rolling plain, growing darker green, with blue lines of ravines and thin, undefined spaces that might be mirage. Miles and miles of it swept and relied and heaved to lose its waves in apparent darker levels. A round red rock stood isolated, marking the end of the barren plain. And farther on were other rocks, all isolated, all of different shapes. They resembled huge grazing cattle, but as Shefford gazed and his sight gained strength from steady holding it to separate features, these rocks were strangely magnified. They grew and grew into mounds, castles, domes, crags, great red wind carved buttes. One by one they drew his gaze to the wall of upflung rock. He seemed to see 1,000 domes of 1,000 shapes and colors, and among them 1,000 blue clefts, each one a little mark in his sight, yet which he knew was a cañon. So far he gained some idea of what he saw, but beyond this wide area of curved lines rose another wall, dwarfing the lower, dark red, horizon-long, magnificent in frowning boldness, and because of its limitless deceiving surfaces, breaks and lines incomprehensible to the sight of man. Away to the eastward began a winding, ragged blue line, looping back upon itself and then winding away again, growing wider and bluer. This line was the San Juan Cañon. Where was Joe Lake at that moment? Had he embarked yet on the river? Did that blue line, so faint, so deceiving, hold him and the boat? Almost it was impossible to believe. Shefford followed the blue line all its length, 100 miles, he fancied, down toward the west where it joined a dark, purple, shadowy cleft. And this was the Grand Cañon of the Colorado. Shefford's eyes swept along with that winding mark, farther and farther to the west, round to the left, until the cleft, growing larger and coming closer, losing its deception, was seen to be a wild and winding cañon. Still further to the left, as he swung in fascinated gaze, it split the wonderful wall, a vast plateau now with great red peaks and yellow mesas. The cañon was full of purple smoke. It turned, it gaped, it lost itself, and showed again in that chaos of a million cliffs. And then farther on it became again a cleft, a purple line, at last to fail entirely into deceiving distance. Shefford imagined there was no scene in all the world equal to that. The tranquility of lesser spaces was not here manifest. Sound, movement, life seemed to have no fitness here. Ruin was there, and desolation and decay. The meaning of the ages was flung at him, and a man became nothing. When he had gazed at the San Juan Cañon, he had been appalled at the nature of Joe Lake's Herculean task. He had lost hope, faith. The thing was not possible. But when Shefford gazed at that sublime and majestic wilderness, in which the Grand Cañon was only a dim line, he strangely lost his terror, and something else came to him from across the shining spaces. If Nas Ta Bega led them safely down to the river, if Joe Lake met them at the mouth of Nonnezoshe Boco, if they survived the rapids of that terrible gorge, then Shefford would have to face his soul and the meaning of this spirit that breathed on the wind. He urged his mustang to the descent of the slope, and as he went down, slowly drawing nearer to the other fugitives, his mind alternated between the strange intimation of faith, the subtle uplift of his spirit, and the growing gloom and shadow in his love for Fay Larkin. Not that he loved her less, but more. A possible God hovering near him, like the Indian's spirit step on the trail, made his soul the darker for Fay's crime. And he saw with light, with deeper sadness, with sterner truth. More than once the Indian turned on his mustang to look up the slope, and the light flashed from his dark, somber face. Shefford instinctively looked back himself, and then he realized the unconscious motive of the action. Deep within him there had been a premonition of certain pursuit, and the Indian's reiterated backward glance had at length brought the feeling upward. Thereafter, as they descended, Shefford gradually added to his already wrought emotions a mounting anxiety. No sign of a trail showed where the base of the slope rolled out to meet the green plain. The earth was gravelly, with dark patches of heavy silt, almost like cinders, and round black rocks, flinty and glassy, cracked away from the hoofs of the mustangs. There was a level bench a mile wide, then a ravine, and then an ascent, and after that rounded ridge and ravine, one after the other, like huge swells of a monstrous sea. Indian paintbrush vied in its scarlet hue with the deep magenta of cactus. There was no sage. Soapweed and meager grass and a bunch of cactus here and there lent the green to that barren, and it was green only at a distance. Nas Ta Bega kept on a steady, even trot. The sun climbed, the wind rose and whipped dust from under the mustangs. Shefford looked back often, and the farther out in the plain he reached, the higher loomed the plateau they had descended, and as he faced ahead again, the lower sank the red-domed and castled horizon to the fore. The ravines became deeper, with dry rock bottoms, and the high ridge tops sharper, with outcroppings of yellow, crumbling ledges. Once across the central depression of that plain, a gradual ascent became evident, and the round rocks grew cleaner in sight, began to rise, shine, and grow. And thereafter every slope brought them nearer. The sun was straight overhead and hot when Nas Ta Bega halted the party under the first lonely scrub cedar. They all dismounted to stretch their limbs and rest the horses. It was not a talkative group. Lassiter's comments on the never-ending green plain elicited no response. Jane Withersteen looked afar with the past in her eyes. Shefford felt Fay's wistful glance and could not meet it. Indeed, he seemed to want to hide something from her. The Indian bent a falcon gaze on the distant slope, and Shefford did not like that intent, searching, steadfast watchfulness. Suddenly Nas Ta Bega stiffened and whipped the halter he held. "Ugh!" he exclaimed. All eyes followed the direction of his dark hand. Puffs of dust rose from the base of the long slope they had descended. Tiny dark specks moved with the pace of a snail. "Shad," added the Indian. "I expected it," said Shefford, darkly, as he rose. "And who's Shad?" drawled Lassiter in his cool, slow speech. Briefly Shefford explained, and then, looking at Nas Ta Bega, he added, "The hardest riding outfit in the country. We can't get away from them." Jane Withersteen was silent, but Fay uttered a low cry. Shefford did not look at either of them. The Indian began swiftly to tighten the saddle cinches of his roan, and Shefford did likewise for Nack yal. Then Shefford drew his rifle out of the saddle sheath and Joe Lake's big guns from the saddlebag. "Here, Lassiter, maybe you haven't forgotten how to use these," he said. The old gunman started as if he had seen ghosts. His hands grew claw-like as he reached for the guns. He threw open the cylinders, spilled out the shells, snapped back the cylinders. Then he went through motions too swift for Shefford to follow. But Shefford heard the hammers falling so swiftly they blended their clicks almost in one sound. Lassiter reloaded the guns with a speed comparable with the other actions. A remarkable transformation had come over him. He did not seem the same man. The mild eyes had changed. The long, shadowy, sloping lines were tense cords, and there was a cold, ashy shade on his face. 12 years, he muttered to himself. I dropped them old guns back there where I rolled the rock. 12 years. Shefford realized the 12 years were as if they had never been. And he would rather have had this old gunman with him than a dozen ordinary men. The Indian spoke rapidly in Navajo, saying that once in the rocks they were safe. Then, after another look at the distant dust puffs, he wheeled his mustang. It was doubtful if the party could have kept near him had they been responsible for the gait of their mounts. The fact was that the way the Indian called to his mustangs, or some leadership in the one rode, drew the others to a like trot or climb or canter. For a long time Shefford did not turn round. He knew what to expect. And when he did turn he was startled at the gain made by the pursuers. but he was encouraged as well by the looming, red, rounded peaks seemingly now so close. He could see the dark splits between the sloping curved walls, the pinyon patches in the amphitheater under the circled walls. That was a wild place they were approaching, and once in there he believed pursuit would be useless. However, there were miles still to go, and those hard-riding devils behind made alarming decrease in the intervening distance. Shefford could see the horses plainly now, how they made the dust fly. He counted up to 6, and then the dust and moving line caused the others to be indistinguishable. At last, only a long, gently rising slope separated the fugitives from that labyrinthine network of wildly carved rock. But it was the clear air that made the distance seem short. Mile after mile the mustangs climbed, and when they were perhaps halfway across the last slope to the rocks, the first horse of the pursuers mounted to the level behind. In a few moments the whole band was strung out in sight. Nas Ta Bega kept his mustang at a steady walk in spite of the gaining pursuers. There came a point, however, when the Indian, reaching comparatively level ground, put his mount to a swinging canter. The other mustangs broke into the same gait. It became a race then, with a couple of miles between fugitives and pursuers only imperceptibly lessened. Nas Ta Bega had saved his mustangs, and Shadd had ridden his to the limit. Shefford kept looking back, gripping his rifle, hoping it would not come to a fight, yet slowly losing the reluctance. Sage began to show on the slope, and other kinds of brush and cedars straggled everywhere. The great rocks loomed closer, the red color mixed with yellow, and the slopes lengthening out, not so steep, yet infinitely longer than they had seemed at a distance. Shefford ceased to feel the dry wind in his face. They were already in the lee of the wall. He could see the rock squirrels scampering to their holes. The mustangs valiantly held to the gate, and at last the Indian disappeared between two rounded corners of cliff. The others were close behind. Shefford wheeled once more. Shadd and his gang were a mile in the rear, but coming fast despite winded horses. Shefford rode around the wall into a widening space thick with cedars. It ended in a bare slope of smooth rock. Here the Indian dismounted. When the others came up with him, he told them to lead their horses and follow. Then he began the ascent of the rock. It was smooth and hard, though not slippery. There was not a crack. Shefford did not see a broken piece of stone. Nas Ta Bega climbed straight up for a while, and then wound around a swell, to turn this way and that, always going up. Shefford began to see similar mounds of rock all around him, of every shape that could be called a curve. There were yellow domes far above and small red domes far below. Ridges ran from one hill of rock to another. There were no abrupt breaks, but holes and pits and caves were everywhere, and occasionally, deep down, an amphitheater green with cedar and pinyon. The Indian appeared to have a clear idea of where he wanted to go, though there was no vestige of a trail on those bare slopes. At length Shefford was high enough to see back upon the plain, but the pursuers were no longer in sight. Nas Ta Bega led to the top of that wall, only to disclose to his followers another and higher wall beyond, with a ridged, bare, wild, and scalloped depression between. Here footing began to be precarious for both man and beast. When the ascent of the second wall began, it was necessary to zigzag up, slowly and carefully, taking advantage of every level bulge or depression. They must have consumed half an hour mounting this slope to the summit. Once there, Shefford drew a sharp breath with both backward and forward glances. Shadd and his gang in a single file showed dark upon the bare stone ridge behind, and to the fore there twisted and dropped and curved the most dangerous slopes Shefford had ever seen. The fugitives had reached the height of a stone wall of the divide, and many of the drops upon this side were perpendicular and too steep to see the bottom. Nas Ta Bega led along the ridge top and then started down, following the waves in the rock. He came out upon a rounded promontory from which there could not have been any turning of a horse. The long slant leading down was at an angle Shefford declared impossible for the animals. Yet the Indian started down. His mustang needed urging, but at last edged upon the steep descent. Shefford and the others had to hold back and wait. It was thrilling to see the intelligent mustang. He did not step. He slid his fore hoofs a few inches at a time and kept directly behind the Indian. If he fell, he would knock Nas Ta Bega off his feet, and they would both roll down together. There was no doubt in Shefford's mind that the mustang knew this as well as the Indian. Foot by foot they worked down to a swelling bulge, and here Nas Ta Bega left his mustang and came back for the pack horse. It was even more difficult to get this beast down. Then the Indian called for Lassiter and Jane and Fay to come down. Shefford began to keep a sharp lookout behind and above. He did not see how the three fared on the slope, but evidently there was no mishap. Nas Ta Bega mounted the slope again, and at the moment sight of Shadd's dark bays silhouetted against the sky caused Shefford to call out, "We've got to hurry." The Indian led one mustang and called to the others. Shefford stepped close behind. They went down in single file, inch by inch, foot by foot, and safely reached the comparative level below. "Shadd's gang are riding their horses up and down these walls," exclaimed Shefford. "Sure," replied Lassiter. Both the women were silent. Nas Ta Bega led the way swiftly to the right. He rounded a huge dome, climbed a low, rolling ridge, descended and ascended, and came out upon the rim of a steep-walled amphitheater. Along the rim was a yard-wide level, with the chasm to the left and steep slope to the right. There was no time to flinch at the danger, when even a greater danger menaced from the rear. Nas Ta Bega led, and his mustang kept at his heels. One misstep would have plunged the animal to his death, but he was sure-footed, and his confidence helped the others. At the apex of the curve, the only course led away from the rim, and here there was no level. Four of the mustangs slipped and slid down the smooth rock till they stopped in a shallow depression. It cost time to get them out, to straighten pack and saddles. Shefford thought he heard a yell in the rear, but he could not see anything of the gang. They rounded this precipice only to face a worse one. Shefford's nerve was sorely tried when he saw steep slants everywhere, all apparently leading down into chasms, and no place a man, let alone a horse, could put a foot with safety. Nevertheless, the imperturbable Indian never slackened his pace. Always he appeared to find a way, and he never had to turn back. His winding course, however, did not now cover much distance in a straight line, and herein lay the greatest peril. Any moment Shadd and his men might come within range. Upon a particularly tedious and dangerous slide of rocky hill, the fugitives lost so much time that Shefford grew exceedingly alarmed. Still, they accomplished it without accident, and their pursuers did not heave in sight. Perhaps they were having trouble in a bad place. The afternoon was waning. The red sun hung low above the yellow mesa to the left, and there was a perceptible shading of light. End of chapter 17, part 1. Chapter 17, part 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Trail to Nonnezoshe, part 2. At last Nas Ta Bega came to a place that halted him. It did not look so bad as places they had successfully passed. Yet upon closer study Shefford did not see how they were to get around the neck of the gully at their feet. Presently the Indian put the bridle over the head of his mustang and left him free. He did likewise for two more mustangs, while Lassiter and Shefford rendered a like service to theirs. Then the Indian started down, with his mustang following him. The pack animal came next, then Fay and Nack yal, then Lassiter and his mount, with Jane and hers next, and Shefford last. They followed the Indian, picking their steps swiftly, looking nowhere except at the stone under their feet. The right side of the chasm was rimmed, the curve at the head crossed, and then the real peril of this trap had to be faced. It was a narrow slant of ledge, doubling back parallel with the course already traversed. A sharp warning cry from Nas Ta Bega scarcely prepared Shefford for hoarse yells, and then a rattling rifle volley from the top of the slope opposite. Bullets thudded on the cliff, whipped up red dust, and spanged and droned away. Fay Larkin screamed and staggered back against the wall. Nack yal was hit, and with frightened snort he reared, pawed the air, and came down, pounding the stone. The mustang behind him went to his knees, sank with his head over the rim, and, slipping off, plunged into the depths. In an instant a dull crash came up. For a moment there was imminent peril for the horses, more in the yawning hole than in the spanging of badly aimed bullets. Lassiter drew Jane up a little slope, out of the way of the frightened mustangs, and Shefford, risking his neck, rushed to Fay. She was holding her arm, which was bleeding. Unheeding the rain of bullets, he half carried, half dragged her along the slope of the low bluff, where he hid behind a corner till the Indian drove the mustangs round it. Shefford's swift fingers were wet and red with the blood from Fay's arm when he bound the wound with his scarf. Lassiter had gotten around with Jane and was calling Shefford to hurry. It had been Shefford's idea to halt there and fight, but he did not want to send Fay on alone, so he hurried ahead with her. The Indian had the horses going fast on a long level overhung by bulging walls. Lassiter and Jane were looking back. Shefford became aware of a steep slope to his left, looked down to see a narrow chasm and great crevices in the cliffs, with bunches of cedars here and there. Presently Nas Ta Bega disappeared with the mustangs. He had evidently turned off to go down behind the split cliffs. Shefford and Fay caught up with Lassiter and Jane, and panting, hurrying, looking backward and then forward, they kept on as best they could in the Indian's course. Shefford made sure they had lost him when he appeared down to the left. Then they all ran to catch up with him. They went around the chasm and then through one of the narrow cracks to come out upon the rim among cedars. Here the Indian waited for them. He pointed down another long swell of naked stone to a narrow green split, which was evidently different from all these curved pits and holes and abysses, for this one had straight walls and wound away out of sight. It was the head of a cañon. "Nonnezoshe Boco," said the Indian. "Nas Ta Bega, go on," replied Shefford. "When Shadd comes out on that slope above he can't see you where you go down. Hurry on with the horses and women. Lassiter, you go with them. And if Shadd passes me and comes up with you, do your best. I'm going to ambush that Piute and his gang." "Shore you've picked out a good place," replied Lassiter. In another moment Shefford was alone. He heard the light, soft pat and slide of the hoofs of the mustangs as they went down. Presently that sound ceased. He looked at the red stain on his hands from the blood of the girl he loved, and he had to stifle a terrible wrath that shook his frame. In regard to Shadd's pursuit, it had not been blood that he had feared, but capture for Fay. He and Nas Ta Bega might have expected a shot if they resisted, but to wound that unfortunate girl, It made a tiger out of him. When he had stilled the emotions that weakened and shook him, and reached cold and implacable control of himself, he crawled under the cedars to the rim, and well hidden, he watched and waited. Shadd appeared to be slow for the first time since he had been sighted. With keen eyes, Shefford watched the corner where he and the others had escaped from that murderous volley. But Shadd did not come. The sun had lost its warmth and was tipping the lofty mesa to his right. Soon twilight would make travel on those walls more perilous, and darkness would make it impossible. Shadd must hurry or abandon the pursuit for that day. Shefford found himself grimly hopeful. Suddenly he heard the click of hoofs. It came, faint yet clear, on the still air. He glued his sight upon that corner where he expected the pursuers to appear. More cracks of hoofs pierced his ear, clearer and sharper this time. Presently he gathered that they could not possibly come from beyond the corner he was watching. So he looked far to the left of that place, seeing no one, then far to the right. Out over a bulge of stone he caught sight of the bobbing head of a horse, then another, and still another. He was astounded. Shadd had gone below that place where the attack had been made, and he had come up this steep slope. More horses appeared, to the number of 8. Shefford easily recognized a low, broad, squat rider to be Shadd. Assuredly the Piute did not know this country. Possibly, however, he had feared an ambush. But Shefford grew convinced that Shadd had not expected an ambush, or at least did not fear it, and had mistaken the Indian's course. Moreover, if he led his gang a few rods further up that slope, he would do worse than make a mistake. He would be facing a double peril. What fearless horsemen these Indians were! Shadd was mounted, as were 3 others of his gang. Evidently the white men, the outlaws, were the ones on foot. Shefford thrilled and his veins stung when he saw these pursuers come passing what he considered the danger mark. But manifestly they could not see their danger. Assuredly they were aware of the chasm. However, the level upon which they were advancing narrowed gradually, and they could not tell that very soon they could not go any farther, nor could they turn back. The alternative was to climb the slope, and that was a desperate chance. They came up, now about on level with Shefford, and perhaps 300 yards distance. He gripped his rifle with a fatal assurance that he could kill one of them now. Still he waited. Curiosity consumed him because every foot they advanced heightened their peril. Shefford wondered if Shadd would have chosen that course if he had not supposed the Navajo had chosen it first. It was plain that one of the walking Piutes stooped now and then to examine the rock. He was looking for some faint sign of a horse track. Shadd halted within 200 yards of where Shefford lay hidden. His keen eye had caught the significance of the narrowing level before he had reached the end. He pointed and spoke. Shefford heard his voice. The others replied. They all looked up at the steep slope, down into the chasm right below them, and across into the cedars. The Piute in the rear succeeded in turning his horse and went back, and began to circle up the slope. The others entered into an argument, and they became more closely grouped upon the narrow bench. Their mustangs were lean, wiry, wild, vicious, and Shefford calculated grimly upon what a stampede might mean in that position. Then Shadd turned his mustang up the slope. Like a goat he climbed. Another Indian in the rear succeeded in pivoting his steed and started back, apparently to circle round and up. The others of the gang appeared uncertain. They yelled hoarsely at Shadd, who halted on the steep slant, some 20 paces above them. He spoke and made motions that evidently meant the climb was easy enough. It looked easy for him. His dark face flashed red in the rays of the sun. At this critical moment Shefford decided to fire. He meant to kill Shadd, hoping if the leader was gone the others would abandon the pursuit. The rifle wavered a little as he aimed, then grew still. He fired. Shadd never flinched, but the fiery mustang, perhaps wounded, certainly terrified, plunged down with piercing, horrid scream. Shadd fell under him. Shrill yells rent the air. Like a thunderbolt the sliding horse was upon men and animals below. A heavy shock, wild snorts, upflinging heads and hoofs, a terrible tramping, thudding, shrieking melee, then a brown, twisting, tangled mass shot down the slant over the rim. Shefford dazedly thought he saw men running. He did not see plunging horses. One slipped, fell, rolled, and went into the chasm. Then up from the depths came a crash, a long, slipping roar. In another instant there was a lighter crash and a lighter sliding roar. Two horses, shaking, paralyzed with fear, were left upon the narrow level. Beyond them a couple of men were crawling along the stone. Up on the level stood the two Indians, holding down frightened horses and staring at the fatal slope. And Shefford lay there under the cedar, in the ghastly grip of the moment, hardly comprehending that his ill-aimed shot had been a thunderbolt. He did not think of shooting at the Piutes. They, however, recovering from their shock, evidently feared the ambush, for they swiftly drew up the slope and passed out of sight. The frightened horses below whistled and tramped along the lower level, finally vanishing. There was nothing left on the bare wall to prove to Shefford that it had been the scene of swift and tragic death. He leaned from his covert and peered over the rim. Hundreds of feet below he saw dark growths of pinyons. There was no sign of a pile of horses and men. And then he realized that he could not tell the number that had perished. The swift finale had been as stunning to him as if lightning had struck near him. Suddenly it flashed over him what state of suspense and torture Fay and Jane must be in at that very moment, and leaping up, he ran out of the cedars to the slope behind and hurried down at risk of limb. The sun had set by this time. He hoped he could catch up with the party before dark. He went straight down, and the end of the slope was a smooth, low wall. The Indian must have descended with the horses at some other point. The cañon was about 50 yards wide, and it headed under the great slope of Navajo Mountain. These smooth, rounded walls appeared to end at its low rim. Shefford slid down upon a grassy bank, and finding the tracks of the horses, he followed them. They led along the wall. As soon as he had assured himself that Nas Ta Bega had gone down the cañon, he abandoned the tracks and pushed ahead swiftly. He heard the soft rush of running water. In the center of the cañon wound heavy lines of bright green foliage, bordering a rocky brook. The air was close, warm, and sweet with perfume of flowers. The walls were low and shelving, and soon lost that rounded appearance peculiar to the wind-worn slopes above. Shefford came to where the horses had plowed down a gravelly bank into the clear, swift water of the brook. The little pools of water were still muddy. Shefford drank, finding the water cold and sweet, without the bitter bite of alkali. He crossed and pushed on, running on the grassy levels. Flowers were everywhere, but he did not notice them particularly. The cañon made many leisurely turns, and its size, if it enlarged at all, was not perceptible to him yet. The rims above him were perhaps 50 feet high. Cottonwood trees began to appear along the brook, and blossoming buckbrush in the corners of wall. He had traveled perhaps a mile when Nas Ta Bega, appearing to come out of the thicket, confronted him. "Hello," called Shefford. "Where's Fay and the others?" The Indian made a gesture that signified the rest of the party were beyond a little way. Shefford took Nas Ta Bega's arm, and as they walked, and he panted for breath, He told what had happened back on the slopes. The Indian made one of his singular speaking sweeps of hand, and he scrutinized Shefford's face, but he received the news in silence. They turned a corner of wall, crossed a wide, shallow, border-strewn place in the brook, and mounted the bank to a thicket. Beyond this, from a clump of cottonwoods, Lassiter strode out with a gun in each hand. He had been hiding. "Shore I'm glad to see you," he said, and the eyes that piercingly fixed on Shefford were now as keen as formerly they had been mild. "Gone, Lassiter, they're gone," broke out Shefford. "Where's Fay and Jane?" Lassiter called, and presently the women came out of the thick brake, and Fay bounded forward with her swift stride, while Jane followed with eager step and anxious face. Then they all surrounded Shefford. "It was Shadd and his gang," panted Shefford. "8 in all. 3 or 4 Piutes, the others outlaws. They lost track of us, went below the place where they shot at us. And they came up on a bad slope." Shefford described the slope and the deep chasm, and how Shadd led up to the point where he saw his mistake, and then how the catastrophe fell. "I shot and missed," repeated Shefford, with the sweat in beads on his pale face. "I missed Shadd. Maybe I hit the horse. He plunged, reared, fell back, a terrible fall, right upon the bunch of horses and men below. In a horrible, wrestling, screaming tangle they slid over the rim. I don't know how many. I saw some men running along. I saw 3 other horses plunging. One slipped and went over. I have no idea how many, but Shadd and some of his gang went to destruction." "Sure, that's fine," said Lassiter. "But maybe I won't get to use them guns after all." "Hardly on that gang," laughed Shefford. "The 2 Piutes and what others escaped turned back. Maybe they'll meet a posse of Mormons, for of course the Mormons will track us, too, and come back to where Shadd lost his life. That's an awful place. Even the Piute got lost, couldn't follow Nas Ta Bega. It would take any pursuer some time to find out how we got in here. I believe we need not fear further pursuit. Certainly not tonight or tomorrow. Then we'll be far down the cañon." When Shefford concluded his earnest remarks, the faces of Fay and Jane had lost the signs of suppressed dread. "Nas Ta Bega, make camp here," said Shefford. "Water, wood, grass. Why, this is something like... Fay, how's your arm?" "It hurts," she replied, simply. "Come with me down to the brook and let me wash and bind it properly." They went, and she sat upon a stone while he knelt beside her and untied his scarf from her arm. As the blood had hardened, it was necessary to slit her sleeve to the shoulder. Using his scarf, he washed the blood from the wound, and found it to be merely a cut, a groove on the surface. "That's nothing," Shefford said lightly. "It'll heal in a day. But there'll always be a scar. And when we get back to civilization and you wear a pretty gown without sleeves, people will wonder what made this mark on your beautiful arm." Fay looked at him with wonderful eyes. "Do women wear gowns without sleeves?" she asked. "They do." "Have I a beautiful arm?" She stretched it out, white, blue veined, the skin fine as satin, the lines graceful and flowing, a round, firm, strong arm. "The most beautiful I ever saw," he replied. But the pleasure his compliment gave her was not communicated to him. His last impression of that right arm had been of its strength. And his mind flashed with lightning swiftness to a picture that haunted him. Waggoner laying dead on the porch with that powerfully driven knife in his breast. Shefford shuddered through all his being. Would this phantom come often to him like that? Hurriedly he bound up her arm with the scarf and did not look at her, and was conscious that she felt a subtle change in him. The short twilight ended, with the fugitives comfortable in camp that for natural features could not have been improved upon. Darkness found Fay and Jane asleep on a soft, mossy bed, a blanket tucked around them, and their faces still and beautiful in the flickering campfire light. Lassiter did not linger long awake. Nas Ta Bega, seeing Shefford's excessive fatigue, urged him to sleep. Shefford demurred, insisting that he share the night watch, but Nas Ta Bega, by agreeing that Shefford might have the following night's duty, prevailed upon him. Shefford seemed to shut his eyes upon darkness and to open them immediately to the light. The stream of blue sky above, the gold tints on the western rim, the rosy, brightened colors down in the cañon were proofs of the sunrise. This morning Nas Ta Bega proceeded leisurely, and his manner was comforting. When all was in readiness for a start, he gave the mustang he had ridden to Shefford and walked, leading the pack animal. The mode of travel here was a selection of the best levels, the best places to cross the brook, the best bank to climb, and it was a process of continual repetition. As the Indian picked out the course and the mustangs followed his lead, there was nothing for Shefford to do but take his choice between reflection that seemed predisposed toward gloom and an absorption in the beauty, color, wildness, and changing character of Nonnezoshe Boco. Assuredly, his experience in the desert did not count in it a trip down into a strange, beautiful, lost cañon such as this. It did not widen, though the walls grew higher. They began to lean and bulge, and the narrow strip of sky above resembled a flowing blue river. Huge caverns had been hollowed out by some work of nature, what he could not tell, though he was sure it could not have been wind. And when the brook ran close under one of these overhanging places, the running water made a singular, indescribable sound. A crack from a hoof on a stone rang like a hollow bell, and echoed from wall to wall, and the croak of a frog, the only living creature he had so far noted in the cañon, was a weird and melancholy thing. Fay rode close to him, and his heart seemed to rejoice when she spoke, when she showed how she wanted to be near him. Yet, try as he might, he could not respond. His speech to her, what little there was, did not come spontaneously, and he suffered a remorse that he could not be honestly natural to her. Then he would drive away the encroaching gloom, trusting that a little time would dispel it. "We are deeper down than Surprise Valley," said Fay. "How do you know?" he asked. "Here are the pink and yellow sago lilies. You remember we went once to find the white ones. I have found white lilies in Surprise Valley, but never any pink or yellow." Shefford had seen flowers all along the green banks, but he had not marked the lilies. Here he dismounted and gathered several. They were larger than the white ones of higher altitudes, of the same exquisite beauty and fragility, of such rare pink and yellow hues as he had never seen. He gave the flowers to Fay. "They bloom only where it's always summer," she said. That expressed their nature. They were the orchids of the summer cañon. They stood up everywhere, star-like out of the green. It was impossible to prevent the mustangs treading them underfoot. And as the cañon deepened and many little springs added their tiny volume to the brook, every grassy bench was dotted with lilies, like a green sky star-spangled. And this increasing luxuriance manifested itself in the banks of purple moss and clumps of lavender daisies and great clusters of yellow violets. The brook was lined by blossoming buckrush. The rocky corners showed the crimson and magenta of cactus. Ledges were green with shining moss that sparkled with little white flowers. The hum of bees filled the air. By and by, this green and colorful and verdant beauty, the almost level floor of the cañon, the banks of soft earth, the thickets and the clumps of cottonwoods, the shelving caverns and the bulging walls, these features gradually were lost, and Nonnezoshe Boco began to deepen in bare red and white stone steps. The walls sheered away from one another, breaking into sections and ledges, and rising higher and higher, and there began to be manifested a dark and solemn concordance with the nature that had created this rent in the earth. There was a stretch of miles where steep steps in hard red rock alternated with long levels of round boulders. Here, one by one, the mustangs went lame, and the fugitives, dismounting to spare the faithful beasts, slipped and stumbled over those loose and treacherous stones. Fay was the only one who did not show distress. She was glad to be on foot again, and the rolling boulders were as stable as solid rock for her. The hours passed, the toil increased, the progress diminished. One of the mustangs failed entirely and was left, and all the while the dimensions of Nonnezoshe Boco magnified and its character changed. It became a 1,000-foot walled cañon, leaning, broken, threatening, with great yellow slides blocking passage, with huge sections split off from the main wall, with immense dark and gloomy caverns. Strangely, it had no intersecting cañon. It jealously guarded its secret. Its unusual formations of cavern and pillar and half arch led the mind to expect any monstrous stone shape left by an avalanche or cataclysm. Down and down the fugitives toiled, and now the stream bed was bare of boulders and the banks of earth. The floods that had rolled down that cañon here had borne away every loose thing. All the floor was bare red and white stone, polished, glistening, slippery, affording treacherous foothold. And the time came when Nas Ta Bega abandoned the stream bed to take to the rock-strewn and cactus-covered ledges above. Jane gave out and had to be assisted upon the weary mustang. Fay was persuaded to mount Nack yal again. Lassiter plodded along. The Indian bent tired steps far in front, and Shefford traveled on after him, footsore and hot. The cañon widened ahead into a great, ragged, iron-hued amphitheater, and from there apparently turned abruptly at right angles. Sunset rimmed the walls. Shefford wondered dully when the Indian would halt to camp. And he dragged himself onward with eyes down on the rough ground. When he raised them again, the Indian stood on a point of slope with folded arms, gazing down where the cañon veered. Something in Nas Ta Bega's pose quickened Shefford's pulse, and then his steps. He reached the Indian and the point where he, too, could see beyond that vast jutting wall that had obstructed his view. A mile beyond was all bright with colors of sunset, and spanning the cañon in the graceful shape, arid beauty hues of a rainbow, was a magnificent stone bridge. "Nonnezoshe!" exclaimed the Navajo, with a deep and sonorous roll in his voice. End of chapter 17, part 2. Chapter 18 of the Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At the foot of the rainbow. The Rainbow Bridge was the one great natural phenomenon, the one grand spectacle which Shefford had ever seen that did not at first give vague disappointment, a confounding of reality, a disenchantment of contrast with what the mind had conceived. But this thing was glorious. It silenced him, yet did not awe or stun. His body and brain, weary and dull from the toil of travel, received a singular and revivifying freshness. He had a strange, mystic perception of this rosy-hued, stupendous arch of stone, as if in a former life it had been a goal he could not reach. This wonder of nature, though all-satisfying, all-fulfilling to his artist soul, could not be a resting place for him, a destination where something awaited him, a height he must scale to find peace, the end of his strife. But it seemed all these. He could not understand his perception or his emotion. Still here at last, apparently, was the rainbow of his boyish dreams and of his manhood. A rainbow magnified even beyond those dreams, no longer transparent and ethereal, but solidified, a thing of ages, sweeping up majestically from the red walls, its iris-hued arch against the blue sky. Nas Ta Bega led on down the ledge, and Shefford plodded thoughtfully after him. The others followed. A jutting corner of wall again hid the cañon. The Indian was working round to circle the huge amphitheater. It was slow, irritating, strenuous toil, for the way was on a steep slant, rough and loose and dragging. The rocks were as hard and jagged as lava, and the cactus further hindered progress. When at last the long half circle had been accomplished, the golden and rosy lights had faded. Again the cañon opened to view. All the walls were pale and steely, and the stone bridge loomed dark. Nas Ta Bega said camp would be made at the bridge, which was now close. Just before they reached it, the Navajo halted with one of his singular actions. Then he stood motionless. Shefford realized that Nas Ta Bega was saying his prayer to this great stone god. Presently the Indian motioned for Shefford to lead the others and the horses on under the bridge. Shefford did so, and upon turning, was amazed to see the Indian climbing the steep and difficult slope on the other side. All the party watched him until he disappeared behind the huge base of cliff that supported the arch. Shefford selected a level place for camp some few rods away, and here with Lassiter unsaddled and unpacked the lame, drooping mustangs. When this was done, twilight had fallen. Nas Ta Bega appeared, coming down the steep slope on this side of the bridge. Then Shefford divined why the Navajo had made that arduous climb. He would not go under the bridge. Nonnezoshe was a Navajo god, and Nas Ta Bega, though educated as a white man, was true to the superstition of his ancestors. Nas Ta Bega turned the mustangs loose to fare for what scant grass grew on the bench and slope. Firewood was even harder to find than grass. When the camp duties had been performed and the simple meal eaten, there was gloom gathering in the cañon, and the stars had begun to blink in the pale strip of blue above the lofty walls. The place was oppressive, and the fugitives mostly silent. Shefford spread a bed of blankets for the women, and Jane at once lay wearily down. Fay stood beside the flickering fire, and Shefford felt her watching him. He was conscious of a desire to get away from her haunting gaze. To the gentle good night he bade her she made no response. Shefford moved away into a strange dark shadow cast by the bridge against the pale starlight. It was a weird black belt where he imagined he was invisible, but out of which he could see. There was a slab of rock near the foot of the bridge, and here Shefford composed himself to watch, to feel, to think the unknown thing that seemed to be inevitably coming to him. A slight stiffening of his neck made him aware that he had been continually looking up at the looming arch, and he found that insensibly it had changed and grown. It had never seemed the same any 2 moments, but that was not what he meant. Near at hand, it was too vast a thing for immediate comprehension. He wanted to ponder on what had formed it, to reflect upon its meaning as to the age and force of nature. Yet all he could do at each moment was to see. White stars hung along the dark curved line. The rim of the arch seemed to shine. The moon must be up somewhere. The far side of the cañon was now a blank black wall. Over its towering rim showed a pale glow. It brightened. The shades in the cañon lightened, then a white disk of moon peered over the dark line. The bridge turned to silver, and the gloomy, shadowy belt it had cast blanched and vanished. Shefford became aware of the presence of Nas Ta Bega, dark, silent, statuesque, with inscrutable eyes uplifted, with all that was spiritual of the Indian suggested by a somber and tranquil knowledge of his place there. He represented the same to Shefford as a solitary figure of human life brought out of the greatness of a great picture. Nonnezoshe Boco needed life, wild life, life of its millions of years, and here stood the dark and silent Indian. There was a surge in Shefford's heart and in his mind a perception of a moment of incalculable change to his soul. And at that moment Fay Larkin stole like a phantom to his side and stood there with her uncovered head shining and her white face lovely in the moonlight. "May I stay with you a little?" she asked, wistfully. "I can't sleep." "Surely you may," he replied. "Does your arm hurt too badly, or are you too tired to sleep?" "No, it's this place. I can't tell you how I feel." But the feeling was there in her eyes for Shefford to read. He had too great an emotion. Did he read too much? Did he add from his soul? For him the wild, starry, haunted eyes mirrored all he had seen and felt under Nonnezoshe. And for herself they shone eloquently of courage and love. "I need to talk, and I don't know how," she said. He was silent, but he took her hands and drew her closer. "Why are you so different?" she asked, bravely. "Different?" he echoed. "Yes, you are kind. You speak the same to me as you used to. But since we started you've been different somehow. Fay, think how hard and dangerous this trip's been. I've been worried and sick with dread, with oh, you can't imagine the strain I'm under. How could I be my old self?" "It isn't worry I mean." He was too miserable to try to find out what she did mean. Besides, he believed if he let himself think about it he would know what troubled her. I am almost happy," she said, softly. "Fay, aren't you at all afraid?" "No, you'll take care of me. Do you love me like you did before?" "Why, child, of course I love you," he replied, brokenly, and he drew her closer. He had never embraced her, never kissed her, but there was a whiteness about her then, a wraith, a something from her soul, and he could only gaze at her. "I love you," she whispered. "I thought I knew it that night. But I'm only finding it out now, and somehow I had to tell you here." "Fay, I haven't said much to you," he said hurriedly, huskily. "I haven't had a chance. I love you. I ask you, will you be my wife?" "Of course," she said simply, but the white, moon-blanched face colored with a dark and leaping blush. "We'll be married as soon as we get out of the desert," he went on. "And we'll forget all that's happened. You're so young. You'll forget." "I had forgotten already, till this difference came in you. And pretty soon, when I can say something more to you, I'll forget all except Surprise Valley and my evenings in the starlight with you." "Say it then, quick." She was leaning against him, holding his hands in her strong clasp, soulful, tender, almost passionate. "You couldn't help it. I'm to blame. I remember what I said." "What?" he queried in amaze. "You can kill him. I said that. I made you kill him." "Kill whom?" cried Shefford. "Waggoner. I'm to blame. That must be what's made you different. And oh, I wanted you to know it's all my fault. But I wouldn't be sorry if you weren't. I'm glad he's dead." "You think I?" Shefford's gasping whisper failed in the shock of the revelation that Fay believed he had killed Waggoner. Then, with the inference, came the staggering truth. Her guiltlessness and a paralyzing joy held him stricken. A powerful hand fell upon Shefford's shoulder, startling him. Nas Ta Bega stood there, looking down upon him and Fay. Never had the Indian seemed so dark, inscrutable of face. But in his magnificent bearing, in the spirit that Shefford sensed in him, there were nobility and power and a strange pride. The Indian kept one hand on Shefford's shoulder, and with the other he struck himself on the breast. The action was that of an Indian, impressive and stern, significant of an Indian's prowess. "My God!" breathed Shefford, very low. "Oh, what does he mean?" cried Fay. Shefford held her with shaking hands, trying to speak, to fight a way out of these stultifying emotions. "Nas Ta Bega, you heard? She thinks I killed Waggoner." All about the Navajo, then, was dark and solemn disproof of her belief. He did not need to speak. His repetition of that savage, almost boastful blow on his breast added only to the dignity and not to the denial of a warrior. "Fay, he means he killed the Mormon," said Shefford. "He must have, for I did not." "Ah!" murmured Fay, as she leaned to him with passionate, quivering gladness. It was the woman, the human, the soul born in her that came uppermost then, now, when there was no direct call to the wild and elemental in her nature. She showed a heart above revenge, the instinct of a saving right, of truth as Shefford knew them. He took her into his arms, and never had he loved her so well. "Nas Ta Bega, you killed the Mormon," declared Shefford, with a voice that had gained strength. No silent Indian suggestion of a deed would suffice in that moment. Shefford needed to hear the Navajo speak, to have Fay hear him speak. "Nas Ta Bega, I know, I understand. But tell her. Speak so she will know. Tell it as a white man would." "I heard her cry out," replied the Indian in his slow English. "I waited. When he came I killed him." A poignant "why" was wrenched from Shefford. Nas Ta Bega stood silent. "Bi Nai!" And when that sonorous Indian name rolled in dignity from his lips, he silently stalked away into the gloom. That was his answer to the white man. Shefford bent over Fay, and as the strain on him broke, he held her closer and closer, and his tears streamed down and his voice broke in exclamations of tenderness and thanksgiving. It did not matter what she had thought, but she must never know what he had thought. He clasped her as something precious he had lost and regained. He was shaken with a passion of remorse. How could he have believed Fay Larkin guilty of murder? Women less wild and less justified than she had been driven to such a deed. Yet how could he have believed it of her, when for 2 days he had been with her, had seen her face and deep into her eyes? There was a mystery in his very blindness. He cast the whole thought from him forever. There was no shadow between Fay and him. He had found her. He had saved her. She was free. She was innocent. And suddenly, as he seemed delivered from contending tumults within, he became aware that it was no unresponsive creature that he folded to his breast. He became suddenly alive to the warm, throbbing contact of her bosom, to her strong arms clinging round his neck, to the closed eyes, to the rapt whiteness of her face, and he bent to cold lips that seemed to receive his first kisses as new and strange, but tremulously changed, at last to meet his own, and then to burn with sweet and thrilling fire. "My darling, my dreams come true," he said. "You are my treasure. I found you here at the foot of the rainbow. What if it is a stone rainbow? If all is not as I had dreamed? I followed a gleam, and it led me to love and faith." Hours afterwards Shefford walked alone to and fro under the bridge. His trouble had given place to serenity, but this night of nights he must live out, wide-eyed to its end. The moon had long since crossed the streak of star-fired blue above, and the cañon was black in shadow. At times a current of wind, with all the strangeness of that strange country in its hollow moan, rushed through the great stone arch. At other times there was silence such as Shefford imagined dwelt deep under this rocky world. And still other times an owl hooted, and the sound was nameless. But it had a mocking echo that never ended, an echo of night, silence, gloom, melancholy, death, age, eternity. The Indian lay asleep with his dark face upturned, and the other sleepers lay calm and white in the starlight. Shefford saw in them the meaning of life and the past, the illimitable train of faces that had shown the stars. There was a spirit in the cañon, and whether or not it was what the Navajo embodied in the great Nonnezoshe, or the life of this present, or the death of the ages, or the nature so magnificently manifested in those silent, dreaming, waiting walls, the truth for Shefford was that this spirit was God. Life was eternal. Man's immortality lay in himself. Love of a woman was hope, happiness. Brotherhood, that mystic and grand Bi Nai of the Navajo, that was religion. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19, Part 1 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Grand Cañon of the Colorado, Part 1. The night passed. The gloom turned gray. The dawn stole cool and pale into the cañon. When Nas Ta Bega drove the mustangs into camp, the lofty ramparts of the walls were rimmed with gold, and the dark arch of Nonnezoshe began to lose its steely gray. The women had rested well and were in better condition to travel. Jane was cheerful and Fay radiant one moment and in a dream the next. She was beginning to live in that wonderful future. They talked more than usual at breakfast, and Lassiter made droll remarks. Shefford, with his great and haunting trouble ended forever, with now only danger to face ahead, was a different man, but thoughtful and quiet. This morning the Indian leisurely made preparations for the start. For all the concern he showed, he might have known every foot of the cañon below Nonnezoshe. But for Shefford, with the dawn had returned anxiety, a restless feeling of the need of hurry. What obstacles, what impassable gorges might lie between this bridge and the river? The Indian's inscrutable serenity and Fay's trust, her radiance, the exquisite glow upon her face, sustained Shefford and gave him patience to endure and conceal his dread. At length the flight was resumed, with Nas Ta Bega leading on foot and Shefford walking in the rear. A quarter of a mile below camp, the Indian led down a declivity into the bottom of the narrow gorge, where the stream ran. He did not gaze backward for a last glance at Nonnezoshe, nor did Jane or Lassiter. Fay, however, checked Nack Yal at the rim of the descent and turned to look behind. Shefford contrasted her tremulous smile, her half-happy good-by to this place, with the white stillness of her face when she had bade farewell to Surprise Valley. Then she rode Nack Yal down into the gorge. Shefford knew that this would be his last look at the Rainbow Bridge. As he gazed, the tip of the great arch lost its cold, dark stone color and began to shine. The sun had just arisen high enough over some low break in the wall to reach the bridge. Shefford watched. Slowly, in wondrous transformation, the gold and blue and rose and pink and purple blended their hues, softly, mistily, cloudily, until once again the arch was a rainbow. Ages before life had evolved upon the earth, it had spread its grand arch from wall to wall, black and mystic at night, transparent and rosy in the sunrise. At sunset, a flaming curve limned against the heavens. When the race of man had passed, it would, perhaps, stand there still. It was not for many eyes to see. Only by toil, sweat, endurance, blood, could any man ever look at Nonnezoshe. So it would always be alone, grand, silent, beautiful, unintelligible. Shefford bade Nonnezoshe a mute, reverent farewell. Then, plunging down the weathered slope of the gorge to the stream below, he hurried forward to join the others. They had progressed much farther than he imagined they would have, and this was owing to the fact that the floor of the gorge afforded easy travel. It was gravel on rock bottom, tortuous but open, with infrequent and shallow downward steps. The stream did not now rush and boil along and tumbled over rock-encumbered ledges. In corners the water collected in round, green, eddying pools. There were patches of grass and willows and mounds of moss. Shefford's surprise equaled his relief, for he believed that the violent descent of Nonnezoshe Boco had been passed. Any turn now, he imagined, might bring the party out upon the river. When he caught up with them, he imparted this conviction, which was received with cheer. The hopes of all except the Indian seemed mounting, and if he ever hoped or despaired, it was never manifest. Shefford's anticipation, however, was not soon realized. The fugitives traveled miles farther down Nonnezoshe Boco, and the only changes were that the walls of the lower gorge heightened and merged into those above, and that these upper ones towered even loftier. Shefford had to throw his head straight back to look up at the rims, and the narrow strip of sky was now indeed a flowing stream of blue. Difficult steps were met, too, yet nothing compared to those of the upper cañon. Shefford calculated that this day's travel had advanced several hours, and more than ever now he was anticipating the mouth of Nonnezoshe Boco. Still another hour went by, and then came striking changes. The cañon narrowed till the walls were scarcely 20 paces apart. The color of stone grew dark red above and black down low. The light of day became shadowed, and the floor was a level, gravelly, winding lane, with the stream meandering slowly and silently. Suddenly the Indian halted. He turned his ear down the cañon lane. He had heard something. The others grouped round him, but did not hear a sound except the soft flow of water and the heave of the mustangs. Then the Indian went on. Presently he halted again, and again he listened. This time he threw up his head, and upon his dark face shone a light which might have been pride. "Se ko en se igi," he said. The others could not understand, but they were impressed. "Sure he means something big," drawled Lassiter. "Oh, what did he say?" queried Fay in eagerness. "Nas Ta Bega tells us," said Shefford. "We are full of hope." "Grand Cañon," replied the Indian. "How do you know?" asked Shefford. "I hear the roar of the river." But Shefford, listen as he might, could not hear it. They traveled on, winding down the wonderful lane. Every once in a while Shefford lagged behind, let the others pass out of hearing, and then he listened. At last he was rewarded. Low and deep, dull and strange, with some quality to incite dread, came a roar. Thereafter, at intervals, usually at turns in the cañon, and when a faint stir of warm air fanned his cheeks, he heard the sound, growing clearer and louder. He rounded an abrupt corner to have the roar suddenly fill his ears, to see the lane extend straight to a ragged vent, and beyond that, at some distance, a dark, ragged, bulging wall like iron. As he hurried forward he was surprised to find that the noise did not increase. Here it kept a strange uniformity of tone and volume. The others of the party passed out of the mouth of Nonnezoshe Boco in advance of Shefford, and when he reached it they were grouped upon a bank of sand. A dark red cañon yawned before them, and through it slid the strangest river Shefford had ever seen. At first glance he imagined the strangeness consisted of the dark red color of the water, but at the second he was not so sure. All the others, except Nas Ta Bega, eyed the river blankly, as if they did not know what to think. The roar came from round a huge, bulging wall downstream. Up the cañon, half a mile, at another turn, there was a leaping rapid of dirty red-white waves, and the sound of this, probably, was drowned in the unseen but nearer rapid. "This is the Grand Cañon of the Colorado," said Shefford. "We've come out at the mouth of Nonnezoshe Boco, And now to wait for Joe Lake. They made camp on a dry, level sandbar under a shelving wall. Nas Ta Bega collected a pile of driftwood to be used for fire, and then he took the mustangs back up the side cañon to find grass for them. Lassiter appeared unusually quiet and soon passed from weary rest on the sand to deep slumber. Fay and Jane succumbed to an exhaustion that manifested itself the moment relaxation set in, and they, too, fell asleep. Shefford patrolled the long strip of sand under the wall and watched up the river for Joe Lake. The Indian returned and went along the river, climbed over the jutting, sharp slopes that reached into the water, and passed out of sight upstream toward the rapid. Shefford had a sense that the river and the cañon were too magnificent to be compared with others. Still, all his emotions and sensations had been so wrought upon that he seemed not to have any left by which he might judge of what constituted the difference. He would wait. He had a grim conviction that, before he was safely out of this earth-riven crack, he would know. One thing, however, struck him, and it was that up the cañon, high over the lower walls, hazy and blue, stood other walls, and beyond and above them, dim in purple distance, upreared still other walls. The haze and the blue and the purple meant great distance, and likewise the height seemed incomparable. The Red River attracted him most, since this was the medium by which he must escape with his party. It was natural that it absorbed him to the neglect of the gigantic cliffs. And the more he watched the river, studied it, listened to it, imagined its nature, its power, its restlessness, the more he dreaded it. As the hours of the afternoon wore away and he strolled along and rested on the banks, his first impressions, and what he realized might be his truest ones, were gradually lost. He could not bring them back. The river was changing, deceitful. It worked upon his mind. The low, hollow roar filled his ears and seemed to mock him. Then he endeavored to stop thinking about it, to confine his attention to the gap upstream where sooner or later he prayed that Joe Lake and his boat would appear. But though he controlled his gaze, he could not his thoughts, and his strange, impondering dread of the river augmented. The afternoon waned. Nas Ta Bega came back to camp and said any likelihood of Joe's arrival was past for that day. Shefford could not get over an impression of strangeness, of the impossibility of the reality presented to his naked eyes. These lonely fugitives in the huge walled cañon, waiting for a boatman to come down that river. Strange and wild, those were the words which, inadequately at best, suited this country and the situations it produced. After supper he and Fay walked along the bars of smooth red sand. There were a few moments when the distant peaks and domes and turrets were glorified in changing sunset hues, but the beauty was fleeting. Fay still showed lassitude. She was quiet yet cheerful, and the sweetness of her smile, her absolute trust in him, stirred and strengthened anew his spirit. Yet he suffered torture when he thought of trusting Fay's life, her soul, and her beauty to this strange red river. Night brought him relief. He could not see the river. Only the low roar made its presence known out there in the shadows. And, there being no need to stay awake, he dropped at once into heavy slumber. He was roused by hands dragging at him. Nas Ta Bega bent over him. It was broad daylight. The yellow wall high above was glistening. A fire was crackling, and pleasant odors were wafted to him. Fay and Jane and Lassiter sat around the tarpaulin at breakfast. After the meal, suspense and strain were manifested in all the fugitives, even the imperturbable Indian being more than usually watchful. His eyes scarcely left the black gap where the river slid round the turn above. Soon as on the preceding day, he disappeared up the ragged, iron-bound shore. There was scarcely an attempt at conversation. A controlling thought bound that group into silence. If Joe Lake was ever going to come, he would come today. Shefford asked himself 100 times if it were possible, and his answer seemed to be in the low, sullen, muffled roar of the river. As the morning wore on toward noon, his dread deepened until all chance appeared hopeless. Already he had begun to have vague and unformed and disquieting ideas of the only avenue of escape left, to return up Nonnezoshe Boco, and that would be to enter a trap. Suddenly a piercing cry pealed down the cañon. It was followed by echoes, weird and strange, that clapped from wall to wall in mocking concatenation. Nas Ta Bega appeared high on the ragged slope. The cry had been the Indian's. He swept an arm out, pointing upstream, and stood like a statue on the iron rocks. Shefford's keen gaze sighted a moving something in the bend of the river. It was long, low, dark, and flat, with a lighter object upright in the middle, a boat and a man. "Joe! It's Joe!" yelled Shefford madly. "There! Look!" Jane and Fay were on their knees in the sand, clasping each other, pale faces toward that bend in the river. Shefford ran up the shore toward the Indian. He climbed the jutting slant of rock. The boat was now full in the turn. It moved faster. It was nearing the smooth incline above the rapid. There it glided down, heaved darkly up, settled back, and disappeared in the frothy, muddy roughness of water. Shefford held his breath and watched. A dark, bobbing object showed, vanished, showed again to enlarge, to take the shape of a big flatboat, and then it rode the swift, choppy current out of the lower end of the rapid. Nas Ta Bega began to make violent motions, and Shefford, taking his cue, frantically waved his red scarf. There was a 5-mile-an-hour current right before them, and Joe must needs see them so that he might sheer the huge and clumsy craft into the shore before it drifted too far down. Presently Joe did see them. He appeared to be half naked. He raised aloft both arms and bellowed down the cañon. The echoes boomed from wall to wall, every one stronger, with a deep, hoarse triumph in the Mormon's voice, till they passed on, growing weaker, to die away in the roar of the river below. Then Joe bent to a long oar that appeared to be fastened to the stern of the boat, and the craft drifted out of the swifter current toward the shore. It reached a point opposite to where Shefford and the Indian waited, and though Joe made prodigious efforts, it slid on. Still, it also drifted shoreward, and halfway down to the mouth of Nonnezoshe Boco, Joe threw the end of a rope to the Indian. "Ho! Ho!" yelled the Mormon, again setting into motion the fiendish echoes. He was naked to the waist. He had lost flesh. He was haggard, worn, dirty, wet. While he pulled on his shirt, Nas Ta Bega made the rope fast to a snag of a log of driftwood embedded in the sand, and the boat swung to shore. It was perhaps 30 feet long by half as many wide, crudely built of rough-hewn boards. The steering gear was a long pole with a plank nailed to the end. The craft was empty, save for another pole and plank, Joe's coat, and a broken-handled shovel. There were water and sand on the flooring. Joe stepped ashore, and he was gripped first by Shefford and then by the Indian. He was an unkempt and gaunt giant, yet how steadfast and reliable, how grimly strong to inspire hope. "Reckon most of me's here," he said in reply to greetings. "I've had water aplenty. My God, I've had water." He rolled out a grim laugh. "But no grub for 3 days. Forgot to fetch some." How practical he was! He told Fay she looked good for sore eyes, but he needed a biscuit most of all. There was just a second of singular hesitation when he faced Lassiter, and then the big, strong hand of the young Mormon went out to meet the old gunman's. While they fed him and he ate like a starved man, Shefford told of the flight from the village, the rescuing of Jane and Lassiter from Surprise Valley, the descent from the plateau, the catastrophe to Shadd's gang, and, concluding, Shefford, without any explanation, told that Nas Ta Bega had killed the Mormon wagoner. "Reckon I had that figured," replied Joe. "First off, I didn't think so. So Shadd went over the cliff. That's good riddance. It beats me, though. Never knew that Piute's like with a horse. And he had some grand horses in his outfit. Pity about them." Later, when Joe had a moment alone with Shefford, he explained that during his ride to Kayenta he had realized Fay's innocence, and who had been responsible for the tragedy. He took Withers the trader into his confidence, and they planned a story, which Withers was to carry to Stonebridge, that would exculpate Fay and Shefford of anything more serious than flight. If Shefford got Fay safely out of the country at once, that would end the matter for all concerned. "Reckon I'm some ferry boatman, too, a ferry boatman. Ha ha," he added. "And we're going through. Now, I want you to help me rig this tarpaulin up over the bow of the boat. If we can fix it up strong, it'll keep the waves from curling over. They filled her 4 times for me." They folded the tarpaulin 3 times, and with stout pieces of split plank and horseshoe nails from Shefford's saddlebags and pieces of rope, they rigged up a screen around bow and front corners. Nas Ta Bega put the saddles in the boat. The mustangs were far up Nonnezoshe Boco, and would work their way back to green and luxuriant canyons. The Indians said they would soon become wild and would never be found. Shefford regretted Nack Yal, but was glad the faithful little mustang would be free in one of those beautiful canyons. "Reckon we'd better be off," called Joe. "All aboard." He placed Fay and Jane in the corner of the bow, where they would be spared sight of the rapids. Shefford loosed the rope and sprang aboard. "Pard," said Joe, "it's one hell of a river. And now, with the snow melting up in the mountains, it's 20 feet above normal and rising fast. But that's well for us. It covers the stones in the rapids. If it hadn't been in flood, Joe would be an angel now." End of chapter 19, part 1. Chapter 19, Part 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Grand Canyon of the Colorado, Part 2. The boat cleared the sand, lazily wheeled in the eddying water, and suddenly seemed caught by some powerful gliding force. When it swept out beyond the jutting wall, Shefford saw a quarter of a mile of sliding water that appeared to end abruptly. Beyond lengthened out the gigantic gap between the black and frowning cliffs. "Wow!" ejaculated Joe. "Drops out of sight there. But that one ain't much. I can tell by the roar. When you see my hair stand up straight, then watch out. Lassiter, you look after the women. Shefford, you stand ready to bail out with the shovel, for we'll sure ship water. Nas Ta Bega, you help me here with the oar." The roar became a heavy, continuous rumble. The current quickened. Little streaks and ridges seemed to race along the boat. Strange gurglings rose from under the bow. Shefford stood on tiptoe to see the break in the river below. Swiftly it came into sight. A wonderful, long, smooth, red slant of water, a swelling mound, a huge black curling wave, another and another, a sea of frothy, uplifting crests, leaping and tumbling and diminishing down to the narrowing apex of the rapid. It was a frightful sight, yet it thrilled Shefford. Joe worked the steering oar back and forth and headed the boat straight for the middle of the incline. The boat reached the round rim, gracefully dipped with a heavy sop, and went shooting down. The wind blew wet in Shefford's face. He stood erect, thrilling, fascinated, frightened. Then he seemed to feel himself lifted. The curling wave leaped at the boat. There was a shock that laid him flat, and when he rose to his knees all about him was roar and spray and leaping muddy waves. Shock after shock jarred the boat. Splashes of water stung his face, and then the jar and the motion, the confusion and roar, gradually lessened until presently Shefford rose to see smooth water ahead and the long, trembling rapid behind. "Get busy, bailer!" yelled Joe. "Pretty soon you'll be glad you have to bail so you can't see." There were several inches of water in the bottom of the boat, and Shefford learned for the first time the expediency of a shovel in the art of bailing. "The tarpaulin worked powerful good," went on Joe, "and it saves the women. Now, if it just don't bust on a big wave. The one back there was little." When Shefford had scooped out all the water he went forward to see how Fay and Jane and Lassiter had fared. The women were pale, but composed. They had covered their heads. "But the dreadful roar!" exclaimed Fay. Lassiter looked shaken for once. "Shore I'd rather take a chance meeting them Mormons on the way out," he said. Shefford spoke with an encouraging assurance which he did not himself feel. Almost at the moment he marked the silence that had fallen into the cañon. Then it broke to a low, dull, strange roar. "Ah, hear that?" The Mormon shook his shaggy head. "Reckon we're in Cataract Cañon. We'll be standing on end from now on. Hang on to her, boys." Danger of this unusual kind had brought out a peculiar levity in the somber Mormon, a kind of wild, gay excitement. His eyes rolled as he watched the river ahead, and he puffed out his cheek with his tongue. The rugged, overhanging walls of the cañon grew sinister in Shefford's sight. They were jaws, and the river that made him shudder to look down into it. The little whirling pits were eyes peering into his, and they raced on with the boat, disappeared, and came again, always with the little hollow gurgles. The craft drifted swiftly, and the roar increased. Another rapid seemed to move up into view. It came at a bend in the cañon. When the breeze struck Shefford's cheek, he did not this time experience exhilaration. The current accelerated its sliding motion and bore the flatboat straight for the middle of the curve. Shefford saw the bend, a long, dark, narrow, gloomy cañon, and a stretch of contending waters. Then, crouching low, he waited for the dip, the race, the shock. They came, the last stopping the boat, throwing it aloft, letting it drop, and crests of angry waves curled over the side. Shefford, kneeling, felt the water slap around him, and in his ears was a deafening roar. There were endless moments of strife and hell and flying darkness of spray all about him, and under him the rocking boat. When they lessened, ceased in violence, he stood ankle deep in water, and then, madly, he began to bail. Another roar deadened his ears, but he did not look up from his toil, and when he had to get down to avoid the pitch, he closed his eyes. The rapid passed, and with more water to bail, he resumed his share in the manning of the crude craft. It was more than his share, a tremendous responsibility to which he bent with all his might. He heard Joe yell, and again and again. He heard the increasing roars of one after another, till they seemed one continuous bellow. He felt the shock, the pitch, the beating waves, and then the lessening power of sound and current. That set him to his task. Always, in these long intervals of toil, he seemed to see, without looking up, the growing proportions of the cañon. And the river had become a living, terrible thing. The intervals of his tireless effort when he scooped the water overboard were fleeting, and the rides through rapid after rapid were endless periods of waiting terror. His spirit and his hope were overwhelmed by the rush and roar and fury. Then, as he worked, there came a change, a rest to the deafened ears, a stretch of river that seemed quiet after chaos, and here for the first time he bailed the boat clear of water. Jane and Fay were huddled in a corner, with the flapping tarpaulin now half fallen over them. They were wet and muddy. Lassiter crouched like a man dazed by a bad dream, and his white hair hung, stained and bedraggled, over his face. The Indian and the Mormon, grim, hard, worn, stood silent at the oar. The afternoon was far advanced, and the sun had already descended below the western ramparts. A cool breeze blew up the cañon, laden with a sound that was the same, yet not the same, as those low, dull roars which Shefford dreaded more and more. Joe Lake turned his ear to the breeze. A strong puff brought a heavy, quivering rumble. This time he did not vent his gay and wild defiance to the river. He bent lower, listened. Then, as the rumble became a strange, deep, reverberating roll, as if the monstrous river were rolling huge stones down a subterranean cañon, Shefford saw with dilating eyes that the Mormon's hair was rising stiff upon his head. "Hear that?" said Joe, turning an ashen face to Shefford. "We'll drop off the earth now. Hang on to the girl, so if we go, you can go together. And, pard, if you've a God, pray." Nas Ta Bega faced the bend from whence the rumble came, and he was the same dark, inscrutable, impassive Indian as of old. What was death to him? Shefford felt the strong, rushing love of life surge in him, and it was not for himself, he thought, but for Fay and the happiness she merited. He went to her, patted the covered head, and tried with words choking in his throat to give hope. And he leaned with hands gripping the gunwale, with eyes wide open, ready for the unknown. The river made a quick turn, and from round the bend rumbled a terrible uproar. The current racing that way was divided or uncertain, and it gave strange motion to the boat. Joe and Nas Ta Bega shoved desperately upon the oar, all to no purpose. The currents had their will. The bow of the boat took the place of the stern. Then, swift at the head of a curved incline, it shot beyond the bulging wall. And Shefford saw an awful place before them. The cañon had narrowed to half its width and turned almost at right angles. The huge clamor of appalling sound came from under the cliff where the swollen river had to pass and where there was not space. The rapid rushed with gigantic swells right upon the wall, boomed against it, climbed and spread and fell away to recede and gather new impetus to leap madly on down the cañon. Shefford went to his knees, clasped Fay and Jane too. But facing this appalling thing he had to look. Courage and despair came to him at the last. This must be the end. With long, buoyant swing, the boat sailed down, shot over the first waves, was caught, and lifted upon the great swell and impelled straight toward the cliff. Huge whirlpools raced alongside, and from them came a horrible, engulfing roar. Monstrous bulges rose on the other side. All the stupendous power of that mighty river of downward rushing silt swung the boat aloft, up and up, as the swell climbed the wall. Shefford, with transfixed eyes and harrowed soul, watched the wet black wall. It loomed down upon him. The stern of the boat went high. Then, when the crash that meant doom seemed imminent, the swell spread and fell back from the wall, and the boat never struck at all. By some miraculous chance it had been favored by a strange and momentary receding of the huge spent swell. Then it slid back and caught and whirled by the current into a red, frothy, upflung rapids below. Shefford bowed his head over Fay and saw no more, nor felt nor heard. What seemed a long time after that, the broken voice of the Mormon recalled him to his labors. The boat was half full of water. Nas Ta Bega scooped out great sheets of it with his hands. Shefford sprang to aid him, found the shovel, and plunged into the task. Slowly but surely they emptied the boat, and then Shefford saw that twilight had fallen. Joe was working the craft toward a narrow bank of sand, to which presently they came, and the Indian sprang out to moor to a rock. The fugitives went ashore, and, weary and silent and drenched, they dropped in the warm sand. But Shefford could not sleep. The river kept him awake. In the distance it rumbled, low, deep, reverberating, and near at hand it was a thing of mutable mood. It moaned, whined, mocked, and laughed. It had the soul of a devil. It was a river that had cut its way to the bowels of the earth, and its nature was destructive. It harbored no life. Fighting its way through those dead walls, cutting and tearing and wearing, its heavy burden of silt was death, destruction, and decay. A silent river, a murmuring, strange, fierce, terrible, thundering river of the desert. Even in the dark it seemed to wear the hue of blood. All night long Shefford heard it, and toward the dark hours before dawn, when a restless, broken sleep came to him, his dreams were dreams of a river of sounds. All the beautiful sounds he knew and loved he heard: the sigh of the wind in the pines, the mourn of the wolf, the cry of the laughing gull, the murmur of running brooks, the song of a child, the whisper of a woman. And there was the boom of the surf, the roar of the north wind in the forest, the roll of thunder. And there were the sounds, not of earth, a river of the universe rolling the planets, engulfing the stars, pouring the sea of blue into infinite space. Night with its fitful dreams passed. Dawn lifted the ebony gloom out of the cañon, and sunlight far up on the ramparts renewed Shefford's spirit. He rose and awoke the others. Fay's wistful smile still held its faith. They ate of the gritty, water-soaked food. Then they embarked. The current carried them swiftly down and out of hearing of the last rapid. The character of the river and the cañon changed. The current lessened to a slow, smooth, silent, eddying flow. The walls grew straight, sheer, gloomy, and vast. Shefford noted these features, but he was listening so hard for the roar of the next rapid that he scarcely appreciated them. All the fugitives were listening. Every bend in the cañon, and now the turns were numerous, might hold a rapid. Shefford strained his ears. He imagined the low, dull, strange rumble. He had it in his ears, yet there was the growing sensation of silence. "Shore this is a dead place," muttered Lassiter. "She's only slowed up for a bigger plunge," replied Joe. "Listen. Hear that?" But there was no true sound. Joe only imagined what he expected and hated and dreaded to hear. Mile after mile they drifted through the silent gloom between those vast and magnificent walls. After the speed, the turmoil, the whirling, shrieking thundering, the never-ceasing sound and change and motion of the rapids above, this slow, quiet drifting, this utter, absolute silence, these eddying stretches of still water below, worked strangely upon Shefford's mind, and he feared he was going mad. There was no change to the silence, no help for the slow drift, no lessening of the strain. And the hours of the day passed as moments. The sun crossed the blue gap above. The golden lights hung upon the upper walls. The gloom returned, and still there was only dead, vast, insupportable silence. There came bends where the current quickened, ripples widened, long lanes of little waves roughened the surface, but they made no sound. And then the fugitives turned through a V-shaped vent in the cañon. The ponderous walls sheered away from the river. There was a space and sunshine, and far beyond this league-wide open rose vermilion-colored cliffs. A mile below the river disappeared in a dark, box-like passage from which came a rumble that made Shefford's flesh creep. The Mormon flung high his arms and let out that stentorian yell that had rolled down to the fugitives as they waited at the mouth of Nonnezoshe Boco, but now it had a wilder, more exultant note. Strange how he shifted his gaze to Fay Larkin. "Girl, get up and look," he called. "The ferry! The ferry!" Then he bent his brawny back over the steering oar, and the clumsy craft slowly turned toward the left-hand shore, where a long, low bank of green willows and cottonwoods gave welcome relief to the eye. Upon the opposite side of the river Shefford saw a boat, similar to the one he was in, moored to the bank. "Sure if I ain't losing my eyes, I see an Indian with a red blanket," said Lassiter. "Yes, Lassiter," cried Shefford. "Look, Fay! Look, Jane! See! Indians! Hogans! Mustangs! There above the green bank!" The boat glided slowly shoreward, and the deep, hungry, terrible rumble of the remorseless river became something no more to dread. End of chapter 19, part 2. Chapter 20 of the Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Willow Springs. 2 days' travel time from the river, along the saw-toothed range of Echo Cliffs, stood Presbrey's trading post, a little red stone square house in a green and pretty valley called Willow Springs. It was nearing the time of sunset, that gorgeous hour of color in the Painted Desert, when Shefford and his party rode down upon the post. The scene lacked the wildness characteristic of Kayenta or Red Lake. There were wagons and teams, white men and Indians, burros, sheep, lambs, mustangs saddled and unsaddled, dogs and chickens. A young, sweet-faced woman stood in the door of the post, and she it was who first sighted the fugitives. Presbrey was weighing bags of wool on a scale, and when she called he lazily turned, as if to wonder at her eagerness. Then he flung up his head with its shock of heavy hair in a start of surprise, and his florid face lost its lazy insolence to become wreathed in a huge smile. "Haven't seen a white person in 6 months," was his extraordinary greeting. An hour later Shefford, clean-shaven, comfortably clothed once more, found himself a different man, and when he saw Fay in white again, with a new and indefinable light shining through that old haunting shadow in her eyes, then the world changed and he embraced perfect happiness. There was a dinner such as Shefford had not seen for many a day, and such as Fay had never seen, and that brought to Jane Withersteen's eyes the dreamy memory of the bountiful feasts which, long years ago, had been her pride. And there was a story told to the curious trader and his kind wife, a story with its beginning back in those past years, of riders of the purple sage, of Fay Larkin as a child and then as a wild girl in Surprise Valley, of the flight down Nonnezoshe Boco and the cañon, of a great Mormon and a noble Indian. Presbrey stared with his deep-set eyes, and wagged his tousled head and stared again. Then, with the quick perception of the practical desert man, he said, "I'm sending teamsters into Flagstaff to-morrow. Wife and I will go along with you. We've light wagons. 3 days, maybe, or 4, and we'll be there. Shefford, I'm going to see you marry Fay Larkin." Fay and Jane and Lassiter showed strangely against this background of approaching civilization, and Shefford realized more than ever the loneliness and isolation and wildness of so many years for them. When the women had retired, Shefford and the men talked a while. Then Joe Lake rose to stretch his big frame. "Friends, reckon I'm all in," he said. "Good night." In passing, he laid a heavy hand on Shefford's shoulder. "Well, you got out. I've only a queer notion how, but someone beside an Indian and a Mormon guided you out. Be good to the girl. Good bye, pard." Shefford grasped the big hand, and in the emotion of the moment did not catch the significance of Joe's last words. Later Shefford stepped outside into the starlight for a few moments' quiet walk and thought before he went to bed. It was a white night. The coyotes were yelping. The stars shone steadfast, bright, cold. Nas Ta Bega stalked out of the shadow of the house and joined Shefford. They walked in silence. Shefford's heart was too full for utterance, and the Indian seldom spoke at any time. When Shefford was ready to go in, Nas Ta Bega extended his hand. "Good bye, Bi Nai," he said, strangely, using English and Navajo in what Shefford supposed to be merely good night. The starlight shone full upon the dark, inscrutable face of the Indian. Shefford bade him good night, and then watched him stride away in the silvery gloom. But next morning Shefford understood. Nas Ta Bega and Joe Lake were gone. It was a shock to Shefford, yet what could he have said to either? Joe had shirked saying good bye to him and Fay, and the Indian had gone out of Shefford's life as he had come into it. What these two men represented in Shefford's uplift was too great for the present to define, but they and the desert that had developed them had taught him the meaning of life. He might fail often, since failure was the lot of his kind, but could he ever fail again in faith in man or God while he had mind to remember the Indian and the Mormon? Still, though he placed them on a noble height and loved them well, there would always abide with him a sorrow for the Mormon and a sleepless and eternal regret for that Indian on his lonely cedar slope with the spirits of his vanishing race calling him. Willow Springs appeared to be a lively place that morning. Presbrey was gay and his sweet-faced wife was excited. The teamsters were a jolly, whistling lot, and the lean mustangs kicked and bit at one another. The trader had brought out 2 light wagons for the trip, and, after the manner of desert men, desired to start at sunrise. From across the painted desert towered the San Francisco peaks, black-timbered, blue-canyoned, purple-hazed, with white snow like the clouds around their summits. Jane Withersteen looked at the radiant Fay and lived again in her happiness, and at last excitement had been communicated to the old gunman. "Sure we're going to live with Fay and John, and be near Venters and Bess, and see the blacks again, Jane. And Venters will tell you, as he did me, how Wrangle run Black Star off his legs." All connected with that early start was sweet, sad, hopeful. And so they rode away from Willow Springs, through the green fields of alfalfa and cottonwood, down the valley, with its smoking hogans and whistling mustangs and scarlet-blanketed Indians, and out upon the bare, ridgy, colorful desert toward the rosy sunrise. End of chapter 20. Epilogue of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the outskirts of a little town in Illinois there was a farm of rolling pasture land, and here a beautiful meadow, green and red in clover, merged upon an orchard in the midst of which a brown tiled roof showed above the trees. One afternoon in May a group of people, strangely agitated, walked down a shady lane toward the meadow. "Well, Jane, I always knew we'd get a look at them horses again. I sure knew," Lassiter was saying, in the same old, cool, careless drawl. But his claw-like hands shook a little. "Oh, will they know me?" asked Jane Withersteen, turning to a stalwart man, no other than the dark-faced Venters, her rider of other days. "Know you? I'll bet they will," replied Venters. "What do you say, Bess?" The shadow brightened in Bess's somber blue eyes, as if his words had recalled her from a sad and memorable past. "Black Star will know her surely," replied Bess. "Sometimes he points his nose toward the west and watches, as if he saw the purple slopes and smelt the sage of Utah. He has never forgotten. But night has grown deaf and partly blind of late. I doubt if he'd remember." Shefford and Fay walked arm in arm in the background. Out in the meadow two horses were grazing. They were sleek, shiny, long maned, long tailed, black as coal, and though old, still splendid in every line. "Do you remember them?" whispered Shefford. "Oh, I only needed to see Black Star," murmured Fay, her voice quivering. "I can remember being lifted on his back. How strange! It seems so long ago. Look, Mother Jane is going out to them." Jane Withersteen advanced alone through the clover, and it was with unsteady steps. Presently she halted. What glorious and bitter memories were expressed in her strange, poignant call! Black Star started and swept up his noble head and looked, but Night went on calmly grazing. Then Jane called again, the same strange call, only louder, and this time broken. Black Star raised his head higher and he whistled a piercing blast. He saw Jane, he knew her, as he had remembered the call, and he came pounding toward her. She met him, encircled his neck with her arms, and buried her face in his mane. "Shore I reckon I'd better never say any more about Wrangle running the blacks off their legs that time," muttered Lassiter, as if to himself. "Lassiter, you only dreamed that race," replied Venters, with a smile. "Oh, Bern, isn't it good to see that Black Star remembered her that she'll have him something left of her old home?" asked Bess, wistfully. "Indeed it is good. But, Bess, Jane Withersteen will find a new spirit and new happiness here." Jane came toward them, leading both horses. "Dear friends, I am happy. Today I bury all regrets. Of the past I shall remember only my riders of the purple sage." Venters smiled his gladness. "And you, Lassiter, what shall you remember?" he queried. The old gunman looked at Jane and then at his claw-like hands and then at Fay. His eyes lost their shadow and began to twinkle. "Well, I rolled a stone once, but I reckon now that time Wrangle—" "Lassiter, I said you dreamed that race. Wrangle never beat the blacks," interrupted Venters. "And you, Fay, what shall you remember?" "Surprise Valley," replied Fay, dreamily. "And you, Shefford?" Shefford shook his head. For him there could never be one memory only. In his heart there would never change or die memories of the wild uplands, of the great towers and walls, of the golden sunsets on the cañon ramparts, of the silent, fragrant valleys where the cedars and the sago lilies grew, of those starlit nights when his love and faith awoke, of grand and lonely Nonnezoshe, of that red, sullen, thunderous, mysterious Colorado River, of a wonderful Indian and a noble Mormon, and of all that was embodied for him in the meaning of the Rainbow Trail. End of the epilogue. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. End of the Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey.